Yeah, no, my bad, Ghost. It's been a topsy-turvy day. It just started. The drop reward's even good. They're not bad. But I guess that depends on you, what your idea of worth it is or not, you know?
I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me.
Welcome to day 3 of the Munich Major, where it is all about the threes today. 3 teams will be going home after today, and we're sending 3 to those playoffs as well. An important and big day ahead of us. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and we're joined by Fresh and Lexing. Now, Fresh, it's so good to have you here. I feel like your energy, even yesterday in the green room, was just bouncing everywhere.
Do you know what? I was at home, I was watching day 1, I was watching all those best of ones, and I was just getting hyped. I came here on 3 hours sleep yesterday, and I was like, I just want to be here, I just want to be involved. So yeah, finally here. It's great to be here. The games have been phenomenal so far as well.
I just want to say it's already a breath of fresh air to have a Brit instead of the French on, because I don't know if you know, these two were making fun of me the entire time.
I saw.
So I hope that you don't. I hope, you know, we have a little more synergy on the desk here, that, you know, you don't lean into me a little too hard.
I'd never make fun of you, Lex, because NA are already making fun of themselves by being eliminated.
Okay, it's already starting. It's already starting.
I'm so here for the beef. I love it. And there's going to be so much more drama today on the stream even as well, because we'll have a look at our schedule with the games that are ahead of us for today. The last day that we're operating with that dual stream setup, stream A and stream B will be running at the exact same time. And as we said, if you want the drama, if you want the heartbreak, if you want the tears, you gotta join us over on the A stream, especially for that first and the last game, as those are the elimination games on the A stream. We'll also get to send a team to playoffs, which I'm really excited about. That'll be either W7M or Wildcard here on the A stream. But looking at our bracket as well, looking at the bigger picture of everything that has happened yesterday at the top of your screen in gray, and everything that we have today here at the bottom. Now, the first 2 teams went home, of course. We already made a little joke about that. SSG eliminated from this room and CAG as well. But we did also see an an NA team make it to playoffs, as well as Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. M80 Falcons. I think M80 been a real breath of fresh air. They've been absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Falcons is about as expected. The biggest surprise out of all those eliminated qualified teams for me, it is SSG, because if you look at their international performance across the last year, 18 months of this team, they've been steadily improving on that performance. So to get 0-3 in grouped, it books that trend completely. It was a terrible event from them.
I'd absolutely have to agree. It's definitely disappointing and devastating for myself as well to see exactly everything that you were talking about, then to immediately fall short here at the Munich Major. It's unfortunate, but hey, that's competition, baby.
It does, and I mean, of course, we'll have a look at the SI chances as well for our teams, the biggest risers and the biggest fallers from yesterday as well when it comes to the probability of making it to SI based off the points you can get from the major here and all the regional points as well. So the biggest risers, Wildcard and BDS, because of their results yesterday, looking so much better for SI, but for Shopify and D+, it's less, but just slightly.
Yeah, exactly. If we focus particularly on Wildcard and BDS, you can see it's a big change in probability, and the fact that they can confirm themselves for top 8 today, being in those 2-1 games, I will say that's massively important, because both of these teams domestically inside of their region, they do have outside chances, I would say, at finals. So it's important that they try and get as many SI points here for those 2 teams.
Absolutely. And I would definitely say, even myself, for Wildcard, I wasn't really expecting them to make it too far here. So the fact that they are 1 game away from pushing themselves even to an upper bracket final says a lot for me, to say the least.
Yeah, and as you can see in here behind us as well, there's a bit of, players are getting set up. We're kind of in our preparation phase for the first games to start as well. So we'll toss to a bit of a content piece with our pro players explaining where in the prep phase you have to put your drones to best.
It's a bit like this.
Hallway. Another drone I like to do for basement, I just like to put it somewhere like here. I also like putting a camera near yellow stairs. You can just sneak a cam up here, and it's really hard for the defenders to see.
First one you can do is in lobby. There's these little plants on the right side of the lobby. What I like to do is you can just jump them up in here. Chandeliers right here, lamps you can jump on. You can throw them kind of high. You can use this for a lobby flank, but you can also use it to zap any utility on the E3. You can actually throw the drone up on the roof. This is accomplishing the same thing as the E3, but it gives a little bit more info on the staircase.
If the side is bunks, for example, you can jump up here and then jump on top of the vents. One more cam, if you put a garage, and you basically just jump on top of the forklift here. It's hard to see, and then if you want to take it, it's pretty good info to have if you want to take garage.
Even though I play this game every single day, I still feel like every single day you learn something new, and I'm excited to use these in my own games. Now, before we dive into the games that we have today, we'll take one more look at what happened yesterday by jumping into our panorama. We've been doing this every single day so far, looking back at the day using 3 different categories, starting off with the monster. And how could we not have picked Robbie going up against G2? What an absolute performance from him.
We keep picking these European players for being the monsters. That's because we're the best region in the world. Laxing, I know you agree with that, but Robbie was absolutely sensational yesterday. I think a big criticism that's been leveled at Team BDS has been that it has only been the fracture and that we haven't seen Robbie and Last Move step up. In fact, the last time that we saw Robbie step up probably was the Montreal Major.
Yes.
And, you know, he is a major player. We're at a major, and his step up he did. In fact, he was probably pretty much the sole reason as to why BDS were actually able to win the game yesterday, get themselves into that 2-1, and we've just seen how important that is for their 6 invitational chances as well. He was phenomenal yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to replicate that same performance back during the Montreal Major, if he can do that here and BDS can get behind that, BDS can be quite the contender here in the Major.
We'll have a look at the moment of yesterday as well. The biggest jaw-dropping moment was, I think, SSG getting sent home, and especially the way that it happened on that last map.
You know, it was very devastating as we were watching this, and we were kind of behind SSG in the beginning, how that happened, but each and every single game and getting into that lair, it just immediately fell apart for Space Station. And as you were talking about, Jack, you know, the performance that this team has made during EWC, having a top 4 finish, and then to come here to be knocked out, and to be knocked out in a 7-0 fashion. We don't even get an end-of-game interview with call-out. It just really shows how devastating and how heartbreaking and how much it meant for them to lose this event, not to even make an impact.
Something's gone really, really wrong there. They've got such a good culture within that team that drives their high performance to their continuation, and to have that result, especially with going up map 1 in that best of 3, was a big surprise.
It was, for sure. We'll use the must-see to look forward to the games that we'll have today. And our must-see for today, the games you have to keep your eyes peeled for, is a big game between G2 and D+.
Yeah, I mean, for D+, I mean, we already saw what they can do. They beat Furia early on. They could have closed out on a lot more convincing fashion, but both these teams here looking to get the edge over one another. It should be a very good game. But as for the side of G2, they've also looked shaky.
Yeah, it's been an absolute crazy show from G2 this tournament. We don't know what to expect. That's what makes it the game of the day. Oh, and Stomping, of course, will be playing in it.
Yes, of course. Well, unfortunately for that one, we'll have to wait until the final game of the day on the A stream. But fortunately, we get a really exciting game on the A stream first. We're talking about Furia and Enterprise, and these two teams have played against each other during EWC, and that was actually when Furia sent Enterprise home from their very first international event. We'll start talking about Furia because I know you want to start talking about them. Even when they dropped down all the way in the lower bracket, even when it was looking bad for them, you said, Fresh, they're winning the tournament.
I did. I have never been more bullish on a team winning the tournament as I was yesterday when Furia were 4 rounds down against CAG, facing elimination. Genuinely, I believe this team has bad days. This team absolutely has bad days. They had a bad day 1, but they do not have bad weeks. They do not have bad tournaments. They find a way to pull it back around. Why do they do that? They've got about 4 million support staff, first and foremost, which means they've got the best strategy, they've got the best map pool, they've got the best gunners, the best fraggers, and I appreciate, yes, we've highlighted previously the JV didn't necessarily do it. KZ hasn't necessarily done it yet. Herds hasn't necessarily done it yet for this team, but they have so much experience on this roster. That's the big thing.
I mean, there's still 5 players within this scene that are some of the best in the entire world. You cannot count out Fury, especially when their backs are against the wall. That is when we see the Panther pounce.
And on this graphic that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, you will see the international games played before the start of this tournament. So Philippox, Nade, they're in the 60s, 80s. Herds, JV, and KZ, all on 92. JV 92, 92 games played. Just to contextualize this, S-tier games played at international tournaments, Pengu has 40. So they have more than double of what Pengu is, you know, multiple world champion. They've been here before. They know how to get out of this situation.
I mean, this is definitely a David versus Goliath situation here. And as for Enterprise, by no means does this count them out by any means. Sure, they may have been knocked out in EWC early on due to this Furia, but that's not to count them out. Everyone loves a good underdog story, and that's exactly what they are coming into this matchup. No one had Enterprise entering this major thinking that they can be the one to win this entire thing, but that is all irrelevant because it comes down to these players to dig deep and show what they can deliver in each and every single match. And even to start out this entire major, they look good against Weibo. 7-5, righting their wrongs from losing to them previously on into those playoffs. And then they go against W7M where it falls into that 5-7. Then it falls into a wildcard 5-7. Everything is on their shoulders here, but everything is within reach. They can get it done, and we have to look at players here, one of them being Tuhan and then going against JB92, playing similar roles, but you were talking about that discrepancy in terms of LAN experience versus not LAN experience, and Tuhan only this being his second S-tier event, putting up the numbers that he is, putting up the performance that he is, it goes to show they have everything, and a player like Tuhan really can lead the charge.
And that's what you want, right? If Furia are putting in 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10 in their performance, like they did in day one in both maps, like they did in map one yesterday against CAG, you want a player that's going to take advantage. Looking at Tuhan when he played, he is so confident as a player on this team. He is such confident, he's not going to care. I actually heard him say, I'm going to make JV shake today. Like, that's what he was saying. He's confident. He wants to give it a go. But there's also Tuhan, there's also a player on this team. There's a few players on this team that aren't going to respect that they're against Furia. They're just going to play the game. So if Furia put a bad performance in, these guys will be there to capitalize on it.
But I love that. I mean, that's what we want to see. The energy we need from this team, because as you mentioned, the last time they played, it was a best of 3. This time around, again, a best of 3, so we'll have a look at the maps. Last time around, we didn't need them all 3, so I want to see where we're going to if we're potentially needing that 3rd map as well. Our first pick is Bank.
Yeah, so Bank is going to be a map that Furia have played over and over and over again. It's actually a map that they lost going into day one. They lost it up against D+, but it is a map that they're comfortable playing up against anybody they will go, and they played the whole stage in terms of SAL on Bank, so I'm not surprised to see them go there.
And you have to think, they lost that game in a best-of-1 series with not having those idiosyncrasies, going against a team like D+, and going then into that matchup, you have to be winning those opening engagements if you're Enterprise. And then we go into a Chalet, a comfortable map for Enterprise, but a very comfortable map for Chalet. And where I'm looking at this, especially on that defensive half for Enterprise, you are going to have to be ready to thwart off the attack, thwart off the aggression coming from the Siberius dog. I mean, Siberius dog of what? JB92 or Cerberus. I don't know why I said Siberius. Border. Anyways, the Cerberus heads of JB92, KZ, and Herds being on that front, but Border, I'm not too confident.
Yeah. Do you know what? Border keeps getting left open against Furia. Now, just to contextualize this, Furia as a team have never lost this map. You know, when they join Furia under the organization, they don't lose Border at all. Never.
Ever.
And it comes through in ban phases so often. So clearly there's something that teams see against Furia on this map, but they don't ever seem to lose it.
No one sees it. Let's call it like it is.
Yeah, I don't know. But what this says to me is that if Enterprise are going to get it done, they have to get it done in 2. If it goes to a 3rd map, it feels like Furia will have that 3rd map locked.
Yeah, I feel like this is a common thing for teams, right? They'll feel like, oh, we have so much info on what this team does on that map. We want to be the team that breaks that win streak. But, you know, also in general, we've not always seen, even if it's decided, we don't always need to see it on the side of Furia because they've been 2-0ing their games so much. We'll see if they do it again here today. We'll bring in our casters. We're joined by Dev and Pengu for this game. Now, are you two ready for the heartbreak of sending another team home?
We're going to send Furia home. Are you kidding me?
Excuse me?
Okay,
Come on.
well.
I mean, like, yeah, it's Furia. He's going to go home, right?
One of the best players in the whole world is in the server. Who is that, James?
It's Tuhan.
It's Tuhan.
The boys are here, and they are ready to rip Furia to shreds. We've casted Furia, I think, every single game so far, more or less.
Let me tell you.
They have a special place in my heart to these Brazilian boys, but, I mean, it's the Aussies.
All right, well, we'll see how that's going to go, though. I mean, we're looking forward to this game here. The game is ready as well. The series starts on Bank.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, now realistically, like we said, we've seen the Brazilians play quite a lot.
Yes.
Yesterday, it was a very different Furia that rocked up against CAG.
It was, and I'm still not sure which version we see today and going forward. It's feel like a bit of an inconsistency issue, and that's so unlike Furia. For Enterprise, I feel like, you know, underdogs, no big expectations. I hope they don't look at Furia and go, oh, they've had a bad tournament. We can take them down too, right? Just like worry about your own game, not too much about your opponents.
100%. And look, Enterprise, they know what it's like to play against the big dogs of Furia. It's actually happened before. Back at EWC, Furia did defeat EP 2-0, but EP took them close on Border, and they're looking to do the same thing today on Bank. Furia, though, absolutely clean sweeping 86% with the social vote. As you can see for SI quals, both these teams are very likely to make it, but only one can survive here at the Munich Major.
Oh no, Furia, if they win this game, they have a 99.99% chance. And if they lose this game, they also have a 99.99%. So for the SI qualification, EP can gain more than Furia. But of course, right now, it's not about what happens in February. It's not about qualifying for anything other than tomorrow, the next game here at the event. And they are fighting to stay in it. Bank, of course, Furia has been exposed a little bit by D+ only 2 days ago.
Well, it was a 10-map win streak on Bank prior to that loss, and Furia did only lose it in 7-8 overtime, so they are still a very good Bank team.
Let's see, what are they cooking up for us? Enterprise starting on defense, ban the double-ranged hard-breaching operators. Not going to be all that important for this first round of basement in my mind, because like the secondary can openers and such can be utilized by the attackers. But when you go on the secondary bomb site, like the top floor CEO, that means that top elevator wall cannot physically be opened up as there is 0 ranged hard destruction. So this is Enterprise trying to open up the bomb site rotations with these operator bans.
Yeah. The big thing that I'm looking at for this round, though, is that Furia have not only banned the Clash, which we've seen Enterprise play quite a bit between Fish Show and Relays mostly, but they've also gotten rid of the Warden. Now, typically, when you see Warden banned, it means one of two things, right? It means that the Glaz is going to be peeking you every 2 seconds through those smokes, or it means Ying is going to be swinging the ever-living heck out of you.
But that's not the craziest operator to talk about. The first round 0-0 2E on Caveira. Now, if you're not going to worry about your opponent, you're going to play Caveira. It is disrespectful. It's in their face. That wild card playstyle from teams from APAC. And it starts off in a 0-0 round, which means really there's not that much of a risk. We saw SSG bring this out when it was backs against the wall. They need to get a round W, and it backfired. They did not find that round victory. 2-1 shouldn't feel the pressure of needing to go big right now.
Yeah, very unusual. This is, as someone who's from the Oceanic region, Tuhan himself, a New Zealander, this is not a common pick for Tuhan. He is not known for this. This is very unusual. In the prep phase, he was looking for a lot of drones. I'm not sure where he's moved to at the moment. Actually gone down to the basement again, so deciding to play passively. I'm not sure if he's going to look for a re-roam later in the game, but yeah, typically you see the Cav roaming, not here on site.
I mean, it's tough, right? Roaming is one of those things where if you overstay, you die for nothing, you fall back, you'll live to tell the tale. And when you're playing this basement bomb site with utility and plant denial, you want to have guns up. The issue with playing Tashanga over the smoke is not that the gadget is that much worse, because, you know, it's a really strong gadget. Unless you miss it, of course, which you see sometimes. But when you have Tashanga's gadget being utilized, you can't have the gun up. With smoke, you have your gun up, toss the toxic bait, pop, it takes 2 seconds. Tashanga is a double weapon swap, that kind of sucks. So you really want to have Tuhan off this roam, back on bomb site, to help hold the hatch drops, the flanks, maybe the main stairs, for example, to enable players like Fisho to deny the plant instead.
And this has been a very quick take from Furia. The first half of the round done, and within a minute they cleared the map and were already opening up patches. And now it's just time to set up some recon, figure out what the setup is like on the side, and how Furia intends to execute. Man, they have quite a few execute-based operators to do that. As JV spots player on a little bit of an aggressive peek upstairs. Eventually does see that drone. Oh, he's looking for the re-roam. That's the play here. Tuhan wants to go back upstairs. It's not going to land.
It's going to be a timing issue, right? If you pick the exact right second to go for that flank, maybe it works out. But like we said before, you cannot afford to lose a player too early before that execute. You're going to hold the hatches, hold the pushes, and enable Fisher to go for plant denial. Here comes a smoke for ADS burn, and Candelas to create that chaos.
This is great from Furia. Turtle. Nade going down with the Monty shield on his back. He starts the plant, but he is being burned alive. And the Ying, the X factor for Furia, will fall. As they look to restabilize, Enterprise are ahead, and KZ gets desperate with the Rayora. He goes down and burns alive. JV, 1 by 1. Furia must drop and hope desperately for a chance to get back into it. JV finds the double, but after falling, leaves it all up to Hertz as he walks straight past that diffuser, makes it a 1v1. Relays has to do nothing but sit and wait, because EP have taken the round.
Really good decision making there from EP. Tuhan could have stuck it on the roam and risked it all, and had he gone down, he would not be on the bomb site to get those 2 kills, to enable the crossfire and save his teammates. It comes down to details. Furia, honestly, well tried from them. They smoke off the bomb site, they run deep with the Monty, but Fisho, he's the veteran Enterprise. He knows where those plant spots are gonna be, and the fire landed perfectly, shut down nade. The Philippox and the Ying also unsuccessful to find that opening pick.
The fact that it became a 1 versus 1 tells you plenty about how dangerous these Furia players are.
Oh,
That is hype.
from Fisho as well.
I mean, I walked past him this morning, actually. He gave me a little subtle wave. He is a very quiet, introverted man.
Yeah.
He's all about the game. Like, if you hear Enterprise's comms, Fisho guy is always talking shop. And outside of that, he's not particularly extroverted. He's not
Not at all. No.
Not going to be the kind of guy you expect getting fired up, but I know how much it means to EP and Fisho guy, the lone veteran of this roster. Everyone else is a major debutant today. Fisho, he's been around the block a few times. He's always been to these international events as the underdog. Very rarely has he gone deep, not since the Bliss days.
A lot of this comes down to confidence, right? If you're this, you know, the tiny team of Enterprise, the young gunners, the young boys up against the world champions, the world beaters.
Major champions, world champions.
Every
They've won
champion.
almost everything that there is to win with this exact 5 roster have Furia.
You just need to believe in yourself, because it's so easy to, before the game even starts, to clock yourself and like, we can't beat them. Come on, he's serious. I know it sounds silly, why wouldn't they believe in themselves? But realistically speaking, it's so easy to clock out. But they show that they have what it takes to take those chances and play well at the highest level. And I think that first round is a beautiful one to show just how this BO3 might play out. The second attempt here upstairs, we spoke about it, the double heartbeats denial ban from Enterprise means you gotta get creative from Furia.
Wow.
It's gotta be the Amaru, the Monty, the Glass. And that's again, that Warden ban coming into play. They can abuse those smokes and flashes.
And this is not how Furia have played in the tournament
Elevator.
prior to now. They're getting very aggressive.
Glass is
Surely
dead.
this doesn't work. Is the player on cameras? He's not. That's Fisho guy. He's waiting for it. He hears it, and he just cakes the kill.
The read.
Easy as you like, Fisho guy. And Tuhan, meanwhile, has taken down Nate. So this attempt from Furia has fallen flat. The Aussies and the Kiwis are looking very much in control of the round. Bappin
Completely.
takes JV's head straight off. KZ, the line of Furia, up to the roof to ponder what the hell has just happened.
I mean, Fisher was looking at the hatch before Armor even went for the gadget use. I mean, that's a perfect read, or maybe checking the cameras early on, a sound cue. This right here, that is a quote-unquote tactical timeout without your coach. You're on the roof just being, guys, what's the problem? What can we do? What can we fix? Because this round is over. Enterprise will go up 2-0 no matter what Casey will try and do.
Yeah, well, there's over a minute to talk. So this basically becomes a podcast for us. What's going on? I mean, let's recontextualize this. You know, Furia started the tournament, a very close loss to D+ on this very map, and then they got absolutely shafted.
Mind you, before it was a close loss, D+ were kind of destroying them. Then Furia made a comeback, and then they lost in overtime.
Which isn't too dissimilar to what Furia did against CAG. You know, CAG achieved the match point first. I think Furia were down 6-4 before they won that map 8-6 and then destroyed CAG on the second map. But yeah, I mean, for a lot of this tournament, Furia have not looked like themselves. That said, this is the first time we've seen them going time and time again for set plays and pocket strats. I think they've only done pocket strats a couple of rounds prior to this game.
It's awkward because what they were struggling with early in this tournament was when they weren't going for pocket strats, they're chasing him. Like, guys, it's been 60 seconds. We're gonna find him. Come on, we know where you are.
I love this.
He's low on health. He's completely beatable. Oh my god, what is this?
This is the sweatiest thing I have ever seen.
What? He loses it! All right.
Oh, man. EP are going to be absolutely ecstatic.
If you can't even win that gunfight, I mean, that tells the whole story here of that round.
Oh, relays. One of only 4 teenage players at the tournament, by the way. 19 years of age,
One
and
of the
he is
youngest
gunning.
gunners. So what I was saying is, when we cast them on day 1, Furia, they were struggling. Actually, oh, this is gonna be 6-4, so mind. They were struggling when it came to their usual defaults, right? Playing that loose, aggressive style together. That wasn't working. So they started using pocket strats to win around here and there, and that became the saving grace in their game against CAG, where the one-off strats would get them over the line. Right now in the first 2 rounds, I would argue, they've more or less done both pocket strats so far and been completely shut down by EP. So do they go back to the old playstyle that originally got them in this loser bracket position, or do they keep sticking the pocket strats, which currently isn't working? It's a lose-lose in their mind.
Yeah. Tough call. And now they just have to sit in silence and think about what's gone wrong for these first 2 attacks.
We didn't see exactly what happened. Okay. Mingo is like the guy.
He is.
The coach between, behind
the
EP
ultimate
rather.
aura.
Yep. The
What
guy
is the necklace
has...
that he's got on?
I didn't see.
I'd love to have a peek at Mingoran's necklace at some point if we manage to get an angle. I thought it was the Gaming Gladiators logo for a second.
That would have been funny.
Which would be hilarious. But no, maybe not.
The thing about Mingo is that dude does not have a serious bone in his body. He's all vibes, all memes, and in Melbourne, when they're playing the qualifier land for this event, he's like making faces and like jumping around behind the players the entire match.
100%.
I'm like, bro, aren't you supposed to watch it to like give like feedback? And so he's like, no, they got it. Okay.
If people remember the old Chiefs roster, it's quite a contrast between what Enterprise and Chiefs are like, even what Bliss was like.
Right.
I mean, a lot of the guys on that old Bliss roster, the Chiefs roster, very like serious people. You know, you think Sage, you think Brendo, they're like...
Very professional.
Very professional. They play, you know, they really look up to like their favorite basketball stars and stuff like that. They look at this like a sport. And maybe Fisher guy, you know, he's pretty quiet, reasonably serious. The rest of this roster, like, they are just absolute memesters. These guys, in their own, each of them have been like notorious ranked stars in the OS region, and now they are the best team in Australia, and you know, one of the best in APAC very clearly with the win over Weibo earlier in the tournament. But yeah, even for me, as a big OS shill and an OS fan, I did not expect them to go very deep at this tournament. They've already exceeded my expectations. They're looking solid in this game so far, but there's a lot of match left to go.
Yeah, mind you, player on Enterprise wasn't even the mainstay player on the roster. He actually came in doing playoffs in, was it stage 2 or stage 1?
It was in stage 1, between group stage and playoffs, and immediately it was like the last piece of the puzzle that Enterprise needed.
And again, Hertz goes down early. This time it's Babin's turn to get that opening pick onto Zero and active utility operator. See if Philipbox on the Monty this time can find some value for his team, but right now it is not a good look. JV go down as well, another important operator on the Ying this time around. And it feels like Enterprise is toying with their food, running on the building, going for aggressive swings. They're taking no prisoners. They want every single player on the Furia roster. And it's only Philipbox with that shield in front of him who feels safely enough to walk forward.
Themselves in, and yet they're going to have to do something about it regardless. 3v5, time to go fishing. Hard to do on a bomb site like this, which is realistically quite a fortress, but they're just going to drop down into open area. Philipbox goes, trying to scout ahead for KZ. No nades, but a flash will certainly help for Nade. Pox actually finds one, but is traded back on that Monty. Going to be spotted by Relays hiding in the corner. KZ, meanwhile, supports, finishing off player. This is perhaps winnable, especially if Nade finds that kill. Enterprise, be careful, but Tuhan to the rescue. KZ moving in from outside the beepers, and he takes down the first one. Tuhan to clutch in the 1v1, but far too close for comfort. A valiant effort from KZ. It's not enough.
Not at all. When it comes down to the wire, you gotta say there for a second, Enterprise, what are you doing swinging? But again, they have the confidence, they're applying that pressure onto Furia. They have a game plan. Do not give them a second to breathe and feel any sort of safety in the map. You can call it almost a throw, but for EP, it's a round victory, 3-0 up, Tuhan 8-1 currently on the scoreboard. The third and final operator ban for the first half is going to be Ying, targeted because of that Warden ban, and the Mirror. This gives Furia two important numbers to play around. The Monty, which has been unsuccessful so far, and the Glass if they want to, but again, zero success on that operator. Bonk.
Started that round with Hertz going down. Now, would you believe that the worst entry player in the entire tournament right now, it's Hertz actually.
Oh, it's Hertz. Okay.
JV is the 4th worst. Funnily enough, all of the bottom players in terms of entry stats are Brazilian. It's Hertz, Hino, Handy, JV, and then Vidaking.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's so unlike
Furia phase and NIP players. I know, very strange, but I mean, Hertz himself, he's found 3 opening kills and had 11 opening deaths. That's before this game, of course.
Yeah. Mysterious.
5 seconds to go.
But I mean, it speaks to what we've been seeing from Fury this event, where it has been a struggle. One thing is, you know, losing opening pick and then losing the round because you're playing 4v5. Another issue is they're losing these rounds very one-sidedly. I mean, okay, Basement, the very first round came down to a 1v1, but it was a 3v1 before JV got those kills. That previous round also came down to a 1v1, but it was a 4v2 before they got those kills.
If anything, Enterprise fans maybe should be a bit concerned by how challenging it is for them to close out these advantages.
They're finding the line, and I think they're right by it, right? One more over-aggro play where they lose the gunfight, and they're going to start losing those rounds, but they haven't crossed the line negatively yet. They're right by it.
You don't want to play too sensible, though, because that's when you start to let your opponent build confidence. Yeah, and even now, I mean, the way that, I don't know who it was just swinging herds. Maybe it was relays on site. It's just making herds even more scared to push on forward.
As long as it keeps working, Fury will be in their heads like, why are we losing to these guys, man? They're just swinging us. And the funny thing is, if you looked at Furia / WCM, this roster of players the last 2 years, it feels like this is what they've been doing to all their opponents. They're just swinging, they're winning gunfights, they're in their face, they're so confident. They're losing to their own playstyle right now on bank. Oh, I thought it was gonna land.
I love the way that Fisher Guy is using the Tachanka aggressively, actually firing the place that usually teams will be putting the hard breach down on that wall into sight.
I like what I'm seeing. JV working that hatch. Mind you, he is moaning, but there's not going to be any damage done to him with the change to the electrification in Rainbow Six Siege X. So it'll destroy gadgets, it'll, stun you, so to speak, a little bit and make you scream, but you will not take any health damage, so to speak. They're in service though, the glass, which we spoke of earlier, is going to be very important with that Warden ban. That's where we see the C4 from Player and Tuhan. The fire from Fisher to shut that on down. With every smoke grenade, it should be answered with utility.
Oh, wow.
Player takes down Hertz once again. And it 2-8 takes down Fox. Again, the round is basically over.
Abusing these long lines of sight with those ACOGs. Enterprise again have a dominant advantage over the Brazilian's nade. He looks desperate. He springs through the fire and takes a hell of a lot of damage. Diffuser is in his pockets, and yet he's looking for kills. He's so exposed. He sees the first one and takes down Bappin, but immediately traded by Tuhan. It is utter desperation as JV marches towards the side. Tuhan has been a beast today. 11 kills, and Player finishes off the round. It's utter domination for Enterprise, 4-0.
Not to be that guy. The desk, they did a lot of good talking on the desk earlier about this matchup, but there's one thing they did not mention, and we have to speak about it. Tui, one of the best players in the world right now, is absolutely on fire, and it's forced the tactical timeout from Furia.
A smoke já ia estourar, tá ligado, Pox? Eles fizeram a leitura certa. Se eles só deixam a gente execar tudo ali, eles iam mamar, tá ligado? Então a gente sabe disso, a gente só tem que cuidar. Eles estão jogando agora um pouquinho mais soltinho ali. Vamos tentar, tipo, posicionar isso, concentrar um pouquinho mais na mira, conversar, deixar o nosso plano mais simples possível, que vai ficar mais fácil pra gente jogar agora. Vamos fazer então ali uma barriguinha, que a gente vai estar ali com mira, todo mundo junto, preparar um pouquinho mais o mapa, igual a gente tá fazendo e tal, tá ligado? Pra daí a gente ficar mais fácil pra gente jogar. A gente vai ter tanto bomba do seu que a gente faz uma barriguinha na área aberta, qualquer coisa, Pox. Pega aquele Glass, bata esse filho da puta ali da área aberta e depois a gente joga fazendo uma do Noted.
Bora, guys.
Deixa mais calmo.
Again, so much for Igor to say that he actually gets cut off by the admins before he can even finish his sentence.
That is a scary position to be in, though, for Furia. Again, we know they have the experience and the potential. I mean, they've shown us so many times just how good they are. But what do you do against Interforces, or Enterprises, sorry. This is such a problem, actually. Interforce is a different team, sorry. Enterprise's current pace. I mean, in that initial execute, when you're seeing Nate by the bomb site, he takes down Babin on the acre, proning on the floor, then instantly 2 other players swings him. Tuan gets that kill. Visual Guy used the pillar in the middle of the bomb site to perfectly navigate what area was safe and what area wasn't. They're not making any mistakes at all right now. And they're getting every opening kill you can possibly get.
Hertz is again having an utterly shocking game. You mentioned Tuhan before, 9th best player in the world by stats in Stage 2 this year.
It's farming.
But guess what? JV was the 5th best player, 119 EPS.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on today and what's going on for this tournament, but Furia cannot play to their full potential. Meanwhile, Enterprise are still playing with the level of disrespect they need to dominate a team as good as Furia.
Again, they're perfectly right in that middle line of cockiness, but not too egregious, not too risky, just risky enough to get that pressure applied. We saw Relays playing by the square style out here where JB was repelling now, almost looking for a jump up. I'm thinking, you know what? I can't really shoot back because I'm going to be forced into hip fire, my shotgun, maybe not feeling it right now. I'm going to go somewhere else with the Solus and get information to my team. Hertz finds the opening pick, Furia on the board. Hertz finds a second, walks in that general hallway, but then gets shut down.
Ooh. Another trade though onto Relays means that this round should certainly be the first one on the board for Furia.
Should be.
That said, Tuhan is still alive. The ultimate frag up for EP. He waits for his chance, JV spots him. Not enough damage to confirm the kill.
I got the glass, got the smokes, took a call as well, so good information, but Tui's on a mute jammer. They won't hear where he is, but they saw him earlier. The thing is, if Enterprise finds just one pick right now, with attackers on the outside repels, that might just be enough. And look at Bappin making the play, moving across the bomb side.
That's very cheeky from Bappin, but a spray through the Sens wall gets the kill for JV. Amidst the crossfire, JV finds another and confirms the first round on the board for the Panthers.
Perhaps the perfect moment for attack timeout. And with the perfect words to tell your players, they find the solution to all their problems in that specific round. And Furia, all they need is a small chance at a comeback. If 2-4 they can still clutch up on defense. Yeah. The big concern for me going into this is gonna be their attacking side. So if they can survive this attack, this upcoming round, they might just be okay. One round at a time.
One round at a time, Igor. Hertz getting some much-needed confidence after that early double kill. He has not looked like a happy chappy this tournament. And
he has not.
He's the kind of guy that you need to be like just gifting chances to feed his ego, because he's the type of player that's going to play best when his ego's through the roof.
100%. And I mean, though, that 2K last round, I mean, that is going to be an ego challenge. You walk in, general hallway, boop, guy to your right, boop, guy to your left, and you peace out, you reset the round.
Yeah.
So well played from Hertz and his teammates. But that's going to be a top floor attack, and Enterprise not going to go back to it again because they got open area. They got that tertiary bomb site, which works quite well. They can roam around, start top floor, play the roam game, fall back, play basement staircases. I like the Solus pick a lot here from Enterprise, the second or third time so far. Just, you know, figure out where the drones are from Furia, their flank possibilities, just constantly move around the map with more freedom. Furia's response, not so much to the Solus, but in general, it's gonna be more stability, right? Yeah. The Glass and the Blackbeard can take some really unfair gunfights in their favor, and then they're gonna bring Hertz back on the IQ to say, okay, if they're playing annoying operators like an Echo or Valkyrie information, we can counter that as well.
KZ trying so desperately with his Roteros there to clear that mute jammer to enable a late round breach. I can only assume there's no hard breach. What was the plan? Was he just trying to get info?
Good question, actually.
I don't understand what the plan was there with those Roteros.
There's no Grim, there's no hard breach. I'm not entirely certain.
I mean, this is going to be a rush onto site. There's no two ways about it. Is he going to try and time this?
With 3 smoke grenades and a Blackbeard and a Glass? I'm not sure. It could be that simple, but I'm not sure as simple as the angle for this.
Pop the first smoke. JV finding Relays. Nade marching in the building, looking for one. And Impact takes him down, but not killed as of yet. And Fury have come to life. The kill feed reigns orange. And player must now clutch in a 1v5. Fury, after their tactical timeout, have gotten back on the horse, gotten back into the race, and finish it off with flawless rounds. 2-4 is the split, and now they can focus on defense.
Such a simple attack, but so effective. Again, they had the timings, they had the communication, the synergy. Blackbeard walks in, Nate protecting himself with a shield. JV sprints behind him, pre-fires the corner, and secures the most important kill for the plant to go down. Everyone wins their gunfights, everyone synced together, and they do survive the first half with a 2-4 scoreline. Anything is not possible. This is where the real map of Bank begins, the second half.
This is where we test Enterprise. It's one thing to be able to defend. It's another completely to have that confidence on the attacking side to make sure that you are quick enough on your entries, thorough enough in taking map control, and synchronized enough to land your executes. And they're going to ban out the castle as well. Make it a little bit easier to go for those roam clears if Furia are to go for big extensions, especially on that top floor. It can be really finicky to try and destroy those castle barricades on the airlock.
Yeah. You have Soul reliability now in Asami to kind of replace the castle, if you will, to grant you some safety. For Fury, the Bantam Monty, which I think is always a great choice, because, you know, Fishu guys gonna bring it if they start losing, maybe even before they start losing if they keep winning. And then Capital, again, not a bad pick at all. It's, you know, just consistently strong operators almost every single bomb site. And if you're not sure what Enterprise is going to be doing in the server, very, very good options to go for.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're being really nitpicky, you can like, go for a target ban if you know that they're really good on this particular thing.
Ying's left in though, and Relays is going to re-pick onto it for now. Of course, Fish, you mentioned him in terms of the shields. He's got a lot of flexibility. He actually really loves the Blackbeard too. Now, 4-2 split is not doomsday for Furia. Bank is actually the most attacker-sided map at the Munich Majors so far. On average, 60% of rounds are won by the attacking side, which is what's happened so far, right? So Furia, they just have to hit par for the course on defense, and they're guaranteed overtime, you'd think. This is where we really test the Aussies.
Well, you're saying it's an attacker-sided map.
It is.
But then if Furia meet the par, they would lose in regulation because they're 2-4 in it.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
I'm actually,
you're right. In that case, never mind that point.
Yeah,
Furia have actually really struggled.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have not hit par for the course at all.
Yeah, exactly that. They need to actually beat expectations now significantly.
You're right, yeah. Sorry,
you're good.
It's funny, I was reading the stats and I was like, yeah, this makes sense. No, that's actually an argument for why Furia really need to spring into action pretty quick.
Lock it in. And one thing they have been pretty good at, I think, is bringing out the Clash and, you know, playing it the first round or two, then it gets banned in the third rotation, then they start playing the Mirror, for example.
Yeah, true.
And right now, they got that Clash on the board to counter the shields, to give information, to maybe go for a cheeky retake main stairs, go for some aggressive plays.
They even counter the Ying.
Yep, it does a lot of work, that is for damn sure. I'm curious for Enterprise what the vibe is, because doing like a, I guess it's a full map clear technically, but they're worried about the Clash in the main stairs hallway. And this is the problem. If you leave Clash here, they can just be like, guys, walk up the staircase, it's clear, for example. But getting in Clash's face and forcing her to drop the hatch and walk down the staircase, also very risky. So I'm not sure if Enterprise is going to deal with the Clash or leave it be, but right now, they're looking elsewhere.
The problem is Enterprise is going to struggle to try and execute onto the site while there's both the Tachanka and Smoke present. Philippox has fallen back downstairs on that Clash, repositioning. Come this late round, it'll be really hard for EP to execute, where you've got Class, Tachanka, and Smoke still available.
I guess you can make the argument that Fishy Guy knows Tachanka quite well because he played it perfectly himself. Perhaps he knows the best plant spot is gonna be because he damn sure has to find it. I don't think this can be as simple as Relays spamming Candelas and Furia are gonna start panicking because they're blinded. They have to make a play for Enterprise. Gonna be a mixture of Vin Candelas, dropping a hatch, creating chaos by getting a kill, and then maybe then you can go for a kill. Or perhaps it's gonna be a backside hit entirely. Lobby hatch, out of a hatch, yep, Fisher goes down, no way up.
Seem to be able to see the effect of the Dread Mine. Doesn't completely blind him for now, and JV will fall. A good split execute here from Enterprise. It nets on the opening kill, however, amongst the smoke, Fisher Guy forced back. And Herds and KZ have both entered the fray. It's desperate though for EP. Down to a 2v2, and Herds is being picked apart. Forced back into Vault again, as Philippox, hiding behind his shield, tries to peek on outside. Tuhan has been deadly, but not deadly enough.
1 HP.
Bappen trades back into a 1v1. 10 seconds to play, no diffuser in pocket means that Bappen has to hunt for the kill, and Herds is waiting for him on 1 HP. He clutches for Furia. The Brazilians bounce back, and on their defense, they've got the basement on lock.
Both teams playing such a good execute and counter. EP, they're everywhere. Elevator hatch, main stairs, 2 unflanked server. They dropped the lobby as well. But Furia, they had 1 man at each of those locations ready for a swing, ready for a counterplay. And that's why it goes all the way down to that 1 versus 1. They're playing the same game, but from different sides, and they have a really good read on each other in that round.
Yeah, I mean, this is how Furia play their best game. This chaotic back and forth refragging siege. And if Tuhan had won that fight, the round is won by Enterprise. That is how much this playstyle hinges on narrow margins and individual fights, and that is exactly where the Brazilians want to be.
If you're Tuhan, you know, you're 11-1, you are winning every gunfight known to man, and then one of the easier ones in the game so far is the one he loses. That was against the Clash. Full flashbang effect, you swing into it, you're just off by a tiny amount on the crosshair, but that is gonna make all the difference.
It's 3 in a row for Furia, by the way.
Since tag timeout, yeah. Sometimes all you need is a good coach to be like, guys, come on. Come on now.
Igor is inarguably one of the GOATs.
Yes. Cannot take that away from him, that's for damn sure. And the thing about having the same coach, you know, through, I guess, mostly successes for Furia, but overall for a long time means he knows what his teammates need as players. If it's gonna be criticism, if it's gonna be some uplifting words, if it's gonna be, guys, remember the prep? Come on, we spoke about it. Yeah. He knows what that key is gonna be, and every time he calls a TO, there comes success shortly after. Philippox's first Yokai goes down though in open area. It did stun Bappin, but won't make much of a difference. There's no fighting happening. Just stalling for time.
Very much well worth it.
I think there's someone roaming in open area, I'm sure, because they're looking for 2 players now. Afraid of server flank. I assume the Yokai drone being that aggressive in open area was like, guys, there's something up here. They want the vert, bit below into janitors, but gets countered again. Hurts. Slow start, but he's back.
Look at him go, 6-3 ever since he reconnected. And Furia well and truly back into it. With Bappin going down, EP. I mean, it's a lot of different steps they're going to have to pass through here, especially with that clash. So Fisho Guy tries to force that thermite charge down, but he's being watched by Nade.
What's the counter?
Did he manage to shoot the exothermic? I'm not sure if he managed to land.
You've lost your block below, you got like no soft destruction. How do you deal with Nade on the clash now? Options? Yeah. None. One grenade maybe, but you're gonna pick back up the shield and
it's fine. Couple of flashbangs. Yeah, it's not easy. And this is the concern here for Enterprise. They didn't bring any dedicated operators that counter that clash.
They're gonna go on in. Aggressive play, acts of desperation. Fisher goes down. So does Tuan.
The tide has turned and Furia, they found their mojo again. 2 players up for Enterprise against 4 from Furia, and they just have to sit back and lock in their positions. Yeah. Relays tries to make his way forward, but the Clash doesn't even need to swing because Hertz is there to support. It's just player left. Ooh, nice shot onto JV. 3 more to find. He's being peppered by Philippox in the long angle from inside of Exec. Brings out the DMR, looks for a little more, but there are players hunting him. Hertz is well and truly back on top again, and Furia have made it 4 in a row.
I love how Furia opting for less gunfighting, more utility. The mirror windows, the clash shield is saying, you know what, let's give EP problems to solve because they are really good shots. They are beating us in most of these gunfights so far. Let's make them problem solve instead. And EP still kind of playing that old school game, walking in, brute forcing the gunfights, getting shut down from the crossfires and the util. And then earlier, you know, we started seeing Clash being brought out, and that last round, we got the mirror and the Clash. In the 3rd round, just the mirror. Come that 3rd and final operator ban, EP's gonna have a good old think about what's the actual problem in front of us. Is it even gonna be any of the operators? Is it a playstyle difference? Mirror or the Clash? Do you want to bend the Warden and go for the same thing as Furia tried with the Ying the Glass, for example? So many options for EP that I feel like they could be making the wrong choice because there's just too many of them.
Yeah. At what point does that reverse momentum start to really storm out? I mean,
I think we're here now.
Yeah, well, Tuhan was 11-1. He's got 1 kill to his last 4 deaths.
5 seconds to insertion.
He's jumping on the Ash now. I mean, clearly trying to counter that mirror. But yeah, I think you're right. This momentum has truly been stopped, and Enterprise getting a little bit in their own heads. At what point does Mingo call the tactical timeout of their own?
I mean, honestly, probably after this one.
Probably before last round, to be honest.
I mean, in a perfect world, maybe, but you're gonna think you're gonna win that one, right?
Yeah.
They've seen the full bombs of rotation now. They're gonna see that final operator ban after this one, and then you can talk about what you're gonna do going forward. In an ideal world, EP will win this round to get that 1-round lead, then call a TO, despite the fact that they want to prepare for the future. But you're also giving Fury that same thank you, you know? They're also gonna talk to their coach. Yeah. Last time they did that, they won 4 straight.
Exactly. I mean, credit to Hertz, he's really bounced back JV as well. I mean, he's hit 10 kills.
They just turn on.
Yeah.
Like, out of nowhere. From one round to another, JV and Hertz both just massive show up. JV does go down for 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Good kill for Tui, though. Oh, and Fisher guy supporting as well. That's the 2 top-rated players for Furia eliminated at the start of this round. It took a minute, and they have fought tooth and nail. Still for Leapox upstairs. Surely he is not going to go misdroned.
Missed.
I think they know where he is now. He's revealed his position, a spray, and Fisher guy tries to hunt him down. He looks to retreat, but Leapox wants to keep fighting. KZ is supporting as well with the Kiba barriers. They are fighting for every single piece of ground, and they're succeeding in doing so. Tuhan is on the floor. Bappen takes down Nade elsewhere, forcing the rotation. KZ and Leapox back down onto site.
Really respect the aggression from Furia playing together. KC ran in, and because that Leapox stuck around, but I lost their 3rd player of Nade elsewhere, also trying to assist. They've now fallen back downstairs. Look at Tuhan, look at Bappen.
Don't know.
1 bullet, and they'll be in the grave or injured. Hack the camera spot. There's almost no util here to be found from side of Furia. No BP at all. It's just a Scopus shell and default cameras, actually, so...
And there's also not a lot of info for Enterprise. They've got 1 drone remaining.
Don't get because the only saving grace.
I think that's why they're keeping that in pocket. If anything, Bappen here needs to get into position, use his Roteros just to scout for information.
True. Get that 7 seconds of intel twice. 40 seconds is plenty of time to work with. The only concern here is look at the attacker's positioning. Bappen above solo, Tuhan going back alley solo, and again, Relay's also alone in lobby. It means you're gonna give Furia 1v1 gunfights, yes, from 3 different angles, but they have more health than most of these attacking players.
It is very risky. Bappen is not using his last Rotero, and now time has ticked away. He has no choice but to make a maneuver. The call, it's also going to really disrupt for Leapox, but KZ will hold down the fort. Pox as well. Relays in a 1v2. He's far too late, and he will fall. 5 in a row for Furia. This comeback, I mean, it's happened. It's in the past. Now they can look ahead and lock bank in.
It's gotta be a TO after ban phase. It has to be right now for EP. They had it, they were feeling confident, everything was working for them, but they have now found themselves in the opposite end of the spectrum. They are now losing everything. Nothing is working and being counterplayed. The Clash Bang does get confirmed in the end. Grim ban from the side of Furia. And there it goes. Enterprise tactical timeout.
We need a bit calmer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're doing too much overcomes on mid round now, so we have to clean ups, like using gun up, shut up. What do you need? Like everything for make some clean comms. We need clean comms on mid round.
Yeah, we need to make sure Chris, you were dead so early and you didn't call square flank. They flank square.
Okay, yeah.
So just make sure we're just helping. No matter
it's
what.
just the little things, one thing at a time. Entry, we get man advantage. All right, let's focus flanks. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
We have our
We're
flanks,
playing really
we
good
can
though.
push.
So, believe yourself, believe your teammate. Okay?
Yep.
Fucking go.
Come on,
let's go, guys.
Let's go.
That's such a classic Mingo ending as well.
It's a classic Mingo timeout. As well. It's like you said basically 2 things.
Yeah.
And then it's like Tuhan gets in, Fisher gets in.
But he's not wrong, that's the thing. And for him, very early on, it was like, guys, let's calm down. And he himself remained very calm during all that. And then I like how they address the communication problems, that the mid-round is too hectic, too many things are happening. Use slow down and shut up, I think is what he was saying.
Gun up and shut up.
Oh, gun up and shut up, yeah. We had a hamburger call that meant the same back then. I know a lot of teams have these like crypto keywords. And then it's gonna be Tui just being like, okay, let's own individual responsibility. Hey Chris, when they flanked square last time and you died early, you gotta call that.
And you see what player said? He just like stares straight back into his eyes and said, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
like
that's
the
on me.
humility, you need that.
Yeah. It's not fighting over who threw the round and what went wrong. It's like, guys, we got this, you know?
I also have a lot of respect for Tuhan. I mean, he's typically like one of the core fraggers for this team. He's also been around the block. He's always been known to be like that fragger. He's also been known to be a bit of like a larrikin. He's, you know...
Comes with the skills, man.
Exactly, right? You know, he gets energized. I'm not saying toxic, but like... And then in that moment when he needed to just like have a one-on-one with his teammate, he's like, you know, no shade, but like you need to call that. And players like, yeah, I know. And it's just like, they're on the same team, right? And I really like that, because you just lost 5 rounds in a row. It'd be so easy to want to bite each other's head
off.
It
would. It'd be like, dude, I'm getting so many kills, and like you're 3 and 7 or whatever else. Like, you could easily get hitsy if you wanted to.
100%.
But no, they're up in the same side of the coin, but Hurt is too damn good. With SMG11, long-range gunfight, just finds the head, clean off. Now it's Bab in the grave, no set projector walls. Hurt's gonna stick around seemingly for now.
Spray through the wall. It's a bit desperate from player, but it does end up getting the job done. Expedites the process. So is this where we gun up Shutter? Well, there's a lot of ground still to take. And a lot of Roam is still alive as well. Only one player from the defense is down in the basement on site.
I'm curious here about the mute being brought out. Almost thinking, okay, if you're splitting Dokkaebi, maybe, but like they banned the Grim and they brought the mute. They don't have an Echo or Maestro sit on cameras for a Dokkaebi call. Not sure if it's just to assist the Roam team for Purge himself or whatever the case might be, but they have a bulletproof camera now in Garage that can watch over the flank at least, so it hurts watching the entirety of this round. Enterprise half the round to go. They're still decently on track for now. There's no roamers anymore from Furia. They should know this about now. They got soft destruction, they got hard destruction. It comes down to the execute.
Yeah, plenty of ingredients to get that execute done, but Furia have really relished the chaos in the last couple of defenses.
Knock, knock.
Even when it comes down to those 1v1s, they're typically winning it out.
Let's see what the plan's gonna be. Mind you, last time it was no default server take. It was gonna be that backside portion, just attack everywhere, not go for a plant at all. But this will be more of a default one. This will see Fisher guy with the Hibana as well, with the hard destruction. Fire comes out. This is the problem. 45 seconds, 73 launches. A head drop. He found the gap actually. He's in there.
Do they know that he's dropped? I think they do.
Mine.
How long will he be able to wait patiently? Yeah, Philippox is definitely certain of this. A peek from JV, but Relays gets him. That's a critical kill. This is very aggressive from Relays. He has to time it. A lot of damage on Philippox, and he takes him down. Meanwhile, Fisho guy is confirming that plan. It's aggressive play from KZ, but he is punished. Nade in a 1v3. Swiftly becoming a 1v2, but this retake is nigh impossible.
They got the fuse shield, they got the intel game, and they got that hatch opened up. This should be a round lock-in for EP, but Nate can still clutch it.
Oh, the fire though. That's a great way to counter Fisho on the fuse. He needs to try and bait out these kills one at a time. Tuhan up above, claims his 14th kill. And with that, we are once again tied here on Bank.
Happy coach, proud coach, Mingoran. Bit of fist bump, chest punches as well.
It was a good round. I like the Relays play.
I mean, he will win or lose the round off that drop. If he drops there and just dies, it's actually over that round.
I like that the rest of the team started going for the plant while he was there, because even if he loses the fight against, say, Philippox, Fish probably plants.
Exactly. It's all about timing the chaos.
2v2 retake, that's doable. And
right here.
I also like that we didn't see Relays over-peaking here. He dropped, and then he just restabilized and waited for JV to peek him. Instead of forcing the issue, his team wasn't ready yet.
No, it's perfectly played.
What do you say? Don't get distracted? Oh,
it sounded like that. And like you said, he talks shop. That's Fisher for you right there.
He is.
He's like, all right, guys, we won that round. Okay, so this upcoming round, by the way, we're going to be taking top floor. What are we
Fisher guy is the kind of guy that, like, before the kill cam is done, he's already talking about what ops we're picking next round.
Yeah. It's a classic case of IGLs where celebration is great, but the next round is coming up, guys, and you have so little time to talk about it. Tui also back in action, 15-6 now, kind of getting a little bit more fired up in the kill department. And it very much just feels like Enterprise, they just need an opening. Whether it's gonna be an early kill, like a 5v4, or in that previous one where they trade 1-for-1, Relays making a mini play. A little bit of chaos, a little bit of spice. They can all capitalize. EP, mind you, they are from APAC. They're not like a classic vanilla team. They need a little bit of something else, a little bit of flair.
True. And I will say, like, the one thing, people often generalize the whole of APAC, but because of the geographic differences, like, Oceanic teams play very different to Japanese teams. Oceanic teams are by far the slowest and most passive. They actually kind of get memed on in the APAC region. It's like, oh, the Aussies, like, Japanese teams will be like, we're versing the Aussies? Oh, that's easy, they're really slow. Right? It does mean that Enterprise play a little bit more like an NA or an EU roster.
Sure. But that's where we talk about, like, how many players from O's is full-time players who doesn't have a job or studies, right?
Very rarely. And for these guys right here, I mean, like, Fisher guy, he's been full-time for a while, Tuhan, but, like, the rest of these guys, it's very much new to them. It's going to be a rush, though. Fisher guy with the Ryora locks down one of the doorways onto site. Slowly but surely making their way forward, not over-rushing it. As the doorway opens, the gates open onto Nade. And he is taken down. Furia will fight back, but it is all for naught. As another one drops.
Great intel there from Enterprise. 3 guns, same direction, but there's one more creeper. A lurker hurts in the corner of CEO. Walking, rappel on in, so Fenderbox swings the hallway again. Support player IGL can still find those frags.
Yeah. And yet Enterprise have slowed down. The lion roars, and player wants to make his way forward. For Leapox is the danger for Enterprise. Rotation. Oh, this is the chance. No! Oh, this is so awkward for poor player. He's going to get swung, surely. The gate could close, but no, he hasn't done so as of yet. Finally takes him on down. KZ 1v3. Good luck. It's not going to be easy. The diffuser has been recollected by player. And Enterprise, it's gun up and shut up as they try and lock in and take him down. 6-5 for the Aussies.
One more round. At the very worst case. My boy. Worst case, they go into overtime, but let's be honest, EP, they want this in regulation. They've been feeling this victory in those first 4 rounds. It was going so well for them. Bit of a struggle, but then they recomposed. I really want to applaud them here. The reset, when it became 3v3, they had 2 players on window repels. Tuhan came off the rappel, went into lobby, and then joined player on the same spot, making it 2v1 in the hallways. And that's very important because, I mean, 2 guys on the rappel, that's, you know, just getting in is going to be almost impossible. And Tuhan was half health, but still it became the aggressor together player.
On the verge of a 20 bomb is Tuhan. 18 kills to 6 deaths.
Literally a classic. It's a banger.
3.0 KD. Yeah, this has been a gnarly game from Enterprise. Look, we know that they can hang with Furia on a map here and there. It happened at EWC, a 6-8 loss on Clubhouse. But here, this is Furia's map pick.
It is, actually.
And they were undefeated on bank 10 games in a row until they lost it 7-8 to D+ earlier in the tournament. This is where Furia want to be.
And it speaks to all their strengths, right? They got their pocket shots, they got the stability, they got the aggression, they can know into last shot, they got the timing like Furia. They are on paper an excellent bank team. Enterprise, though, have almost simplified themselves to a victory. They're not overcomplicating these rounds. And their technical time was about, guys, the communication's getting too much, right? Let's just relax it, calm it down. Their whole game plan has been like calculated aggression together and not get too like emotional on the server.
D+ took him down. Shopify Rebellion took them down. But then Thurium bounced back against CAG. And we thought that they were going to go for a little bit of a loser bracket run here in the Swiss system against Enterprise. And then tomorrow, who they may be matched up with if they even get there. But right now, Enterprise is making a very solid case for why they should continue to stay alive here at the Major.
So, 2 minutes will define overtime or regulation victory. Every second that goes by for Enterprise is precious time lost in this attack. Smoke, Goyo, and Tashanka. Furia, they are so known to do this, that when the game gets really intense and high pressure, they will just slow the game down on defense as much as possible. Often it's going to be something like a clash, but that's been banned away. So they get their other operators.
Fuse is good, though.
Fuse is excellent for this. Gonna fuse it first, clear the Goyo canisters, then breach the hatch. This buys them a good 20, 30, maybe 40 seconds of value, but still, the big thing is going to be Hurts. He's playing server stairs with the smoke, 2 canisters in pocket. If he stays alive and stalls for another 20 or 30 seconds from here on out, that's going to force EP into a rush.
We need Ying for this. There's no 2 ways about it. Like, you need to utilize some of these candelas, especially because later in the round they can be less
gonna wait it out
against Felipe.
Ying's not moving. Ying's in open area. It's going to be fusing Iban and pushing on together.
For it. Fish! A big entry, though. Tuhan takes the risk and finds his 19th kill. Numbers advantage for EP.
Straight on flank cams. Make sure that they're locked in the right positions. Pixel angle from Garage can be a problem, but that's where Fisher Guy on Diffuse Shield comes in. He can plant safely. The only issue is gonna be the fire from the Shanker of Nade. Last time this happened, it was Relays dropping Vault Hatch from lobby that opened things up. They need that same playmaking. Someone has to go for a play. Relays is on the lobby hatch. Bappin is on the hatch into red. They're gonna go for a 3-2-1, make distraction plays, and KC goes down to 2-1, dropping a 20 bomb.
It's desperate times for Furia. And
here
in go the Sens light walls. Fisher Guy in an off-piece plant position, but the Nitro Cell lands squarely on top of him. And so now do they go for kills? Tuhan, 20 kills, will now look to try and plant that diffuser, but JV's been eliminated. From down under to the very top, Enterprise have upset Furia on map 1.
We said it. The man is here to play, one of the best in the world right now. Tui drops 20 kills even on the first map. Started off in a heater, 11-1, then slowed down, then recomposed, 20-6.
And it is a big moment. The first ever international win for Enterprise, and it's against the former world champs. Can they get it done in 2? Stick around and find out.
Welcome back to the Munich Major, where Enterprise find themselves up 1-0 on this first series here, though. How exciting. It was their opponent's map pick as well, and one player we highlighted at the beginning of this series absolutely popped off. We're talking about Tuhan.
Tuhan was just... I mean, I don't even know what you say about this kid. He was just so exuberant in terms of his style of play, being so confident. Jack, you were talking about this when we were just looking at the highlights. Yeah. The confidence that he has going into this match and being able to take these gunfights left, right, and center and win them out every single time. Dropping 20 kills is no easy task, but then you're doing it against a team like the caliber of of Furia, the champions. I mean, they were W7M. I'm not entirely wrong, but God, he is electric.
Honestly, it was so good, and variation of operators as well, and confidence. One of the very first clips we saw there was him pushing in front of a mirror window into the execute and opening the round up for his team. He's done that consistently. Yes, they did have a bit of a wobble, but they managed to find that resilience. That was the big thing for me. When they went 5-4 down, I was thinking, this is over. Fury have started getting going, and then they've shown the resilience, the fortitude to get back, and it was off, and we said it was the big word. It was confidence. Tuhan's confidence on that entry particularly has dragged them through this game.
Yeah, we put Tuhan in a head-to-head versus JV92 at the beginning of this game because those are really the players that we expect to pop off. Let's have a catch-up and see how they're both doing.
This is absolutely crazy, by the way. 20-6 in map 1, 177 EPS. Now, we're a little bit early, but we can maybe start thinking if this game goes 3 maps at kill records here, because 20 in map 1 is absolutely phenomenal. If he carries this on and we go 3 maps, then it will be a kill record.
I think you're saying it too loud. You might put a little too much pressure on. We're literally right next to him. I don't want to put too much pressure. He's literally right here. But, I mean, fact of the matter is, I mean, again, going against an opponent like JV92, like the rest of Furia, having the numbers like this, it's not just on Tuhan to be putting up this performance, because there might not be any more gas left in the tank going into this second map. The rest of the team has to sub. If we can just look back at the stats just one more time, because I really have to paint the picture here. He dropped 20 kills, and what, the highest underneath him was 6 or 5. We have to see a better performance from the rest.
This also really paints the picture, in my opinion. I mean, we were talking about it as we were walking back. All the players had left the room except for Casey. Was talking to Igor, was talking about what happened during that first map. That's something we're seeing here on the screen as well. And even though, you know, we're still, I guess, starstruck by the performance from Enterprise, there are people who saw this coming. I know you are really, you know, hyping up Furia and everything, and you expect them to win. But when Babin posted on socials earlier today, you know, let's see at Furia, Speakeasy actually playing on the other stream at the moment, said 20 bomb, eh? Babin said, let's see. And well, we did see, in fact, not from him, but there was a 20 bomb.
The only thing Speakeasy got wrong was not replying to Tuhan. But yeah, no. Yeah, and it was curious as well because it was on their opponent's map pick. We said that it had to be done in 2. We think if it goes to 3 maps, then we think Fury will get it done in border. Enterprise have done their part. They've won out on their opponent's map pick. They just need to bring it home on their own.
Yes, that's the big thing. Now looking towards his second map, though, it's going to be Chalet, which is Enterprise's map pick. How do you think, Lax, the playstyles are going to transfer into this map? Is there anything that Fury can do?
I think that's the biggest thing for me is it's not a map like Bank. It's very constrictive of a map. That's why I can really see Furia come alive here, because they can shut down a lot of Enterprises in unorthodox style of play and abusing a big map where it's, again, it's going to be far more constrictive. They can play far more as a unit and be more tight with that aggression than in an open area such as Bank.
I think for Furia as well, like I've been clearly shilling them. I absolutely have this blind faith confidence. They have that blind faith confidence in themselves. The best of ones didn't really matter. The best of 3 yesterday against CAG, they managed to get over the line on the map where they weren't good. Today they've not. Now they're up against it. Now they're facing 1 map away. So it gets real for Furia. This is where Furia need to stop messing around. They look a little bit fragmented. As you said, when they walked out, KZ stayed behind, wanted to talk to his coach. You know, they look a little bit fragmented right now, and they need to figure that out quickly.
They need to, because they're on the brink of elimination, as we were talking about as well. We'll have a quick chat with our cast before we send you into the next map. Once again, joined by Devin Penguin. I want to hear you guys about Tuhan, because you work in this region more often, right? You cast for this guy more often. Is this something he always has? Have we been sleeping on this guy, or what's going on?
You have. His name's not Tuhan anymore. It's 20Han now.
You know,
20Han.
I like it.
Here it's elimination match, right? For Tuhan, it's Monday. So it's just not in the office. It's normal.
This guy is the GOAT, though. Like, he kind of has been slept on, I think, in the OS region because of players like Jigsaw. But, like, let's remember, the thing that was the downfall of the OS region, the downfall of Blizz, was this guy replacing Oda on that team when Titan came in and started making moves. But you kind of can't blame Titan at that point for seeing Tuhan, seeing what he's capable of, and picking him up. I'm just glad that he's finally got the chance to show what he can do on an international stage.
Absolutely.
Well, it could be just a Monday for Tuhan, but it could also be the Monday where he sends Furia home from this tournament on the brink of elimination. They find themselves. The second map is Chalet.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is where it could be the fates of Furia. Enterprise have fought so hard to be here through the OPL, through OCE, all the way through here. And yeah, look at that. The tide is turning on the social prediction. It feels like EP might have earned a few more fans.
Rightfully so. And also Furia is still not fully back in form. I do think the desk really touched on a very relevant topic here, whereas what happens, and we said this too actually on the way back from the bathroom, what happens when TUI doesn't drop 20 kills? And this has been the story of the top OS teams for a bit now. Jigsaw drops 20 very often, Tuhan as well, and then there was like 6-7 kills on the guy second. Yeah, okay, whatever. 7 kills on the guy in second place, and it's just, it makes or breaks these games if it's that close.
Yeah, it does. And that's, I think, the thing that OS teams have been chasing ever since the Bliss days. Because back on Bliss, there was no Jigsaw, there was no Tuhan, and they won. They won evenly. They won as a unit. And that was what the OS teams and what many teams in the world credit their success to, not having one player pop off, but having a well-rounded roster. Of course, Enterprise, they all can frag. It's just that Tuhan happens to take the lion's share some of the time. Here on Chalet, though, it could be a new dawn for Furia. We've seen them make comebacks before. They're kind of known for it. Any particular games come to mind?
There was this
yesterday, something at, of course, the Sao Paulo final. But here is
20 man.
The 20 Han stats. 20 and 6, 177 EPS. This man, lad, I mean, 9th best player in the entire world for stage 2, and it was not a fluke, that's for sure.
Chalet. It's going to be an interesting map to watch. This is where Furia, back in WCM, they cemented the current playstyle of the map, the aggression, the long lines of sight. I mean, this is literally partially the strat that they invented, right? Open up the office wall, open up library, you can hold everything from the bomb side. Furia, they're going to know how to attack this better than probably any other team in the world, arguably. And Enterprise, they gotta find victory despite that. I
They
like
did
this
pick
ticket
this
to
map,
target.
though, I will just say. Enterprise, of course, Furia picked Bank. Enterprise picked this map because they are one of, if not the best APAC team on this map. They 7-0'd Ludovica, which is a very strong Oceanic team.
That's true.
And they even beat Chiefs and Enterforce, a Japanese team, on this very map.
So Enterprise beat Enterforce?
I know, it was a very entertaining match.
Well, I remember I wasn't casting that one. I was very happy I wasn't because I was like, dude,
it's too confusing.
I would
man.
mess it up.
Too confusing. Oh, I mean, have you ever casted Fury versus Furia?
Don't think I have.
That one got to me.
But I did Dire Wolves versus Wolves Esport a couple times. And that was a head scratcher. Relays almost goes down though. Casey quick in the building in Mud Room. It's a keeper blocking his path forward. Again, first blood has been so important on Bank earlier. Who sets the tone? Bappen strikes first. That's a nade. That's blitz removed, actually.
I don't know how you managed to take down a blitz in a 1v1 like that. Nade does get away, does not get away with his life. Bappen has been traded, however. Good work from KZ. And Hertz, who's really found his form in the last map. For Furia, numbers advantage as Fishergo looks for a little something, but KZ gives him more than he bargained for.
Down to a 2v4 now. Player and 2 both on full health, and you see Furia resetting the round. 2 players holding blues there. They're expecting more aggression. So I'm pretty sure the conversation between Bank and Chalet was, guys, they're gonna do this crazy stuff, unpredictability, just like expected. Oof. There it is again. They're watching those angles. They're prepared for those fights.
Yeah, much better from Furia. Like you say, they have read into the Enterprise playstyle. Hertz looks for a little bit more, but doesn't find it. JV will trade. Great start for Furia.
Much like Bank, we're expecting the attackers to thrive the most. And that is a downside of picking a map. The enemy will choose the starting side, and you will be a fool if you start defense on Chalet by choice, which is why Furia opted for the attack. So, we might just see the reverse of Bank, where Furia might pull ahead on statistics, and then Enterprise, the real game for them, will begin on side swap. But how many rounds can they get? Every single one matters so much. 2-4-1/2 would be okay. 1-5 would be a bit of a doomsday.
The Furia really struggled attacking on Bank, and that is also an attack-sided map. They only went 2-4. So I wouldn't say, I mean, well, that round, that first little taste of what Furia have got cooking for us, it does fill me with a little bit of confidence. EP maybe just need a bit of time to warm up. Both teams really found a lot of success after their tactical timeout.
They did.
So that's something to keep in mind as well. I wonder if Furia start to run away with this, when will Mingo call the attack for Enterprise?
10 seconds remaining. Attackers have located a bomb.
Of course, if you are a a smart player, which something like Fisher Guy probably would be, if he notices, you know, in a couple of rounds' time that the comms are too cluttered, he'll be like, oh, Mingo's last TO and Bang was about the comms. So guys, remember what Mingo said? We just gotta relax the comms in the mid-round, relax.
Gun up, shut up.
Gun up, shut up.
My new favorite thing.
Yep. I'm a fan of that as well. It's simple but effective communication, that's damn sure. Wanna see Enterprise though, what are they gonna do? Bappen once more takes down JV.
Ooh, double window spawn peek.
Interesting. That's gonna be ace. I mean, that's half your heart destruction rather, leaving just the Maverick.
And Maverick takes a hell of a long time to get anything done on the hard breach, especially on Wine Cellar. You're very exposed doing that. So
yeah,
that's probably the most valuable pick you could possibly ask for.
I will say though, with the kite being up and available, I would take Maverick over Ace right now just to guarantee the walls being opened up. It is the kite 2-brow combination. As Enterprise, they ban the Ying and the Glass, by the way, and Fury, the Clash and the Mirror.
Herds is just fishing.
I don't think they know.
Oh, Fisher Guy exposed himself for a brief moment. Thankfully, it was not a head that was found. Relays, it's his job to hold on to Wine Cellar. He is tasked with clogging this up. Oh, there's actually a roamer upstairs as well. It's player in trophy. Threatening for a potential late round flank on the Denari with the Scorpion.
It's gone on drone so far. And Fury are working a lot of the map, right? They're joining Blue Stairs, joining, you know, Dining Kitchen, but they've missed players so far. Hurt Soul on the backside. If they don't drone him with this, their flank is very much open. The only saving grace then is JV is dead, likely just watching the camera, so on good timing, he might catch player on the flank. Fisher goes low on health as well, as is Tuhan. So this is Furia just kind of resetting around again, rotating back and forth, and just spending the time they have, because they have tons of time.
Do they not know?
Ooh.
It doesn't look like they know. Player is starting to make his move.
He can watch over the hatch. That means if player comes, they go, guys, it's going to be a frontside take. Fisher Guy goes down. It's going to be a front take. Blue and Firebase Stairs.
Yeah. It's a big kill for Furia to find. It's the DMR player as well. Fisher Guy is whittled away piece by piece. Remember, in the back of your head, player is on for this flank. Hertz knows about it though, and this could be a freebie for Furia. Player waits, falls back. Hertz sprays to him, and Nade will take him on down. Great kill as well from Felipox elsewhere as Enterprise capitulate. 4v1 for Furia. And Mr. 20 Han himself, even a player of his caliber, is not going to find this easy. C4 doesn't land. Nice little hip fire, but Furia get the job done. 2 rounds in a row, and Igor is fired up.
You can really see Furia's experience on this map shine. They lose a player early, JV, half of the heart destruction. And then they don't do anything for a while, really. They're just like waiting, prodding, holding angles. And they know EP's going to make a mistake somewhere. They get one pick, a fair bit of damage. Perfect rotations. The flank watch was secured as well. And they just get a couple of kills. And with that, they get the round. Enterprise. Bank plays out very differently than Chalet.
Oh, yeah.
Being in your face and running around is gonna mean there's so many more cutoffs. Like big window, repel master bedroom, the office balcony. There's so many ways from outside the building you can take down a defending operator. Moving less might be better here.
It's a hard thing though, because compared to Bank, where you can create really fortified power positions on defense, you can't do that on Chalet.
No. I really like the demos being brought out now so far for KC, because speaking of those power positions, there's a lot of verticality.
Yeah.
Almost all the floor across both library, mezzanine, and the bomb site is completely soft destruction. Then we're gonna get a bit of spice here with the armor room from Hertz. We saw them try it one single attack on Bank, on a top floor attack up the elevator hatch. Did not work whatsoever. So I am curious what the thought is here from Hertz.
And I have a lot more faith in hers after Bank compared to what we saw previously in the tournament. He's really found his confidence back and found his entries a lot more of a higher success rate compared to being the worst entry player at the tournament as he was coming into today. Blackbeard also a lovely ingredient. Nate abandoning the blitz in favor of a little bit more of a lethal operator.
Swapping mags.
Wow, look at that. Casey has the choice of 4 different players to scan. Going to target Ella for now. That's Bappen. knows where he is as well, hidden inside of the stock. It's likely Nate who's going to go in forward. Bappen does not have any Grismots in pocket to try and contest with that Blackbeard. But meanwhile, Tuhan, he's pawn picked and actually found KZ outside the building from inside of Mudroom. And that enables Bappen to escape.
Okay, so a little bit of a mini play works out. JV, great flick, finds one person, but gets traded back. The jiggle on the pixel from Tuhan confirms a second death from Furia. No Lion, no Deimos. Plan A in the bin.
So what do? You still have that Blackbeard. That's the secret ingredient here for Furia. Nate has struggled a little bit on it to find dominant entries. I don't think that Amara is going to cook much as well on this bomb site in a 3v4.
I'm not sure about the Amara in general. It just seems like highly risky with a low chance of working out. And then also, there are so many strong operators on the board, whether it's going to be the Grim or the Capital, other shield operators. I mean, they don't even have hard destruction for this one. Not that it's super necessary in a top floor attack, but it could help out if need be. These walls are soft though, so I guess I'm wrong. Gonna go Solarium though. Walk up a staircase, rappel in that window. 3v4. Planting though is gonna be quite a challenge.
As info as well, thanks for a bulletproof camera for Enterprise, but Herds finds a good opening for Leapox. Just on the other side of this doorway, Tuhan was waiting. A bait and switch with the drone. Tuhan's fallen back to it.
Yeah,
more favorable position.
They got the kill.
I mean, in theory they can plan, but as soon as they do, that's one less gun available to prevent Enterprise from marching on forward. And Tuhan is so tempted to retake here. There's info on two of these players. Nade is forcing down that diffuser, and Furia locked the round in. One by one, Enterprise will fall. 3 rounds on the trot on the attacking side for the Brazilians.
Again, it's looking very good for EP until it doesn't. A 4v3, and I'm thinking, okay, they know Furia can't plant right now, but then immediately a player dies. And then it's just 1v1v1s. When you get that 4v3, in my mind, play in Solarium. You've killed the Deimos who's gonna annoy you from below. You've killed the Lion who's gonna make you stand still or run away and get red pinged. You can just hold your ground. They gave them Solarium stairs. They gave them Solarium rappel on in, despite the wall being soft. They're giving so much space, and with that, they're gonna call their tactical timeout for Enterprise.
We need more energy. A bit low energy now. Like, we need like more 10% energy now. Like, from Oli, Fish, if you can do more vocal, it's gonna be really good. Like, your problem is like 2 Oli fallback, right? That last round, really good. How do we play for mid-round? They execute. We can keep doing that shit, and then we ban Blackbeard. So that means they already have Blitz, Sens, that shit. So watch out to bot direct and the bot jump in like that shit. Okay, so let's fucking go.
Fucking go, come on. Yeah.
Go.
More energy.
It's the opposite, if anything, to what the tactical timeout was on map 1. He said,
relax the comms.
Yeah, relax, chill out. No, we need more energy, and it speaks to the different playstyle of this map. And it's exactly what you were saying. In that 4v2, they played passively. They fell back inside the bomb site. Mingo wants to see them fight tooth and nail.
Yeah.
That's what Fish said as well. Let's go fight them.
Initiate jammer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing it so well in the first 60 seconds, then they get the advantage and go, okay, we're done fighting now. But again, the difference between Chalet and Bank is, like you mentioned so perfectly, there's not all those like strong fortifiable positions by the side.
Look at the 3 bans from Furia as well. Flash, Mira, Azami, they're the 3 operators that actually give you a way to play a position on this map.
So I feel like for Enterprise, play traps, take the fights together is gonna get you much further. The way they're playing the first 60 seconds, they should try and mimic in the last 60 seconds. Do not give Fury the chance to go for executes. They said, well, let's ban the Blackbeard and expect the shields and the Sens. That's what they're expecting, and they're right on it. And Sens the following round.
Mingo knows what he's talking about.
They got their prep work, and I feel like Enterprise, they know exactly what they need to do. But right now, they gotta find the energy and the confidence to do it. And when you're down 0-3, that's gonna be a lot tougher than if you're up 4-0, like on Bank.
And he called out Relay specifically. Oh, speaking of, he said, Ollie, you fell back too early. Keep on fighting. You trust your instincts. He's the youngest player on the team, and he's also the newest to not just this level of comp, but comp in general. Even Bappen, he floated around for a few years on mid-tier teams, and OS, Relays basically went from the bottom to the #1 team in OCE.
Okay.
And here he's struggling a little bit so far. I mean, he is a scary player to come up against on those servers, but he needs to find his confidence playing internationally.
And it takes time. And this is the beauty of a BO3. You're like, oh, they're so good in the first map. They're so cocky, so aggressive. They're hitting all the shots. Yeah, well, map 1 is over.
It is.
And map 2, it just plays out differently. Especially when you go from bank to chalet, like mentioned before. They're fighting on it, though, playing mezzanine. The issue is 2-1 goes down first, and so does Bappen, leaving just player who's dead as well.
Bad to worse for EP. On the back of that tactical timeout, they find very little. It's Fisher guy up against the Worlds. And that Monty is getting in his face. Nothing for him to do. He can desperately try and find 1 kill, but it will be traded on back again. Furia, 4 straight.
They want blood. Look at the pace from Furia right now. They are storming in the building, and this is exactly what I meant earlier when I said, I don't know about going straight against these guys. They invented the current playstyle on this map. You can see the experience. Furia know exactly what to do, when to do it, and how to get there every single round. And it just goes to show, Enterprise, they might have a plan. Furia, they have a solution.
Well put. And now they have no tactical timeout to fall back on.
Yeah.
Enterprise have not won a round in, well, it feels like forever.
It's only been 4, technically.
Yeah,
but it does feel a lot longer than that.
Well, keep in mind, we had the little break between maps as well. We had a little death segment.
You know, I didn't see any of the EP boys in the break. I only saw Furia players. Where are they hiding at?
I don't know. Did they use the same bathroom as us, or did they just...
Well, Furia did.
Yeah. I walked past... I think it was JV. He did not meet my eyes.
No, I mean, locked in.
And this morning, as we arrived at the venue, JV was like, hey, casters.
Casters are here.
Talking to us.
Yeah.
Energetic. Not after losing map 1. I think Fury will be feeling a lot better now. 4-0 in the lead.
It's also some of the things that can be hard, speaking of like newer players like Relays, is the whole like locking in aspect. Like, locking in is like a meme now, it's like lock in, right? But when you're a player, the simplest way to explain is that what you want to try and achieve every single game is to reach the zone. And it's this heightened state of like hyper focus where you have like a blackout almost, like you cannot recall what you did last round. When you win on this map or lose this map, you cannot recall any of the things that happened because you're so focused on the now.
So present.
Relays might have been locked in the first map, but then you have a 5-minute break. You go to the bathroom, you go outside, you drop your chair, and you get out of that locked-in state. Furia, they're won so many world championships. They know how to stay in that area for as long as possible.
Yeah, and Hertz is truly locked in now, 8-2. And on the entry here, up on the mezzanine, he's so keen to get aggressive early.
I mean, he's taking these risks. He just swung a double crossfire with a nade in his hand.
Doesn't even care.
No, he has to. He knows they're not going to swing it because they don't dare to. They will die if they try it. And that's when Hertz is the most scary. When he has that, like, I will challenge you. I do not care who you are. C4 could be good, but guess what? Philippox walks backwards. Dukes it perfectly without even knowing.
This is just a top floor roam, remember? The basement, bomb site is down in dining, but Philippox very quickly is going to breach that wall as well. No wall denial whatsoever. Kaid, Bandit, I mean, everything is unlocked and available to play in terms of wall denial. Meanwhile, Hertz will find a very critical kill. Bappen going down. He's getting just too aggressive inside of Piano. Ooh. The fire now exposing Relays' position. He finds one and gets aggressive for more. Needs to find a second one with the shotgun, but JV cuts him from the long hallway. Player still upstairs with Tuhan down below. 2 separated individuals for EP. And Castle now getting targeted. Boy. Player is in a very dangerous position. Trying to bait, hopefully Furia to overswing tunnel vision on him and enable Tuhan to get the pick, but now Tuhan's position has been exposed.
Bombsite's downstairs. They don't have to go for these kills, but they try to. They're planting right now as well. Enterprise think they're playing for kills. They're not. Guys, they're planting.
Oh, well played, Furia. So well played. Perfectly entry, perfectly converted. The pivot to plant when you know that both of the players are so far from that objective. 5 rounds straight. And now Enterprise are completely shut out of Chalet.
Look at the face of Tuhan. And then also now just hearing that small bit from Fisher saying like, what side do we go for? It feels like they're running out of options because they don't know what to do. And I don't blame them because Furia, they're doing everything right. What do you do against this? They got the read, the adaptability, the shots, the ego. No easy kills are happening for EP. Look at the tally. 3-5 Tuan, 2-5 Bappin, 1-5 player and Fisher guy in 3-5 relays. No one is punching at their own weight. They're all negative in the server. The question was, what happens when Tuan is going to have an average game? Or what happens when no one is playing really well in the server? 0-5.
5 seconds to go.
The desk also said, and I'm right there with them, just like yesterday, it has to be a 2-0 for EP because Border is where, just like on Chalet, similarly, Fury they thrive. Again with CAG, same story. Border was the third deciding map, if I recall correctly, and we all said CAG needs to get this done in a 2-0 fashion. Border and Furia, you don't want to take them.
I know, I'm kind of on the coat because Enterprise lost 8-6 to Furia on Border at EWC. So they can hang on that map in theory, but if they get 7-0'd here...
Exactly. If you go from Bank into Border with the confidence booster, maybe. But they're going from Bank into Chalet into Border, and they need a round.
Yeah.
At least one. We said 1-5 would be very challenging, 2-4 would be ideal. Well, how about a 6-0? Actually, Relay strikes first and beats Hurt in the 1v1. It's gonna fall on back. Maybe, just maybe, they can get that one round in the first half.
Enterprise got the opening pick in the first 3 rounds of this map, and they still lost them. So the job's not done yet, that's for sure. Furia are very good at fighting from behind, but you're right, it is Herds. He's a top fragger on the team. He's the deadly little X factor. I like this shield, though. You're talking about how it's so hard to play fortified positions. How do you fix that? Okay, play shields and play Kai. Oh, wow, that's a nice nitro.
It was funny because Casey was coming over for a grenade and just meets a C4 instead. Now they can nade that shield and clear it. There it goes. They're peeling back the layers of EP's defense.
How are they going to clear the electrical without the IQ?
Zero, honestly, could really easily do this. He's in fireplace right now.
Oh, it's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Genius.
So there it is.
Oh, jump out.
Oh, the timing.
Bappin, he's hungry for more outside the building, does get away with his life. Meanwhile, KZ is keen. It's Relays on the other side, getting targeted by that Deimos. And KZ nearsighted, but does look for an entry. He's low HP, and there is a crossfire. That's an aggressive swing from Relays, but he lands the shot regardless. Nade now inching forward, finds one. Keen for a second, but EP, do not give him anything. 4v2. Nade is in a plantable position. There's a nitro cell on Tuhan, but he is very far back. Spraying a bit of damage onto Nade.
Good plan right here. Yeah.
Cover needs to be perfect from Polipox, but Fisher guy finds him. Nade to get the first. Surely not another one. 3 kills on the round. It is critical. Bappin and Fisher do not fluff this up. No more flashes. As Nade makes his way forward, it would need to be an ace with the Thermite. Diffuser starts to get planted. Bappin, he can scan that. He knows what's happening.
Oh my God.
And he's found the first, but not the second. A sweat and a sigh of relief from Fisher guy. EP locking in around their first of Chalet, and the only one they will find on defense.
You see Nade's face. There's a big smile. Be like, guys, I almost won that. I almost hit it. I mean, that is not a bad way to lose advantage of Furia. Side swap. Okay, I hope they were really prepping to have a strong attack inside, not relying on defense. The map is historically much more attacker favored. It is completely possible to make this comeback a reality, but it's round by round, a lot of rounds in a row.
Yeah, the concern is just how dominant that first half was. Not even the scoreline, but each round individually. Herds found 2 3Ks. Nade got a 3K in this last round. Even what should have been a certain advantage for EP came down to a very close 1v1. Enterprise fumbled a few numbers advantage early in that half as well. Why are you swinging that player? You're 1-6, brother.
That's why I swung it. You wanted to be 2-5. How are you gonna get kills if you don't try and get them? Okay. If I recall correctly, you would jump out a window during a show match to get a kill, no? Wasn't that you?
Probably. I don't know. I did clutch a 1v3. No, it was on... I played the one on Favela.
Oh.
I clutched a 1v3. 1v4 if you count me team killing Macy J.
You also was it accidental or on purpose? I don't recall the exact clip.
Right. So when I got invited to do the show match and I asked what the rosters were and I heard that I was playing against Zig on the other team.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm a fanboy. From back in the day when you beat him when he was on Black Dragon.
Hey,
like,
he beat me on Liquid.
True, he
Atlantic
did.
City.
He did. I've been the biggest Zig fan for a long time. And then I heard that I was playing against him and then I found myself in a 1v3 or 2v3 and then I had to tinker my studio to take all the glory for myself. So look, no, I haven't jumped out a window, but yes, no, I appreciate the sentiment that you're saying. You miss every shot you don't take. You miss every swing you don't swing.
You know, when I was in school, I played basketball for a little bit.
Really?
And, yeah, and I would never go for the shot unless it was like perfect guaranteed score. And my coach was like, you miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, that's bull. Then I became a player and I was like, oh wait, he's right. Because I thought it was embarrassing when you missed the goal.
Yeah.
Same in like soccer.
I mean, if you only hit half of your shots, but you shoot twice as many times as the person next to you.
Yeah.
Still looking pretty good. Realistic a hell of a lot of damage from that C4. I like the idea.
Oh, Fisher, huh? He's injured. He's dead.
What's going on?
So we're still on.
What is going
stuck
on
outside,
here?
James.
I'm a little bit suspicious of EP. They decided to speedrun this one, sending in body after body into the same player, and KZ says, oh, I guess I will happily take every single one of your players.
It's kind of just free this round.
Yeah, relays 1v5. He's positive, technically.
Well, he's even. No assist.
Is 0 a positive number?
It's a neutral number in this case.
Okay.
If he had an assist, you can argue that he's positive.
Sure.
But he's 6-6-0, so he's dead.
What if he gets 3 more kills and then loses the round?
Well, then he's positive. But he's still losing.
But he's baiting.
But he's baiting. I feel like, so something that I would love in a perfect world is cases like this. Let's say Relays gets 2 kills here, or 3 or whatever. I feel like it shouldn't count the kills that you get in a 1vx if you lose the round. Because they're so completely impactless.
But it forces Furia to buy their operators next round. Can you imagine that as a game mode? You have to buy each operator.
To buy each operator, and the currency is kills, or...
I guess so. There we go, another exit for him. Have you heard the story of the Relays 1v5?
Not yet. But I just might in the future.
I'm not sure you will. He has time. Doesn't have diffuser. Actually,
He also has no info.
They're fully camping kit, by the way.
Ah, that's boring. Like, you're off 5-1, you might as well try and make
Boring,
it
Furia. You may as well just...
They're playing to win? Who are they? World champions?
Yeah.
No, the kid is in Narnia, as we say.
No one's on this camera there. Oh, there we go. There's another kill for KZ. Oh, sorry, that's Felipox. There you go. A little bit of an underwhelming finish, but it was a convincing round from the get-go for Furia. Don't leave him hanging, JV. 5 map points against Enterprise after such a thrilling first map. Surely they don't go down with just a whimper.
It is so quiet in here. I can hear.
You can hear their comms?
Yeah, I can. In real life. Because they're sitting right behind us.
I can actually hear Fisher guy talking to the team.
Literally.
I
It's
took my
that
headphones
quiet
off for a
right
second.
now.
I can hear him saying that they're wary about a lot of traps. Which isn't too wrong.
Because mind you, like, so at the right time, there's going to be 2 different games going on, A and B stream.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just dead quiet.
Yeah.
It might just be this game happening.
We're also in a bunker right now. We're actually underground.
We are underground.
Yeah.
Thanks for leaking our location, by the way.
Underground where?
Now, well...
Don't even know what country we're in.
Munich Major. I wonder.
Could be anywhere in Munich. It's a big city.
True.
10 seconds left.
Technically true.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just thinking right now, like... There's always that thought of, like... When do you go next map?
When is it GG go next?
When is it GG go next?
I think it's been GG go next for 2 rounds, 2 or 3 rounds here.
It's now. It's definitely now.
Bappen falling to spawn peak? Yeah, it's definitely GG go next.
This is a matter of maintaining your composure if you're an EP player and not just tilting right now. Just like, you know what, we won the first map, that was theirs, they won ours, whatever. Now it's a B1 on border. And like we said, when you go into border, you need that confidence and belief in yourself. I mean, Relays is even 7-7. Player is 1-7. 2 on a Bappen, 3-7. they're not gonna feel the best about going to border up against players like Hertz, who's on fire currently.
I am trying to find the last time that Furia lost border. And
they had a 33-1 scoreline lifetime when this tournament started.
Oh, okay, well then they are...
What about direct plant?
They've never lost it before. Great.
Oh, but they're in there with Blitz.
They are.
The smoke hit.
No, the plan is not going to go down. In fact, Furia continue fighting back and preventing that plan from going down. It's just Relays and Player. As Relays looks to take his Glaz elsewhere. 2v3, not unwinnable, but certainly unlikely.
Grisham Mines and Pocket being placed down right now. They got one final toxic bait. They got a solid information. And EP are not in the building. They're by the library window, by the bar gaming window as well. They gotta get in there. Player gets into library, but no defenders are quite there for a fight. It's gonna peek down the hatch and just hope for a freebie, but this is Furia, guys. They're not gonna give you anything for free. That's for certain. They're playing blue stairs and playing by side. They're forcing EB to walk into the trapped areas.
Relays choking on that gas. Player in position, but can't fish for these kills. He's looking for something, but his 3 Furia players are completely locked in on the bomb site. Just taking a little bit of damage. I'm not sure where that's going down. There's a flank opportunity from him, and he does spot Player, takes his head clean off, leaving Relays in a 1 versus 3 that is simply impossible. Furia will sit back down and get back to work. It's an easy map for them on Chalet. They might have lost Bank, but it's time to turn their attention to border.
No Twenty-Han, no win right now. It's about getting the whole team on the same page because they need every single player from EP to go into border because Furia, they have woken up.
Enterprise won Bank, but Furia are waging a fierce campaign. Border up next to settle it.
Available now.
can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a thing. I can see what's in front of me.
Furia tied the series back up 1-1, and in what a fashion they did it as well. 7-1 on the map too. And you know, credit is due where credit is due. You were talking about Furia going into this map and how Chalet was going to work out so much better for them. It sure did.
It absolutely did. And again, it's a very, very constrictive map. And when you look at a map like Bank, there's a lot of wiggle room. There's a lot of room for error, especially on the side for Furia that Enterprise was capitalizing on. But by no means, when you go to a map like Chalet, where there's not a lot of movement to be made, there's not a lot of room for error, there's not a lot of wiggle room, you absolutely see Furia dominate in every single front.
Yeah, in fact, the only round that you can see on your screen was the one that the Enterprise got over the line, was the one where Nade actually very, very nearly pulled off a 1 versus 5 clutch. And what an attempt it was, by the way. He actually only lost it because he overflicked. It was as simple as that. And this is what we wanted to see from Furia, right? We needed a wake-up call. They've not been particularly hot in this tournament, other than the second map yesterday against CAG. They were facing elimination. They had to come out, and they had to come out with a statement victory, and that is exactly what they got. I thought Herds was brilliant. He's not had a great tournament so far, particularly on the top stat on your screen, on the top line, first kill. Reason why? He's been terrible on the entry. He's been a real liability so far this tournament on the entry. Today he found it. Hopefully, this is the spark that ignites Furia for them.
And again, pressure makes diamonds, and when you're playing this flawless as Furia is, and I just want to highlight Felipox for a second, him being the IGL and still putting up big numbers, going 8-1 in that match, is only setting us up what that border is going to look like.
Yeah, of course, these reactions from the Furia players are way different than what we saw after map 1, but of course the 7-1 really shows that too. Now, going into the final map, we're going to border. We talked about it getting through the map phase here with Furia. What do we think Enterprise needs to do, or maybe even can do, going in this final series?
They need to capitalize on the aggressive plays coming out of Furia and let Furia make the mistake. Let Furia peek into your crossfire and then play a trade game going into that late round, keeping the man advantage and winning the rounds. But That's no easy task.
It's such an uphill battle. When we saw this map veto, we said if it goes free, we think that Fury will get over the line. If you think about size-wise, Border is actually smaller than what Chalet is. It's a smaller map, and it relies so much on that compactness. You're not going to have the space to go and find cheesy kills here and there. It's a really difficult map. In fact, for Furia, they have never lost it under the Furia banner. Never. Not once. So the fact that it came through this veto, again, huge surprise. It's going to have to be something monumental from the side of Enterprise to get it over the line. If there's one person, it's clearly going to be Tuhan to do it for them. But even then,
he didn't even perform. He didn't step up.
I still worry. I still worry.
Yeah, and I mean, I like that you're saying you don't capitalize off the mistakes that Furia are making, but we gotta be really honest as well. You know, looking at Furia, looking at Border, will there really be that many mistakes? Especially with how it's looking so far. I mean, even when JV9's 2, we put them in the head-to-head. If he has a quieter map, that doesn't mean that it's over for them. Whereas on the side of, you know, Enterprise, if they missed out one star player, it seems like it's getting way more difficult.
And that's kind of the benefit of Furia, is that every single person can frag out. You know, if Herds is not doing it, as he's not been doing it, JV is often there. JV's not there, it's KZ. And then you still have Philippox as the IGL, as a, you know, a star player in his own right. Remember when he was on the MIBR days? He was playing on controller. That's how valuable he was to that team back in the day. And then you've got Nate there as well. You know, nearly getting 1 versus 5 clutches. Everybody on Furia has that step up when it's needed.
And I was just going to say, Philippox, even going into today's match before any stats are being added, he is the highest rated player coming out of the side of Furia. Again, that is their IGL. And again, this is no easy task for Enterprise, but they're not done yet.
Scoreline predictions, though. Who do we think takes it? And give us like an approximate scoreline of what you think is going to happen.
It would be, so the one good thing about Furia on Border, and I remember saying it during SAL, the one good thing about them is they have an absurdly high defense win rate on this map. They are good on the bad side of Border. Border is known for being attacker-sided, and Furia are exceptional on it. They're starting defense. I would say, I think they're going to win the map and the series 7-2, if you want to want me to have a scoreline, 7-2.
Okay, I think Tuhan needs to perform here, and everyone needs to get that hope and that confidence. And if they can, they need to have a 3-3 half and end it on their defense.
Okay, that sounds promising, though. You saw it really quickly in the bottom of your screen, though. Predictions are still going to be a thing, especially when the playoffs will start. Keep that in the back of your mind. I predicted Furia to go through as the very first 2 teams. That is not happening, but they still have a chance here to make it through as EWC, where Furia sent Enterprise home from their first international tournament. Now they have the chance to send the team home again from their second tournament. Will Enterprise let that happen or not? We'll go to Border to find out.
Thank you very much, and it could be that Furia end up being the APAC Grim Reapers. It's been a troublesome tournament so far for them, but Chalet, they looked like a new beast, and on Border, this is their home, this is their domain. They have never lost this map under the Furia banner, and if you look back into their W7M days, they are on a 28-match win streak. The last time they lost it was against Virtus Pro at Sao Paulo in 2024 SI. It has been a hell of a long time since any team has toppled them here on Border. But if I can say one thing...
Oh, what's that, James? What's that?
D+ broke their 10-match bank win streak. EP then doubled down and beat them on bank again.
Sure.
Furia can bleed.
They can, but what is a plus 10 map streak to a 28 or whatever? You know, it's a whole different beast. And, you know, we say on Furia they invented the current playstyle in Chalet, sure, but on Border, they might not be inventing the playstyle, but no one can beat them on it. And that's all that matters. They are the ultimate Border team in the current era of Rainbow Six Siege X.
And you need to be out of gun when you play on Border. 3 of the most aggressive maps in the pool are set for the docket today between these 2 teams. We saw it on Bank, we saw it on Chalet, where Enterprise stopped gunning, where they stopped firing. Here on Border, this is where you need to have your A game. This is where your fraggers need to be landing their shots. Gabe said it himself in the pre-show. Tuhan needs to go big here on Border for Enterprise. We need to see Relays and Bappen, the core fraggers of this roster, having big performances. We need Player to be consistent, and we need Fisher Guy to be making every call correctly if the O's boys have any chance of staying alive at Munich.
So Bank comes down to execution on the bomb side. Chalet comes down to the mid game more often than not. If that would be like, what does Border rely upon? Getting in the building, honestly. And it sounds so silly to say, but it is so frequent we have like a big skill difference in the matchup on Border that you're stuck as an attacker out at East Staircase where Tuhan is. We're stuck outside CCTV Armory on the balcony as well, because getting inside means you need to make a play. That's for EP right now. They need to just have step 1B. How do we safely get inside the building to start our round? You see right now they're expecting spawn peaks, expecting runouts, aggression. Furia already playing those mind games, being like, hey, you saw what happened in Chalet? You gotta be careful.
Just you wait. Just you wait. And Furia strike at the time you least expect it on their defense. They're afforded the luxury of being able to sit back and wait. Enterprise have to get to work. Really scouting for info with the Roteros. I like the Brava pick here from Player. I'm not sure what he just hacked. Was that a BP? Yeah, nice.
I just feel like when you double down Brava and Flores, it's a lot of, let's spend the first minute and 30 seconds out of the building on purpose and then struggle to get inside afterwards. I want to see a little bit of aggression, right? Like, where's going to be your... Dokkaebi's there, but who's going to act upon it, right? Where's your Deimos? Where's your shield operator? We're missing that kind of oomph in the server, and right now, they are stuck, like I said before, outside East Stairs and outside CCTV and break room door. Half the round is already blast by. You just start making that first attempt. At the minute, it hurts swinging out by his own choice, looking for drones, looking for players. Just keep on swinging and applying that pressure.
And Herds has been on point in this series. 21 kills so far, only 13 deaths. A lot of that on the second map. Bappen is very low HP. Hoping for Herds to swing, hoping he'll have the reaction times to find him, but no, Herds instead peeks through the window. There is a trade eventually from Tuhan, but it is far too little and far too late. 1v4 required as Fish has fallen. I don't know what KZ is looking at, but it's certainly not Tuhan. Thankfully, Pox is there to finish it off. Great opening round from Furia.
How many attackers by your count made it inside the building?
It was Fish, right? That was it.
One guy. Literally one player the whole round into the building. It was sandwich, window, and armory. Rappel on in, peek to the right, die. It lasted about 3.5 seconds at most. That was it. They are stuck outside, and this right here is where all my alarm clocks they start ringing. Red alarms. EP, they're gonna be struggling. And they're gonna need a big switch up to get back into this game. Now, we spoke earlier about how if you go from, you know, a really one-sided loss into Border, where's your confidence level gonna be at? And it just makes you wonder, what would have happened if it was gonna be Bank victory into Border, and then Chalet would have been left in the bank, you know?
We need the confidence that every EP player had on Bank. I mean, even Fisho guy was going for Enchies. JV Lion.
JV Lion?
I don't know what he's talking about there.
It's been a very quiet in-game chat, actually, of the match.
Surprisingly so.
I think there's a lot of respect from EP.
There is.
Like, they could get lippy if they wanted to. We saw that in Melbourne.
They do that against teams that they know and they think that they could beat. Against a team like Furia, I mean, JV is known to get pretty lippy in the old chat, but mostly Furia do that against Brazilian teams or Brazilian players.
Yeah. I remember the early days when they were playing against like G2, for example, for Furia Stars, W7M, and like Alamar was in that roster, right? And they would just start memeing Alamar when people die and stuff.
And that really gets to him as well, so it's well worth it.
I mean, Alamar was known as Judas for a good bit of time when he betrayed Brazil by going to Europe. I haven't heard that in a while, though.
No.
They've kind of accepted where he is.
I mean, we've got plenty of players going overseas. I mean, Loira,
true.
G2, Dash as well.
Supposed to have cameraman, Ramalo.
Yeah.
Now you got them over in APAC as well, in D+. Elevate.
Yeah. So, Furia.
What is that?
What are you doing, Tuhan? That is... I don't have much to say about that. They're building in Blackbeard.
They're in the building.
And they are indeed inside the building. Fisher guy looking for a little bit more. And Nate will fall. A second for Enterprise. Evening up the numbers, but Herds is hungry for a reply. He's on this Oryx as well, so if he gets in close quarters with the Blackbeard, he'll take him down. He won't even need to get up close. Fisher guy looking the wrong direction, falls victim. 2v3. Bappen and Player to pick up the pieces.
I mean, look at this. Both outside E stairs where Blackbeard was just inside. A little bit of fear taking the fight. Bappen's gonna try though. Doesn't find the kill, but a little bit of damage onto Hertz. Has balcony control. There's so much more map in front of them. Office, armory, CCTV, break room, all undiscovered by Enterprise. And it's again a standoff. They're sitting still, holding angles, expecting and wanting, needing Furia to make the first move. But they're the attackers of Enterprise. They need to actually be moving first.
Don't have a clear plan. And the thing is, Bappen and Player, like far less experienced players, even than someone like Tuhan. They need Fishokai to really be in their ear right now saying, guys, maybe you should go for this. Guys, maybe you should go for this. Not backseat gaming, but just offering a little bit of leadership in a critical moment like this when Enterprise cannot afford to stall out. Finally, Bappen starts making his way forward, but Furia, they've fallen their defense back down below. Herds, of course, in the late round has the ability to jump straight back up these hatches as JV falls. Down below. Bappen's actually just around the corner from KZ, shotgun in hand. Bappen needs to land this shot. Player is not nearby. He might be able to get the drop on JV. Indeed, he does. But KZ wins his battle against Bappen, leaving Player in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is thanks to that bulletproof. And Herds will swing him and take him down. 2 in a row, completely comfortable for Furia.
Nice and easy for them, round by round. I gotta say, looking at these player cams, I'm gonna pull a Minko. More energy, boys.
We need the energy out
Where's
of
the energy
Enterprise
at?
now. I mean, they've lost 9 out of the last 10 rounds in this series.
Wow.
And even Mingoran behind them. I mean, chin to his chest, head down. What did he say? Low-key, we just need to suck it up or something like that?
It could have been that. I'm not sure.
No, but it was...
But I see this play right here, right? Like, Fisho is in there, and then Player and Bappen is like way outside the building, like not really following in. It does strike me as a little bit of they're scared. And you're playing border, it's like the last map you can be scared on. Because the whole thing's gotta fight. Like, I personally, back when I was a player, I was bad at this map and disliked playing it because I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not Hurt, I'm not gonna walk in and take kills. I'm gonna sit outside and be like, please swing me. I'm on the rappel on Blackbeard, you know?
You're a cut-off player. I know a lot of North America likes to play that way as well.
Yeah, and you just don't have that to the same degree on border at all. You need to get in there.
Afford to. You need to play the Brazilian play style. You need to get around it. You need to have just the conviction to go for these fights, to swing in.
Yeah. I mean, you're driving a car that doesn't have brakes. It's forward, and it's a matter of how fast. And that's why I want to see the blitz of Blackbeard with the Dokkaebi Lion or Deimos that kind of gives you that, okay, we need to push because that's what an operator does. When you're playing operators like Twitch, Nomad, IQ, like in this round, for example, it's let's lock down the flanks, let's scan for utility, let me use my drone, and it's all good. But you're not gonna actually get to step 1, which is entering the building and getting that first bit of foothold. So you can clear as much as you want, but at the end of the day, Fury, they have 5 guns. And that's what you gotta worry about.
Alright, so what's the play here? KZ snuck his way back in, but Hertz will fall. Opening kill for EP. KZ should be able to swing. JV supports him. Takes down Bappen. Enterprise have not managed to control CCTV. It has been retaken, and Tuhan is struggling with this player on the east stairs. KZ needs to be put down. He jumps out. Jumps straight back out again. They cannot put KZ down. He will fall back and somehow survive. Reloading out. It is a miracle that KZ has been allowed to escape with his life.
Honestly, very impressive entry there from EP, from a few of the guys. I want to see Tuhan get in there. Relay strikes first, though, and finds another.
This is exactly what we need from EP. A little bit of gusto. Get in that building. Start taking fights amongst the chaos. 3v1.
Low on health, though, is 2 of the players.
No drones.
This is clutchable by nade, especially with a bit of Goyo fire around the map. All the walls to bathroom reinforced from workshop. There's one last Selma charge. The line gets opened up. They have no information, though, on where Nate is. He has to try and use it to his advantage.
The lack of drones here is so punishing.
They have 0. There's the last bit of hot destruction, though, and that's going to pressure Nate to move around. I like this. They're just kind of figuring out where he is by knowing where he isn't.
Oh, perfect. Now they know exactly where he is or where he was 5 seconds ago. Nade quickly moves. Relays on a big rotation. It's Fisher guy who's got the diffuser. That's a great Vulcan fire as well. There'll be 10 seconds left on the clock once that subsides. Fish has to make sure not to expose himself too early. And he crosses into a safe plant position. Relays needs to cover, but Nade, he's in the perfect spot. He's going around from the other side where Relays is not in position, and he takes down the first. Relays from up above the hatch now has to clutch this up for Enterprise, and Nade has the picture-perfect read onto his position. One tick, the second, but it's a bait. Relays does not get faked out, he falls back. Oh
No,
my god,
he's
Nade's
not
gonna go
gonna
for the
do it.
reinforcement!
No.
It's genius! He's not gonna manage
He
the
has to
angle, but
drop
he
now.
might be able to see from above the
He has to drop.
reinforcement. Nade gets on that diffuser. Is the angle there? He drops down below. Nade swings it and finds the kill! An unbelievable clutch from Nade! Surely that's the done deal for EP! Furia have been untouchable these last 2 maps! Silence in the EP camp.
Once more, the experience, the difference at that level shows. Furia, cool, calm, collected 3v1, play by play, step by step. Mid-round, hold up, we got a spare reinforcement, guys. If you're Enterprise and you really want to min-max your positioning there, you're thinking, okay, one guy's gonna plant, he might die. Okay, the player up above, what can happen? Okay, if you just shoot the floor a little bit on the soft destruction part above the diffuser, you don't need the hatch. You have a different angle, and he had Claymore, so he didn't have self-destruction, but his gun can create a hole that would circumvent the reinforcement. But when it happens in the middle of that moment, panic is gonna happen. You know, oh my god, he's reinforcing. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna drop.
I cannot believe it.
I've never seen that sort of reinforcement.
Not to
that
clutch
wall.
around.
Not that wall, no.
I've never seen that reinforcement clutch around. And, I mean, the mental composure for Nade. In that moment, he's 1v2ing, right? Relays is completely psyched out, but he isn't falling for the first bait from Nade. Nade commits the reinforcement and then still knows he's got time to bait it again. He gets off and wins the fight. 12 seconds remaining for him to get on that kit.
It's perfect.
Unreal.
And it's one of those rounds where if you really needed that momentum switch and be like, oh guys, we got it, we figured it out, that's the round.
I hate to say it,
3v1.
but I think this is the game. I think that is the game-winning round right there. I think it's done.
It's the final nail for the mental of Enterprise.
Yeah.
If we can't even win that round, which one are we gonna win?
It's rush time.
One caveat though, what do you got to lose now? Go for it. Go for broke.
Furia might read it. We need this opening kill. Nade low on HP, but not finished off. Player tries to retreat, doesn't commit to his position. JV takes a bit of damage. Opening kill's been found by Enterprise. Oh, KZ taking a lot of damage. That's a really nice position from down inside of Tellers from Bappen. Unfortunately, doesn't quite land enough shots with the Vendetta. Maybe this is winnable after all for EP. As they're on the verge of winning their first round, but that Oryx does miss the dash. It's an awkward matchup, awkward position for Hertz. As a lion roars, he does find Tuhan. Looks for a little bit more.
It's a brawl, it's a battle, a TDM style round for this one. Everyone's fighting someone else, 1v1v1.
Oh my god.
A trade. Fisho gets one, but gets injured.
Surely a trade here from Relays, but with Bappen falling, and Relays as well. The round is surely finished.
Whoa.
Player cannot even take down that bulletproof camera. He's nowhere near the rest of the team. Player is playing slowly. He's clearing Yuta while the rest of his squad is going for aggressive plays. He was completely out of sync. 1v3. And they're still peeking him.
All it takes for 3 players to die is 1 bullet. Player, JV, Nade, all just 1 bullet away. So we're looking at Hertz as the saving grace. He can sustain a few more. But there's going to be player stock outside the building once again.
And he's low too.
And they know exactly where he is, so.
Swing. Oh, Hertz is so tempted. The only way back into it for EP was to win that round. It's 4 in a row for Furia on border. And it's 12 out of the last 13 that EP have lost.
Let's try to get the energy up. You know, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Also, it's not that, no. We're playing fine. It's not the energy. We're literally just not doing shit together.
Okay.
Like, we said we're going east.
Harry, 5 seconds. Like, first page, we know we have to expect how they playing. Really good, that shit. But after that, we got an opening kill. We're doing nothing now. We have to more make team goal and then team play for that. Okay?
Yeah.
Fish, I think we're playing too fast. Wait,
No. Fish, when we got the east kill, I want you needed to be the one to direct us what we're going to do next. Everyone's just...
There's so much action happening. Yeah, I need to call clear comms, I guess.
Is everyone's just trying to come up with their own stuff?
We need more info.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Yeah.
We need to slow down, like slow down the round and just fucking...
That's a lot of different things happening now compared to before. It's very scattered.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen Fish admit that he's struggling to IGL.
Yeah.
Because in the Ost region, he's regarded as the modern IGL GOAT. You know, he was praised at being the heart of Bliss, and he's praised as being the heart of this roster as well. But he even admitted himself when Tuhan said, I need you to call the plan after we find that opening kill, Fish says, oh, there's just so much action going on. I just can't.
And if you watch that round as a spectator, I mean, we got no, emotional stake in this, in the server. What was going on? It was fighting, like, East stairs was diffuser, but they're tagging Archive Store, they're in the bomb site, like, they're everywhere. And this is the problem with the one IGL kind of show for teams, is that if Fisher guy is on East stairs as Blackbeard fighting two different enemies, he's not gonna call the strat. He's fighting for his dear life. So it really comes down to either you're gonna have one guy IGLing and give him the peace of mind, whether it's positioning or playing something like a Muncie that can't die very easily, or the more modern version, most players in the roster can call the strat. We can communicate together. So mixture of, we need more energy. Energy wasn't the problem. We gotta play together. We got better comms. We gotta have more direction. It's so scattered apart that I don't think anyone really knows what the real issue is. Yeah. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah. And even in that moment, I mean, Mingo couldn't just make the call, the single, like, clear comms. Guys, it's okay. Let me wrap you up in a blanket and say, it's okay, coach knows best. This is what we need to do. There were 3 conflicting voices in that tactical timeout. And even Fisher guy, once he admitted that he couldn't do the call, he said, I guess I have to call clear comms. So that's something that he needs everyone else to do, to be quiet, which is also saying we need less energy, right? Less energy in the comms.
And then 2-1 goes down early, and this is where frustration just keeps building, because we just talked about this, guys, and now we die early and we're playing the 4v5. And again, I want to go back to my very first point I made. Getting in the building can be incredibly difficult in a high-skill matchup. Enterprise, almost every single round, do not get in the building.
The pressure has been boiling over for the last 2 maps, and Enterprise are struggling to swim. Fisher guy on the Blackbeard making his way into East Stairs. It is clear now, with no pick, Furia can always just retake in the late rounds.
Here's a Fisher leading the charge, takes East, takes below.
Yeah.
Relays though, I think through the wall maybe actually gets injured.
He's gonna confirm that kill as well. Another one bites the dust for EP. No trade. I mean, look at where Bappen is. He's so far late behind to try and support his teammate here. Furia are running circles around Enterprise. After the Oast boys took bank in what was such a hard-fought map, ever since then, the Brazilians have woken up. Ever since then, EP have looked bad and only gone from bad to worse. It's out of the frying pan and into the fire. And another one will drop. Nade easily. Freest kill of his life, you're right. Not a single drone remains. 30 seconds left in the round. And Fisher guy not able to be the tip of the spear information for Furia. 25 seconds left. Nothing has happened in this round. Furia are just sitting back in their positions. Another freebie for Herds. The round is almost done. And there it finally is.
Ego was about a pre-fire. He was like charging the fish. Like, all right, there we go. Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, and the contrast.
The contrast is sad. Okay, so that was round number 5 being played. In 3 or 4 of the rounds, I've seen the drone counter literally hit dead zero. So what's happening right now, They drone in drone phase, likely for operator information scouting. Fair enough, they lose 3-4 drones. The round starts, they're all just droning from outside the building, and then we see they have none left. Now they're forced to walk in, but completely blind. It's again down to confidence.
Honestly.
They thought there was a player on East stairs the entire round. There was no one there. They're not even, they've never really played there. They're playing in break room, if anything. Furia are, you know, from their perspective, very happy with this because they get to have a bit of a relaxing match for once. They've had a hard time in this tournament, and they're just kind of picking apart CAG into EP, and their opponent tomorrow, it could be Weibo if they lose their matchup.
I mean, is
their game over, right? Or is it not?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
But I mean, we thought maybe they would lose that game.
But if Weibo lose that game, there is a chance they play them.
Yeah, I mean, Furia will have only played one non-APL team so far in Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, up to that point. Obviously, they lost to D+ as well. There's a lot going wrong for Enterprise, and I think that you're right. I mean, look at this. 10 seconds into the round, 4 drones left.
Yep.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yep.
I mean, that can't be right. Because
no, it's not right.
Because they all have 5 drones in pocket. So, but even then, you shouldn't be losing 5 drones in prep phase. I would actually say at this point, when you realize it's this much of an issue, keep all your drones outside the building in prep phase.
Yeah.
Let's just pick our operators and stick with them.
But I'm also like, the drones is just one of the 20 things that are going wrong, right? Because even without, wait, that's better. A push, a
It's
rush.
not supported though. A hot breach from Tuhan to come and try and help. He does take down JV. That is what we needed. But 2 players from EP have fallen elsewhere, and Furia still maintain the advantage. Fish Guy's taking a hell of a lot of damage, and Tuhan can't see a damn thing. Have a look at this from KZ. Bappen needs to take him down, and he does. Finally, Enterprise have what could be their best chance so far of finding their first round on border.
Gonna stabilize now. Don't go too fast, boys. You got the hard job done. You got armory control, archives control. You got even numbers and still got the blitz. It's a fast drop downstairs. Enterprise gonna keep that aggression and strike Furia from a different location. They take customs, they take bottom main.
Oh no, Fisher guy sprinting far too long. Tuhan just around the corner, but not quick enough to refrag the oh so deadly hurt. He finds his 13th. Bappen 1v3. Again, a chance that Enterprise had that has slipped through their fingers.
I understand the pace being fast because it's actually desperation, but again, they can't hit their shots. It went so well until Fisher started sprinting down the hallway, gets shot in his toes and taken out. And it's some smiles and me gonna be like, nice try, guys, but... I want to hear that. I can't lie what, Tuan, huh? It just feels like... I don't want to say they've given up because no player would, but it doesn't feel like they're playing it 100%, right? The timings are loose, they're not together. They're just kind of carelessly running around the map at this point, which to be fair, if you're stuck outside, be careless, but the timing's gotta be there.
Yeah, still a little bit disjointed.
Yeah. But then again, at this point, you know, if you haven't watched the previous map, by the way, Chalet was very similar.
They're 1 and 13.
Yeah, they're 1
the last
exactly.
2 maps.
Like this goes beyond just border. This is map 2 bleeding into map 3, and a really, really tough journey ahead of you.
Yeah. If it was a sprint race, then Enterprise would take it, but BO3s are a marathon. And Furia, that's where they flourish.
I don't recall the map video of who banned exactly what map. I just know like what maps we're playing.
I can tell you that.
Okay, I feel like there could have been a bit of map video here for EP.
So they banned Sky and Lair.
For EP.
Yeah. Look, Lair, I think they targeted Furia, a good map from Furia.
Yeah.
You think they should have banned Chalet or Border? And they ended up banning Cafe at the end of it as well, which it's just hard. Furia has such a good map.
Map pool?
Map pool. Like, obviously, EP probably wanted to go Clubhouse, but Furia, even though they're pretty good at that, they're, you know, respect
I also don't
Enterprise's
think
map
EP
pick.
should have gone Clubhouse. I feel like you needed to have left... Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know EP's insights, but
You
I
think
feel
there's like 2 maps here that Enterprise could play?
it's like, you cannot play the Furia maps. You cannot play Chalet Border. That's like the 2 big ones.
Bank was a Furia map.
And then, yes, but no. Furia are great on Bank, but it's not a Furia map if you look at like playstyles and strengths, in my opinion. That's about executions and strategy, where Furia, they're good, but they're not the world beaters. Border, Chalet, they were born on these maps. Like, that is literally what no one can beat them on. They lost the D+ and Bank earlier, so like, of course you're not playing Bank against them as well based on that. And then Clubhouse, I just think that for the Dimensions of Furia are too strong there. But then again, if you play Lair or Sky and you start attack, you go down 1-5 and you're probably going to lose as well. So it just feels like a map veto problem.
Maybe I think the only argument I could say is maybe EP could have left Lair in, because that's
Lair
where
is the most
Furia
neutral.
lost to. It's also where Furia lost to Shopify Rebellion 7-2, remember?
Yeah.
Furia looked very poor in that game. That would have been our decider, I expect.
Yeah, I would have liked that more. But then again, hindsight and everything else.
Of course, there's all these what ifs and buts. The only thing that matters is right now where we stand, and Tuhan, he's found the opening kill. This is all we need out of Enterprise. Release the pressure a little bit and just start to have a little bit of fun, guys. I mean, this could be the last round of Siege they play here at the Munich Major. They may as well make the most of it.
Enjoy it, embrace it, and make the most out of it. Relays in break room. Tuhan was in Armory right now. And they're doing a damn good job at locking Fury out, to be honest. So far, so good. But all it takes for Fury is that one opening pick to charge forward.
You can see Fury are just waiting. They're playing very similar to what we saw in the early rounds from Enterprise, just hoping that someone's going to gift them a pick. Hopefully EP have the patience not to give them their wishes.
Making a big rotate. This could be the Archive Store Planeted, honestly.
Oh, hello and goodbye to Philippe Box. Tuhan a very quick swing. Bappen's going to help out too, so it's pretty much over in this round. KZ 1v5. Makes his way into office. He's spotted in the crossfire. Takes down Tui, but Bappen from behind him. 3-piece for Bappen, and the first smiles we've seen from Mingo in a while. Comebacks happen one round at a time. Tuhan's just typed in the chat, no 7-0.
As if that matters right now, right?
And Hertz replies bot. Oh man, bot. Savage.
I mean, to be honest, Hertz has been back in peak form just for this map at the very least.
Yeah,
and he was pretty good in Chile
killer.
as well.
He is, yeah. Oh, dude, he's been 13 kills in this map. 13 and 3, by the way, plus 10. He's got 34 kills in the series.
Attackers have
34 kills in the series. Tuhan has 28. That's no 34. Hertz is a monster.
Wait, did you say 228?
Tuhan now has 30 after that round.
And 20 of them was in that one.
Yeah,
that goes to
he's got
show.
10 kills in the other two maps. Righto, well, if you're Furia right now, it's just another day in the office, time to convert a 6-1 lead. Enterprise, at least they've salvaged a little bit of their pride.
I thought the smoke ban, actually.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that.
It hasn't been super relevant because like the 6-0 scoreline, right? But I do fancy me a good smoke ban. Just like you can take East, there's a lot easier, push bomb sites, etc. Tashanka is almost unplayable on border. There's so much action and chaos and long lines of sight and whatnot. A lot of verticality.
Also, the smoke being gone, I mean, it just enables a bit more of a rush. It enables you to pounce on a gap much quicker because you can't just get shut out. It helps your shield play, helps you if you're stacking players as well. Good crowd control operator for smoke. EP though, I mean, look at this lineup. You've got your really lovely anchor mirror, you've got your fortification mute, you've got your traps, and then it's just like frag the hell out.
Yeah, they're trying to weaken Furia with traps and fortify their own positionings with player buffs, if you will. I like this. It's a great way to approach it because it is going to come down to gunfights. It is border, but there is also a blitz. There's a Deimos and Dokkaebi. They're matching this up pretty well from the side of Furia. And players going to fall back from security into fountain and reinforce that back wall. And just kind of peel back the layers. This means now you're kind of in your last stance position. You have above the bomb site an armory office, and then you have the site below. That's it. So Furia, they're closing in that net. They're getting closer and closer now inside of armory.
Oh, there's a big nitro cell. Nade making his way inside of armory, and JV opens things up. Relays has been eliminated. Furia are erupting into the site. It was only a matter of time before the Brazilians found their form. From 0 and 2 in their opening games, they are well and truly here to make an impact in Munich. desperately fighting back. Bappen finds a double. The blitz comes in. Bappen finds a third. Philippok's the last one standing. Bappen low HP. He wants to re-peek it, but low on HP. It's just dangerous with Fisher guys separated. Pox drops down onto the site. He has a feeling Fisher guy is not far from him, takes the fight, but Fish stands up and stands tall for EP. The second round on the board.
Smiles and energy on the side of EP, but it's come so late in this map. Didn't happen at all in Chalet.
It took Enterprise believing that the game was done and being like, guys, we've lost, let's just play and like have some fun, for them to actually find some rounds.
Well, this is how they played on Bank. It was careless, but it was calculated carelessness. Like, Bappen is running in circles, supporting everyone around him, picking up kill after kill in that round. We see him here, helping a teammate. And then again, helping a teammate. And then again, trading a teammate. This is them not being afraid to take those fights. But they gotta do that 4 more rounds in a row just to look at overtime.
Yeah.
And the thing about Fury is that they know when they can let go of the gas. And it's kind of like, ah, guys, you know, we'll win eventually. If they want to win, trust me, they will pick a round right now and be like, we're gonna win that one.
Yeah, this is the one where we're gonna be like, all right, no more funny business. Time to lock the hell in.
They still got tech timeout.
Of course, yeah, Igor could
That's
jump
gonna happen if they go down 4-6, by the way. I can tell you right now.
I believe that also after next round, we're gonna get a kind of timeout because the operator vetoes will come through and Igor will be able to talk to the team.
Curious what Mingo would say there. He might be like, guys, just keep doing what you've been doing. Just have fun.
Guys, you wanna get sushi later?
Not the food talk. We gotta get the unserious, like, just run around, guys. Like, go look at the areas of border.
I like that Tuhan's going for a spawn peek on the Valkyrie that late into the game, that deep in. JV, who had a big impact last round, is the first to fall. This is really nice from Enterprise, finding back-to-back opening kills. Actually, last round, JV found the opening kill, didn't he? So never mind that.
But quick to answer.
Yeah, Tuhan's doubled down. He actually went for a run out from break room. The disrespect is here, and it's exactly what EP need.
Yeah. Now it's Fury in the back foot once more. And you see her just waiting for that second swing. Mossy Pest catches his drone. This is Enterprise playing the best version of their game. Just keeping applying that pressure. You can see her. She's gonna start getting pissed off from this.
Just pepper damage here and there and everywhere. Oh, sees. Player, I believe that is player inside CC.
Oh, yeah.
Just a brief second. 3v5, one of those being a shield. I mean, this is really where I respect Enterprise for swinging this, but you don't need to swing right now. Play your crossfires. Never mind. Bappen's just going to find the kill anyway. 10 kills for Bappen, by the way. Didn't notice he snuck onto the scoreboard like that. Hertz will finally get one back, but player will trade. It's Monty versus the world. Time to abuse him. Bappen finds another. Big smiles for the boys. A third round in a row for Enterprise. 3 more, and it's overtime on the docket.
Slowly but surely, the smiles are erupting. Now, we have our good friend Fresh next to us. If you recall, his attire looks a bit like a referee. So I'm gonna ask you on behalf of James, could we give out like a yellow card to Hertz for a round or two and make it a bit fair?
Did you see he called them a bot? Surely that's a red card.
That's a bit disrespectful, yeah.
I feel like we should play the rest of this 4v5. Oh, let's listen to what they have to say.
A gente tá querendo fazer, tá ligado? A gente tá querendo pegar o Montanha pra empurrar, o JV tá pegando a essa, que daí a gente precisa do Ace e tal. Com que problema a gente tá querendo lidar, tá ligado? A gente não precisa lidar com tudo, só com o que vai atrapalhar dentro da play do que a gente vai fazer. A gente vai ter canos de novo, a gente pode fazer a play flash ali, que eu acho que vai dar muito de boa. No Arsenal, o que vocês estão mais confortáveis em fazer? Vocês, ó,
mano,
eles não usam.
Mano, eu acho que é ir pra leste padrão no Arsenal, mano. Mano, por que nós não faz aquela play de Buck Green ali fora, mano?
É, eles não estão usando o build.
Esse cara do PC, ele tá louco dando a cara ali, Pox.
Eles não estão usando o Varden. Ó, e se quiserem plantar, dá, eu acho que pra plantar um pouco avançado também. Só no banheiro que eu acho que vai no conforto de vocês, o que vocês quiserem fazer, tá ligado? Tá. Mas essas opções é Arsenal e Canos, fechou?
Tá,
bora.
That was also a lot of like different things happening, similar to Enterprise.
Usually it's just Igor.
Yeah.
Usually it's all Igor. He talks from the second mics turn on until the second he gets muted by the admins.
Yeah.
It's just a flow of information. And then Philippox, the IGL of the team, the guy you'd expect to be talking, starts offering his, and then immediately Hertz says, hang on a second. And I would love to know what he was saying.
I'm curious if they were, what to say, if they were like fighting back on the point that they were like in disagreement, or if it was that they were adding additions on top of it. Because sometimes, obviously, you're going to have the players in the server see one thing, and the coach just detach from that, seeing a second problem. And a team like Furia, I mean, getting these listen-ins, if you speak Portuguese, I mean, it's got to be worth gold. There is so much to be learned, I'm sure. We just don't speak the language, so...
I've just texted Maria. She might be able to give us a translation in a moment.
Hope so.
I just would love to know if Hertz was kind of getting a little bit lippy. I mean, it's something that we've seen many times before, right? Like, your fragger is fragging out like crazy. We've talked about it. Hertz has 15 kills.
He's owning.
You can understand why when you individually are playing that well, you feel like you have an extra right to talk. They still have 3 more match points, though, to get this done, lock it in, and book themselves a spot tomorrow in the final day of the Swiss bracket. 1 more round and 1 more BO3 is all that stands between Furia and the main stage.
I don't like Maestro here as a pick for EP, but I feel like they pick it for a good reason. Relays is 2 and 8. He's probably not feeling like he can hit his shots and feeling comfortable, so he's trying to find value for his teammates in a different way. That's going to be stuff like Echo, Clash, Maestro, util operators that gives you information, right? I feel like this is them saying, let's play really aggressive with 1 hard support. That's, surprising enough, not going to be Fisher Guy for this one, but rather Relays. They're taking the person who's feeling the weakest in the server and putting him on the less frag-heavy role. And that's a really good thing, because they're flexing their roles around to make everyone the best they can possibly be.
And EP are a very flexible team, just like Furia for that matter.
Yeah.
I have confirmation from Maria, the things that Furia were talking about. Igor was saying, guys, instead of working out 100 problems, we just have to focus on 1 at a time. The thing that is preventing us doing our strat, we need to focus on what's happening in CCTV, which is exactly where the action has gone down. That is exactly what Hertz was saying to the team. He said, guys, this one guy inside CCTV keeps peeking me.
Oh.
We need to take him down.
Oh, is that what he said?
That's what Hertz chimed in and was saying to Philippox.
Oh, wow.
And they tried to do that. They focused up 3 of their players on trying to eliminate him, and it wasn't really that successful.
And it was player last time, it was player this time. He is everywhere when it comes to CCTV.
I mean, it was a significant cost. They did get him done. They did clear that room, but it cost 2 bodies, including their Blackbeard.
Ooh, a gap. A big gap. Should they hear him, no?
Hungry for more, Hertz finds 2 on. Good trade from Relays. 3v2, but again, Philippox makes his way into the bomb site and replies. Another one almost found. Bappen does a bit of damage, but receives a lot more. Fisher Guy goes for the swing, but loses it. And the game is done. Enterprise. They landed the first blow, but they could not keep their heads above the water against the Brazilians. Furia are through to the final day of the Swiss phase.
They had a slow start to this tournament, and we have been there to watch them struggle through match after match, but today was the most comfortable they've looked so far. The only big question mark now comes, they can take down APAC. What happens when they fight the top dogs of this tournament? Because they've been the bottom since the very beginning.
And they have been tested by every single team at this competition. And yet here they stand, Hertz unlocked, filled to the brim with confidence, swinging everybody. And after a tactical timeout, these guys are ready to finally seal the deal. Some happy smiles for EP, humbled, but of course not done yet. Furia will march on forward, and we'll hear from them after the break.
Furia owns border, and that's why Enterprise is going back home. Phillypox, why teams still want to play border against you?
I don't know. Someone wants to be the first. They want to be the first team to beat us, maybe, but hopefully not today.
And after yesterday's match and result, do you think you come with much more confidence for this game?
Yeah, of course. Yesterday we were the team that we really are, and I'm really happy with that. And today, I think on bank we were playing really bad in the beginning. Like,
why do you think that?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit cold. Like we were not in the game, and maybe we have to solve some things in bank as well because we lost to the plus. So maybe the bank is not that good, like we were thinking. But then we got to the game, we started to play like ourselves, and everything went good.
I remember in map video, Mingoran also like left to you when you guys had bank, and he was like, "You sure? What do you think that he was cooking something maybe in bank?"
I don't know. Then he wanted me to choose the map, and like the choice is yours, bro. I said to him, I don't know, but I'm glad that we got the win.
Okay, just the last question. It seems that Furia doesn't care about pressure. Sometimes it feels also that you guys need to be losing in the game to have like a boost for you. How's that?
Yeah, like I said in other interviews, we like the pressure. We like to deal with it. We are used to it. And maybe we thrive better in pressure. So, yeah, after the loss in the first map, we talked and we kind of picked on each other about the things that we were doing wrong. And then we came back really strong.
Yeah, I said JV was something like, "Oh, I was picking that guy. I needed you." And yeah, but that's fine. You guys won, so you stay alive in the tournament.
The pressure is definitely on their shoulders, but they worked beautifully underneath that, though. What a great third map here from Furia to keep themselves alive in the competition. And in general, that whole map was really fun to watch, but there was one moment I think we have to highlight. One of the craziest clutches we've seen so far. The fact they're using that utility so late in the round with the reinforcement, insane.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. The fact that he was clearly being held from the hatch when he was trying to get the defuse. This is, of course, nade. He gets the reinforcement off. It's a big risky play because, honestly, had relays have managed to kill him whilst he was going for the reinforcement, it would have been a silly play. But he gets the reinforcement off. What that does is it forces relays to drop. You can't play the cat and mouse game. He has to drop into the room. He has to take the challenge, and then nade wins out. That is one of the most generational clutches I've seen in a long time.
Again, pressure makes diamonds, and as we heard from Phillypox, they like the pressure. When you're going for that reinforcement, all the pressure is on you to get it done. High risk, high reward.
How many different words could we describe that clutch? Because that was generational, it was sensational.
Monumental.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
amazing.
It was flawless.
It was beautiful. I mean, we were all screaming in the green. We were like, "Oh, the reinforcement, the reinforcement!" It was so good. I love that coming out from Furia, though. But as we look at the match summary, though, Hertz being the MVP, it's good to see that.
I definitely want to highlight this because this is something that Leo talked about with Furia yesterday is Hertz. We haven't really been able to see him, whether that's been through the regular stage, even here in Munich. The fact coming into this matchup, backs against the wall. We talk about pressure. They like pressure. 38-20. This is the Hertz that we saw when they won their SI World Championship title. This was performances that we were seeing time and time again. Big numbers from big players, and Hertz today, an absolute monster.
It's crazy. I mean, even in the interview there, you know, Phillypox was saying about we play under pressure. We like the pressure. We like that feeling. When there is no pressure, that's when we start to slip. And I think we saw that today. Once it got to that map 2, once it got real that they could be eliminated, wow. Like, I am such a devout believer in the Furia way of playing the game. I know. I'm doing everybody's head in. I'm doing everybody's head in. But they're going to go on a...
They're going to go on a generational run.
They've just woken up, yeah.
Are they going to win the major?
Sensational run.
Are they going to win the major, basically? Okay, well, I mean, we'll see if that's going to happen, though, later on. But once again, it seemed, unfortunately, for Enterprise that the hurdle called Furia was too big for them to continue in this tournament, though. So that's why we'll speak to Tuhan as the exit interview.
I just want to, first of all, say thank you to you because you had just left in and you were like, no, I don't want to do interviews, but you were here with me right now, so that's really great to have this chance to talk to you because you did really, really, really great in this major. It was also your first major ever. So even Enterprise getting out of the tournament, do you think you can take something positive out of everything?
Yeah, for sure. We learned a lot here. Boot camping in Europe was really good versus the other teams, but my team's just crazy. I'm only playing well because they enabled me so much, so just got to thank them. Thank everyone that supported us here. So yeah, it was fun.
What can we expect from Turin in the future? Everybody liked you a lot.
I'll just keep playing as the best I can. Like, yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much.
And with that, unfortunately, we say goodbye to Enterprise for this tournament, though. That means that we're going from a lot of highs and ups and downs in this tournament, though, because on the A stream in just a bit, we'll qualify another team to those playoffs. Earlier today, on the B stream, though, Secret has already managed to make that spot for the playoffs as well. And because of that, we'll send you a break, and we'll also ask some of the Secret players to stay quiet until they hear a player that's better than them. We're sitting here with Jum, and we're going to ask him to stay silent until he hears a player that's better than him. First player on the list, Fisher Guy. P4.
Oh, P4 is kind of good.
But better than you?
For sure. He's the goat.
That's really early. Okay. We're standing here with Noah and we're gonna ask him to stay silent until he hears a player that's better than him. Baby Shark. Third. Kansan. Fultz. Mowgli. Savage. Laura. KDS. Philly Box. That was a list. Okay. Stark contrast between the players on the side. No secret about who is better than other players that we mentioned on the list. But either way, they don't have to worry about that. They don't have to play a game until Wednesday because they're already qualified to the playoffs. And lucky us on the A stream, we get to send another team to the playoffs. Therefore, we're joined by Leo. We coordinated this outfit. Yeah.
Look at this. See?
Yes.
You guys are back. I feel like this is a shot at me because I didn't match with you. Like it's already starting.
It's completely fine.
Denim, but a different color.
Yeah, and we need a little bit of different shades, you know. So it's you actually match with us. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Just trust the French in fashion. Obviously, you're American. You cannot guess for yourself.
You have green shoes with all denim.
They're white, and I can prove that.
I feel like the no response was kind of like the response we knew enough for this one. Let's dive into this game then before we talk any more fashion on this stream here. We're here for the games. We're going to qualify either wildcard or we're going to qualify W7M to the main stage. That's the most important thing. That's what we're here for. And these two teams have actually never played against each other before. And in fact, wildcard have never even played a team from SIL before either. And that's a big task ahead of them, right? I feel like when you play against a team from Brazil, there is a different play style that is required from you. So what do wildcard have in regards of keys to potentially win this matchup here?
Yeah, there's a lot of keys to success here for Wildcard coming into this matchup. One, they do very, very good job at playing aggressive teams, just notably beating a team like Enterprise, beating a team like SSG, already having that comfort there. They are also the second highest rated team here currently in the Munich Major on their defensive side. And then on top of it, you are going against a weakened W7M after their significant loss to the Falcons yesterday, 0-7 to end that series. I mean, if there's going to be anything for them to capitalize on and pounce upon, this will be it now. And especially when we look at the terrain, when we look at those maps, even then, there is lots and lots of comfort when we look at what possibly, in my opinion, these are going to be 4 of the maps that we could possibly land on going into this matchup. You can clearly see the preference from both teams when you look at those numbers and then their attack and defense percentages. Both of these maps, or all 4 of these maps, they're all relatively close in some of these areas. But again, both teams are going to be very comfortable. And as for Wildcard, best of 3 series, this is their home.
There is something quite clear on this one as well, as part also of the fact that they also all share really similar map pool, but also the fact that they are amazing in defense. If you look at this, both of those rosters are, really strong defensive teams. They really abuse that. I think that it goes to show for W7M, it's the firepower. For Wildcard, I think it's the discipline. And I trust you, Lax. I think if you say that Wildcard can punish aggression well, they're going to play against one of the most aggressive teams in the world with W7M. Yeah. That's going to be tested tonight.
I feel like we talk so much about the experience on this roster, right? I mean, we can't forget they have, for example, Agonis, who used to play in SIL. We'll have so much information. We talk about Dash being a former major winner, but we don't talk often enough about the young bloods, the new players on this roster.
Yeah, we absolutely don't. You have to talk about the dynamic duo of Bay and Baby Shark, and especially Baby Shark, the 10th highest rated player. This is his second, both of these actually, this is their second S-tier event, and they are currently leading the wildcard pack in terms of their performance. Their entry kills coming out of Baby Shark, this is what we're really going to need to see, especially when we're talking about an aggressive matchup. We need the entries heavily going in their favor, and Bay needs to be that secondary entry, that secondary flex that is following up Baby Shark in these engagements, because what we know on that side of the team, they got some heavy hitters on that side of the team, and if they can show up and win these engagements and put it in their favor, Wildcard will be sitting pretty.
For Baby Shark to cross regions, to go in NA, from being a European background, from being a French guy, and perform like he does, I just recognize that. I feel that
experience. Wish you could have done
that. I wish I could have done that. I haven't been able to do it, and that's why I think it just forces more
experience. You're Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, give yourself a little credit. I can get to regions, but I cannot perform like Baby Shark here.
Well, they have to go up against the SIL region, as we already mentioned in W7M. Now, let's talk about this roster because, fresh off the back of an 0-7 versus Falcons, that's definitely going to be difficult to come back from that. It seemed like they weren't really in that matchup. What happened?
I think if you look at the faces here, the faces that they're looking, look at how they're having fun, they're ready, they're getting close to each other. Something happened. Something very different from yesterday. Yesterday, they get 7-0, like you said, they're completely stunned. We were sitting next to them, we were standing there. Not a single word coming through in between the rounds. Lax, when we're getting destroyed, usually someone cracks a joke, someone is trying to shift the momentum and the mood. We did not see that in W7M.
No, someone has to be there to do that. It doesn't matter if it's the IGL, it doesn't matter if it's the entry player, the support player. Someone has to be in those comms, whether you're cracking a joke, whether you're just lightening the mood so everyone can get that reset button. Somebody has to be doing it, and if you're going to need it today, it has to come from one of these players.
Look at that mood, look at them, something changed. I actually spoke to Lobin, I spoke to Palu after that game, and they told me it was a slap in the face. We're changing our moods, we're now feeling better. This was something that we needed, a wake-up call. I'll say this, it looks like it's working, because look at their faces, they're ready to battle.
Yeah, they seem very ready. I mean, they have to be as well, because when we look at their performance, it's like individually, though, it seems sometimes that on the side of W7M, it could be a bit of a one-man army.
Look at that man on the screen, Dodes. Dodes has been absolutely crazy. He's one of the 3 fraggers on this roster, but look at the rest, and that's the big thing for me. W7M, extremely aggressive, needs firepower to fuel those wins. Well, Dodes on plus 20 KD, 4 Lobin and 4 Volps, they're still not there yet. They have a lot of potential. For W7M to be 1 game away from qualification, with only Dodes playing that way, there is still so much potential to that roster.
I think something that's also being left out of here. Dodes, this is in comparison to both Volps and Lobin, KDs combined, costs combined, and he really is the one-man army. He is the knight in shining armor, and we highlighted him throughout the SAL. He was the highest-rated player in the SAL. He is currently one of the highest-rated, the top 5 players
reacting to the graphic.
on the side of W7M. It really is going to be on Dodes, but even for a player like Volps, you know, Lobin has been struggling this stage, but Volps, being their IGL, we don't typically see him having a bad game, and he hasn't been finding his stride coming into the Munich Major. And for your IGL not to be able to find success, I think this definitely contributes to why we're seeing W7M be a little lackluster in their performance, because the confidence isn't there in the IGL just based off his own performance alone.
Yes, this is another reason why I love being in the player area as well, because once they get like any hold of this, they just start reacting with it as well. But there's one more thing we have to talk about W7M, right? I think inside of the SIL, Leo, we called them the little brother of Fury in regards to their aggression, right? So what do they do in regards to the opening kills? That is also looking really good for them.
So I wanted to pay attention. Dodes is looking at the screen right now, so if you guys can put up this is W7M. Their biggest strength, their entry. They're amazing at entries. They're the second best team at entry right now. But when it comes to converting those entries into round wins, that just isn't the case. If you look at this, second best team in entry, but second worst team at converting rounds after winning an entry.
But this goes exactly into what I was just talking about with Volps not finding his stride. I think it does speak into the comms and being able to rally everyone and say, we have the opening pick, let's play the man advantage, let's get into the mid to late round and have that going into that advantage, play that trade game, win it out. But Volps isn't being vocal enough due to his lack of performance. And then even on the side of Lobin, where we find those gaps, where he can create that opening, create that space, and find the success. We need both those 2 players that you highlighted to step up alongside Dodes.
Now, something you talked about earlier was the map pools of these 2 teams being quite similar. So I'm really curious to see where we're going to for this series. If it's going to be a map that's comfortable for both these teams. The first one is Nighthaven. W7M did say that's one of their favorite maps.
I was going to say, hopefully I'm a good analyst, because if, you know, it was going to be totally opposite maps, it was going to make me reconsider my job. But Nighthaven Labs, this makes perfect sense. They want to take an already weakened and looking W7M on Nighthaven Labs. Both teams are comfortable, but when you look at the performance from yesterday, I am more than sure Wildcard has prep plans, but that can also be a double-edged sword, because in 0-7, that's not down to one player losing the game, that's the entire team, and if anything, they're going to correct every single mistake, so Wildcard is really going to have to be on their feet here when it comes to being able to adapt.
I think this 7-0 that they lost on Nighthaven Labs was probably a trap.
Okay, I was right for another one.
Yeah, and against Skyscraper, against a strong team, a strong map for W7M, I really think that W7M maybe baited them a little bit in that pick. For Wildcard to beat Nighthaven Labs, it was one of their best maps during SAL. So far, I favor W7M in this matchup.
But to pick them once they know they have to start an attack as well?
I think that's probably okay.
I think Wildcard can get this done in a 2-0 fashion, especially Wildcard is the better attacking team on Skyscraper, and they're going to be starting on defense. You're going to feel extremely comfortable. And then Bank, this is actually the work that they're throwing in the spinner here, because Bank is a 6th preference map for both these teams. So it really leaves me to question both these teams want to get it done in a 2-0, and if they have to go to a Bank, it's going to be on an equal playing field where both teams is really going to come down to the adaptations and especially the operator bans.
Now, there's one more thing we have to talk about before we can send it to a game, and that is the chances of making it to SI based on the points you can get it here in this tournament, because there is something massive about to happen.
Wow.
Should Wildcard win this game, and look at those percentages on the right side of your screen. If they win, that means it's certainly a 67% chance of them making it to SI, whereas if they lose, That's a third less.
Yeah, that's pretty drastic to say the least. But I mean, I am really more so focusing on that win because it is a very realistic opportunity here for Wildcard to put them one step closer to clenching their spot at SI. And also, they're going to be contending also in the regional final. So that's even more points that they can accumulate here. But obviously, they want to qualify for the upper bracket finals here. And again, just to get the cherry on top of getting more points for SI, that's a sweet spot.
I think for W7M as well, it's, yes, only plus 11%, but that's the missing 11% to 98%. You're almost there. It's almost sure you're going to be there. I think this is a very important one. They guarantee main stage if they do this. It's exactly what they need. And I think on one hand, we've got W7M living up to expectation. Wildcard, they have to prove they can beat a stronger opponent this time.
Well, as we can see, though, behind us, the players have put on their serious faces. No more funny faces towards the camera. That means they are ready. The game is about to start. We'll toss it to our casters, Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yes, welcome over to the casting desk for what's going to be a fantastic series, I'm sure. I'm Des. This is Tim. I nearly said I'm Tim and this is Des. That would have been quite funny.
It's not right.
It also wouldn't have been very, very incorrect. But we were looking at the veto for this series as it came up on screen. Labs, brilliant map to start on. Sky, great map to go to because both teams love those two maps. And then Bank is this sort of low-pref, like, clash between the two of them. They've also played an awful lot. I'm in love with this. Probably also because we both really like Labs as a map. We also both really like Sky. Good first start to this one, and then Bank to close things out if required. First things first, though, Labs with W7M kicking things off on the defense.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good one. I am looking forward to it. W7M versus Wildcard. As you say, Wildcard has been picked up on the desk. This is their moment where they've got to come out now and really show that they can do the business against those top teams. Played secret. They're the only ones that are still in the tournament that Wildcard have played, and that is the one loss that they took. So now is the moment. W7M, of course, just struggling to get past the post against Falcons yesterday. And they have got another opportunity right in front of them. Bans come through, Hibana and Ace. Pretty understandable, pretty standard, and the electricity goes on the other side.
Yeah, I think on both fronts here, it makes total sense. You know, the range, Hibana and the Ace, we see it all the time on this map because teams like to try and play C4 denial. And it means the other side also reads into that, knowing they've got to play likely an awful lot of Maverick. And so with the C4 denial coming in the other way, well, takeaway two operators that love running around with C4s, but also force you to bring a Maverick, and that could be a way through. With those taken away, it means we can see Spiker jumping on something like that Thermite instead, which is what he's running here in this first round. But we'll talk more about that when it comes around to getting IT wall opened up. For now, we're starting things out up on that top floor, Tim. W7M looking to lock in here behind the mirror, in behind the Azami. Lots and lots of defense going up for them. But I imagine Loeb is going to be a little bit of a nuisance running around on that pulse.
Yeah, straight away it's the pulse that catches my eye in this one. They're going to have to deal with Lobin, and he will be underneath. So Wildcard need to recognise that. They need to spot him out on the drones to begin with. And then I want to see a plan. I want to see positive action towards taking Lobin out, getting in there, sectioning him off, making sure that he's dealt with, or at absolute worst, forced back to site. He's actually gone, Lobin, all the way down to the basement as well. This is something that they've really got to be aware of.
The information that he feeds up and down, of course, on that pulse, that's the dangerous part overall. Hasn't always got to be in the fight or ready to C4 someone. It's the fact that he gives information to the rest of his team that is the key part. But Tim, like we were saying, without that electrification on side, it should be very, very simple work to get themselves through. I say that, but look at the use of the mirror as well. Having it popped out on this wall, you can chuck impacts through it, C4s, you name it. It just gives a lot of threat to Spiker here as he tries to get this opened up. We're going to put it up nice and high where they can't easily see him. No C4 to come flying in either. This wall should be opened up, no problem at all, and onwards we go.
Just going to be getting that catwalk available and up to the rooftop. It's still that early round work, really. Clearing utility, forging a path. RT wall is now open. That's good progress within the first minute. It's always such a default thing to do, but we do see teams struggle with it occasionally. So making sure that that is job done. I'm still keeping a close eye on Lobin. He's all the way down in Animus in basement. I will keep you updated on Lobin. Don't you worry about that. But again, something that...
fanboy?
I'm not a Lobin fanboy, but I'm interested in what he's doing with this pulse down in the basement and whether Wildcard are able to deal with it or not. It's going to be Volps that picks up the opening kill. Takes a lot of damage on the smoke along the way. Doesn't want to lose those two toxic babe canisters that he's got left in pocket, so needs to be careful there. Dodes goes for the swing onto Catwalk, but loses out to Kansan, who's now able to take that territory. 4 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, Tim, it's still down to a numbers advantage for Wildcard here for a second. It looked like W7M had sort of staved off the threat, but here comes Logan, moved from that basement up to the first floor of C4 skyward. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, that's really big. That's the impact that they needed Lobin to have. I was concerned he was just going to be left out in the cold, just ignored by Wildcard and not really have an impact on the round, but he has. However, it doesn't matter as Kansan comes in big with a double at the end, and it's going to be Wildcard able to secure the round. That was really good from them on the attack. They took that catwalk confidently and they were able to use it. We've seen a number of teams so far at this tournament who get that catwalk control here on top floor and then aren't really able to get any dividends from it, aren't able to use it to force the way into site, to manipulate those defenders into bad positions. But Wildcard did a great job of that.
They did, and that's a good way to start things off, Tim, because it's an attacking round being won. It's probably the most important part. You know, we came into this and we were looking at the teams these two teams have played. That both played against Enterprise, for example. One came up against SSG, who are now eliminated. One came up against NIP, who also didn't have a great time here. And so we both looked at it and said, this feels like the game to prove yourself in a way. You're coming up against another team that's fighting for promotion. This is that first major challenge that I feel both are facing. Admittedly, one did play against Falcons yesterday. W7M, they got very, very handily dispatched by the European team. So I think there's a few points to prove for both sides in this series. But let's see how round two fares out. Down in the basement, Tim, which probably means we're going to see quite a bit of movement through the map itself here. Get a bit of a clear above, open up the verticals, and then start to look for an execute, typically coming in through the main breach or in through EXO out towards the east. So we've seen plenty of tank plants, which sounds really funny to say. We've seen a good few tank plants come out with a drop in towards Animus as well. So keep your eye on where they start to set up.
Just keeping an eye on the positioning of W7M. Nobody up on the top floor. If Wildcard recognise that quickly, then it means they can ignore a third of the map, essentially. They don't need to worry too much about going up there because they don't have any battle stab. They can start up there, get themselves inside the building safely and work their way down to deal with these mid-floor players. We've got Dordes, we've got Lobin, we've got Volps and Palu all around that mid-floor. Palu on the smoke will just be on the vending stairs, cargo stairs, so he's not too aggressively on mid-floor, but everybody else is. Everybody except Lobin. Beige just slapped him off the map with a beautiful one-tap.
It's the kind of stuff you need, isn't it? Yes, it's that Goyo, and we often speak about Goyo being quite dispensable, right? Once those Vulcan canisters are down, he's a roaming gun. He can go and do whatever he likes to do, and Lobin is that kind of play, you know, historically. He's the guy who likes to get aggressive on this team. Not that others aren't capable of doing the same, but Lobin is that guy. So once those Vulcan canisters are deployed, set up inside a site, you can go and be the free gun, but he's only got himself into trouble there. A great first handle from Wildcard. Once again, have got themselves a numbers advantage. Bay's been getting to work on making sure the flank's all sorted out with a Nomad, but it doesn't mean W7M aren't going to try and contest them, Tim, and they've managed to get it down into Dash. Probably recoverable at this point, but don't think they're quite expected to get a shotgun pump through the floor.
Dordes does manage to pick one up with the Nitro, but again, this is something Wildcard have done really well so far, Des. Every time a kill comes in, they've got one of their own. They've got a response. We're going to see Dash downed. He's going to be picked up, so that's going to leave them now 4 versus 3. Palu has been forced back into sight. We normally see him holding on to those cargo stairs with life and limb, but that is not going to be the case this time. Wildcard have forced the defenders to shift. That's something I always like to see from an attack inside, that disruption. Don't allow players to keep playing in those spots that they want to. Beautiful from Kansan. Steps around, obviously has the intel. Takes down Dordes, 4 versus 2. Wildcard look great these first 2 rounds.
I mean, Kansan especially, Tim, he's 5-0. He's absolutely flying. More kills just to his name in the entirety of W7M. And the rest of his team at the same time is looking good. Palu steps out, though. Classic on the smoke, brings down Bay. It's a 3 versus 2, and yes, Dash may be dangerously low, but he's still got a shield in front of his face, and there is very little that W7M can do except toss one of those impacts at him.
Shiba deployed, surface secured.
Palu's just going to be holding on this cargo door, just looking to get aggressive. Nearly picks up the man who drops the hatch, but he's going to have to flip back to the shot, eh? That's a big kill from Dots, manages to take down the shield. Here comes Palu, there's one, cannot find 2, but he's got Dots backing him up. And W7M are going to grab round 2. They locked down the basement. Wildcard had a great round, but they just couldn't convert the gains that they made into pressure on site. And that is what paid for them in the end.
There's also a bit of aggression coming out from W7M. I mean, Palu stepping out mid-round to get the kill that he did, the blast through the floor to down dash in the first place. All the right kind of moves they were looking for. We've seen a lot of teams over the last couple of days, almost a beautiful shot, by the way, over the last couple of days be quite scared. And we've even heard coaches step in with tack timeouts after round 3 saying, guys, you're sitting back, you're giving them the map, you're not being willing to challenge here. You've got to take the fight to them as the defenders, and that is what W7M have showed during round 2, and have now got themselves on the board. One apiece, and we're going towards Kitchen as our third choice site. Spicy, because we've mainly seen going towards Control, out towards the west instead. I love this site because it always gets a little bit scrappy, I feel, Tim. There's always a little bit of focus around Kitchen window for a plant up on the side counter, but you often get pressure coming in from main door, you get Control inside of IT. There's all kinds of madness that kicks off, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how the approach comes on through. Lobin on his third operator of the game so far, goes on the Scopos to go for a good run around the map, Tim.
I spoke about Kitchen briefly the other day when we saw Nighthaven Labs and how there's quite a safe space for defenders actually inside of the Kitchen itself. There's so much verticality on, I'd say, 70% of this site. All the way up to that counter that you can see in the middle of the Kitchen, you can get vertical angles onto. Thank you very much. So everything up to that counter that you can see, you can get a vertical angle. Playing in behind that, you've got the threat of the window, but so long as you keep yourself away from that angle, that challenge, or if the attackers don't put anybody on the window, you can play defensively in there pretty safely, and you get angles onto the breach from reception, you get angles onto the main door into the corridor, you can swing around and play towards the left side of site. Can be really powerful, so I want to see Wildcard with a little bit of pressure on that window later in the round. It doesn't have to be now, but it is a position that you cannot dislodge vertically like you can with everywhere else in this site.
Absolutely. Well, Lobin, as we mentioned, is off being a little bit troublesome on this top floor. Probably anticipating, and Wildcard probably going to offer it a full map clear on this top floor. For a second, almost exposing himself as Bay's being so patient. They've got this whiff of him. They know that he's in the area. Starting to put a squeeze on him as well. Bay might get his freebie here, but no! Can't quite react in time. Lobin slips through the net, being set up by him and Dash, and is able to rejoin his team, at least for now.
We've got a little shield off here. Clash versus Monty used to be an easy win for the Clash when the electricity did damage, but not anymore. All they can do is try to slow down the slow, patient push of that Montagna. I think just wanting to keep an eye at the minute, really. Dash, rather than get aggressive towards this Clash, just wants to keep them at bay. There's going to be a lot of damage actually done to Dash. I'm not sure where that came in from, but it's something that Wildcard need to be careful of. They don't want to be losing that shield. That's going to be one of the methods via which they can get into site and create a little bit of space. We see a little bit of a challenge from both. These are the vertical angles I was talking about. They're going to use this to dislodge almost every single defender inside a site, but it's Palu who is playing in that spot that I talked about, safe from those verticals.
And it's still the Clash being an absolute headache to him, but look at that, they explode. 4-3 are gone. They've just completely cracked this egg wide open. Only 2 now left alive in Volps and Palu. Both are inside of site itself, or at least around it. Wildcard with about 40 seconds to work with. This is tons of time when you've got a Monty on side and tons of utility in the back pocket of Spiker to make this work. No excuse they should be losing this one from here.
You see what I mean about that defensive position there. Palu's just given us a great little tour of it. Very good of him in the middle of the round, where we see all the angles that he can challenge. Look at this. Manages to get a kill. He can help his teammate Volps on the left side door if he needs to. He can keep spraying the single door. It's great position, and Wildcard have not put anybody on the window, Des, so Palu can play here with freedom.
This is really worrying, Tim. They've gone through the fire, they've gone through the shield. I said they have no excuse to be losing it, but look at what they're doing. It's down to a 1v1. Spiker going in for a plant here. Volts knows that it's going down as well, but we're going to hit 0. Will he be able to get off in time? No, he will not. A 2 versus 4 being won by W7M. And Wildcard are going to be kicking themselves. That should have been an easy close.
Put somebody on the window, Des. You got to put somebody on the window. Palu got such an important... It was 2v4, and then Palu pulls out a double kill. It's 2v2, and all of a sudden it's winnable. You've lost your momentum. You're having to push in through single doors, and it could have been avoided by pressure in that kitchen position. Opening up your angles above will not do that. Palu's fully aware. That's why he's got the Azami there as well, so he can provide those extra little bits of cover that he needs. And, you know, maybe you don't get the kill from the window, but you at least dislodge him.
Let's see what this time out then from Wildcard.
this position to the bomb site and just push, guys. Like we don't like you can play more for kills maybe when we get in these positions. Don't take too much. Like the same way on Cafe yesterday, right? In this position, guys, I'm ready. Let's go get in the closest position to the bomb site to push in a place that you guys can do that and just push, guys. Don't take too long or play outside the puzzle. Like if you don't need to wait, only the 3-1, you guys can keep pushing. It was already 2 times in a row, right? Let's stop losing by this reason, so we can keep pushing. Like don't stop the momentum of the round. Okay, you got the kills. I'm gonna keep pushing the hallway. Like several bomb sites right now. It's like okay, got a kill on IT. I'm gonna keep pushing IT. Like be in the same pace, but don't stop pushing and play for kills in the late round. If necessary, play for kills. We're playing amazing. Okay, guys, just go this, just correct this, and we're good. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, let's not just.
What I love about that is like that is like the most Brazilian advice I think I've ever heard. Guys, just play for kills. Just kill. Because back in the old days, that was often how the region was, assessed. Was like it's all about the kills. It's all about being aggressive. But a very fair point. Don't slow it down. Don't give W7M time to recover and get into good positions. Be willing to fight and fight and fight when you've got this number of advantage. Because as we saw, Palu and Bolt both getting into a wonderful crossfire. No one on the window, as you say, to put any kind of back pressure on them, made it far too easy for W7M.
We've just watched it there. There was 3 of them on the single door. And, I think in late rounds, for attacking teams, it is very easy to find yourself in those positions. They've had a good clearance on the top floor, got a whole bunch of kills, and you kind of have that rush of blood. There's that rush of blood with 4v2. Get into sight, and everybody's kind of, losing the focus on the bigger picture. And sometimes it just needs that call to say, right, we've got numbers here. They could have had 2 on that door quite easily. Had 2 on the door. Right, somebody, and it's not a million miles. Just go out a meeting window, jump down, get on the kitchen window. Let's fight with Palu. We can then push him from both sides. It was just too one-dimensional from Wildcard. We'll see whether they can switch that up. They're back to the top floor. This is a site that they actually attacked really well. I thought in round 1. By contrast to round 3, they were multi-dimensional in their attack. They pushed from several angles and they made it life difficult for W7M. They didn't allow them to stay in those positions and they dislodged them well. Let's see if they can continue to do that. We've had the Monty banned away as the additional attacker ban from W7M. Doesn't surprise me. We've seen Dash having reasonable success with that Monty.
With a couple of small tweaks here, like the ones that we've just heard Lagonis propose into the team. This could easily be a 3-0 to Wildcard. Yeah, they've lost 2 4 versus 2s. That's the thing. The rounds 2 and 3 were both 4v2s, and they lost both situations through being a little bit slow, a bit one-dimensional on the execute itself. And I was looking over the stats actually prior to coming into this game for Wildcard. They're one of our best defensive teams at the tournament right now. I believe ranked number 2. They're also absolutely excellent at getting the diffuser down. 3rd highest rated overall. Not yet, of course, on the attacking side, but where they may find themselves here, an opportunity to come out on top is that their attacks are pretty good. And W7M's defenses are frankly awful. They're like the 2nd lowest overall at the competition. This is where Wildcard should be getting rounds on the board. And so if we can course correct just those 2 little things that we were speaking about earlier, it's going to be in a good half for them, but they've got to play this a little bit better. Dash with the Candela coming out over the top, ready to eat it in towards side here. And start a push on forward, shotgun at the ready. Also got, of course, Baby Shark on the butt below, but he's taken down by Volps, who don't care for your Candelas and your shotguns. He's out there getting himself a kill back to make it a 4v4.
I like that teamwork from Wildcard. You could have looked at that and thought, they're sending Candelas in here for nothing. They're not pushing into sight, they're not gaining anything. But they were working with the book from below, and it shows that, that team support, that team play doesn't always have to be one-dimensional. They were hitting it on multiple levels. Here goes the Ying now, trying to push it. Free kill onto the Clash, but runs out of time to get the 2nd. Lobin takes down Dash. Bay manages to find the trade, though. Something else that Wildcard have continued to do well. Kansan picks up Volps, 2v1. They just need to slow down. They've got time, Des. They don't need to run headlong into a problem here, Wildcard.
They haven't got the diffuser, so it's a good time as any to say play for kills, boys. As long as you know where he is and you've heard where the shots are coming from, they are going to know. But this time around, they've got a great little crossfire at the ready. Bay steps across, though, just about catches him in time. Much better from Wildcard. They went really aggressive in the mid-round there, Tim. They shut them down. You might look at that Ying play and go, wow, that's high risk, but it paid off.
Yeah, it did. Clearing out that Clash was really important. That was the one thing really holding them back. But also, like I said, the trades throughout the round, so important. Every time somebody on Wildcard dropped, there was 1 or 2 kills in response. Great effort from them. Digging deep after a couple of difficult rounds where they've maybe cost themselves one or two. They get back in and they grab that top floor. We see the push here coming in from the Ying. I think just ran out of time maybe from those blinding effects. Lobin able to turn around and get that kill, but it didn't matter ultimately. This was really good. You know, I shouted it at the time, you've got 35 seconds, your 2v1, slow down. Like, you don't have to go rushing headlong. That's when we see that mistiming. That's when we see people offering that 1v1, 1v1, and they lose it out. But no, they didn't. They backed off a little bit. They started thinking about putting the diffuser down. Let's bait them into a play. Let's use those seconds that we've got, but also they were ready for that timed challenge at the same moment. Great stuff from Wildcard. 2-2.
All right, back down to that base that we go, Tim. Last time round, again, it came down to a 4 versus 2. Wildcard were large and in charge, but Palu had one of those magic moments that we know that he is more than capable of. This is where the test is going to really come in from that tack timeout and see if the boys can figure out to play out a man advantage, assuming, of course, they even get towards playing a man advantage. Because W7M, let's not forget, also had the chance to have a chat here about how much space they're giving to Wildcard, about how many rounds they were going behind in. Can't rely on clutches to carry you through every single time, so we'll see what they do a bit differently.
Paulu's up on the top floor here. He's going to be the only one that is all the way up there. So definitely one to watch. Again, we've seen him have some reasonable impact so far in the game. It's something that Wildcard need to make sure that they find him, because there was nobody up on this top floor last time that they attacked onto basements. They need to be aware of that. Need that drone in to be working well. Working in unison with each other. I think they are going to be going in and clearing it out. It looks like the boogie drone is just waiting for a little comm to come in from his teammate. I think just make sure the area is clear, and then they'll bust open that IT wall.
I think they want to try and punish and catch the 3 that are sat around first floor right now. There's only a couple actually down on site. Everyone else is playing upstairs, and Palu, as you can see, is right upstairs, Tim. He's basically next door to them at this point. But if they can get in nice and quick here and kind of hit them before they can get back towards site, that'll be a couple of players being picked off. But now it's a lot of noise, though. It's sucking in Palu's attention. But I don't think Wildcard are 100% clear that he's up here.
No, and that's a big problem. That's going to be a big, big problem if Palu manages to stay out on the flank. But then comes the question of time. You know, Palu has to time it right. He has to spring the trap at the correct moment. We're going to see Volps taken down, and this is what happens. If Wildcard can kind of grind away at those defenders, they could find themselves in a problem. Lobin's actually got himself up to the top floor as well. Doesn't matter. Baby Shark says, I'm not bothering coming up there to find you. I'm just going to take you out through the floor. 4 versus 3. As Dordes manages to level it up with a late trade onto Baby Shark. 3 versus 3. We've now got only Palu still up on that top floor. The other 2 members of W7M are inside a site, but Palu better get moving. As I said, if you time it wrong, you end up out in the cold, and that's exactly what's happened.
Well, now they know where he is as well. Like, the problem is they kind of cut off the midline, right? The players on the first floor, the ones that died, and Palu was a bit like, I don't know what's going on the first floor anymore. I can't just run down the stairs or I'll die to it. So Hero slowly moved his way down, but he's got Dash up in front of his face. Diffuser is going down. Wildcard have really tightened things up these last couple of rounds, Tim. They're looking far better since that tag timeout.
Yes, definitely. I think Dash is going to close this out on the blitz almost certainly. There we go. Yeah, and Palu, he fell foul of, we see it so often from teams, and I said, once you're playing far away from site, absolutely fine, but you've got to make sure that you have that impact. You've got to make sure that you move at the right time, and Siege is a fast game. It's not even down to, you know, yourself. It's not necessarily that Palu did anything wrong, but the game just moves quickly, and all of a sudden he's the only one left, and he's 2 floors away. Big problem.
Yeah, again, it's good from Wildcard. Although they didn't do it as fast as I thought once they opened the party, they'd be going in straight away and trying to catch out. I want to say it was Lobin that was hanging around inside the storage. They left it that little bit longer, but through a bit of patience, managed to get rid of both Volps and Lobin, leaving Palu isolated. And then I love the call that they don't make us saying, okay, then where's this other roamer? Let's go and hunt them down. No, leave him up there, because he's now worried. He's got to be so careful on his approach back towards site that we can have a 4 versus 2 on site, no problem. They push in, they get the advantage, take everybody out and leave Palu, then trying to scraggle for a way back towards site. Again, really impressive stuff from Wildcard these last couple of rounds. You can see that they enjoy this map just as much as W7M do.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, heavy presence up on that top floor. Let's see if Wildcard learn the lesson from last time around.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And continue to split up, to divide and conquer, to use the time, and use everything available to them. They haven't brought the Ying along this time, but they do have Kanzen on the Blackbeard. They've got Dash on the Grim, so they're going to be the two operators that you're looking to create space. Rather than the Buck, Baby Shark's going to be on the Deimos, but I think it will be a similar process. Get in underneath, use those tracks, and just try to dislodge particularly those pillar players. But it depends where they're looking at, Wildcard. I'm yet waiting and watching to see exactly where they're shaping up at. Are they going to go for the connector side push? They've opened the connector wall now. They're moving on to the RT wall. But are they going to put any bodies there? If they do, then yep, you want your Deimos moving that pillar player away. If you're looking for Catwalk, then he's going to have other jobs.
Well, you always need these two walls opened up, so you'll typically see a Thermite, especially when there's nothing really to contest you to get these two walls opened up. Because as we've seen, teams fail over the last couple of days sometimes, haven't bothered with connector until super late in the round, faced off against something like a Clash or some other kind of denial, and just find themselves running out of time. The players that are playing inside of IT and in Catwalk can't get enough done. Now, this is so cheeky. Oh, sees the head, but Bay not quite able to find his man. But it's a little reminder to W7M that IT is now closed off. No one is allowed in.
Instead, we're going to have Bay just looking to maybe get aggressive onto Catwalk door. Needs to be careful because there's several players there. Lobin is actually lurking around underneath in Warehouse again. He's coming back for the challenge, but Bay is ready for him. However, there's a trade there. Volps goes down. Kanzen picks up Dodez. And it's going to find ourselves very quickly in a heartbeat 3 versus 3. Palu stands up well to Spiker. As we can see, Wildcard are getting aggressive into sight here.
They really are, like 2 swings really coming out from both Spiker and from Bay earlier. Like they're high risk, but high reward. Kanzen's getting rid of Lobin too. Now it's down to a 1 versus 2 though. It's Kanzen on the Blackbeard to do it all here. They know exactly where he is. This is never going to end pretty for them. It's going to end a 3-3 half overall, and I think W7M might feel they've walked away there. Quite fortunate to have the scoreline they do, given how round 2 and 3 went.
Yeah, it was an interesting round from Wildcard there, just getting those 2 players on that backside push into sight, but they were kind of boxed in. They got themselves into a position where they didn't really have a lot of room to operate. And then, as we saw W7M, it was just a matter of time for them to close them down. So we reached the half with absolutely nothing to separate these 2 teams. It is turning in to a little bit of a classic for the day, I think, already. We've had some great siege on both sides. This has been a phenomenal watch. We're going to have our bands coming through. I think they're going to be exactly the same as they were last time, but in reverse.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at, again, the stats for how things have gone for Wildcards. 65% defensive win rate. On the attacking side for W7M, not quite so hot, below 50%, and in the bottom half of our teams here. So I was a little bit nervous, thinking really we've got to see W7M build up a bit of a war chest in that first half, because unless they're really on it today, Tim, I think they might struggle here on this second half of Night Haven Labs. We're starting things off down in the basement, interestingly, Tim. Normally we kick things off up on the top floor, but nope. We're going to go downstairs and see how things fare down there. We've got the Valkyrie on side, we've got the Pulse, so a lot of information. Would expect to see an IQ brought along in that case, because there are a couple of things to hunt down, such as the FNATs as well. But at least for now, that's not being swapped in by anyone on W7M.
I'm going to bring the Montiel on. That is the one switch that they do make. I'm with you. The IQ or Brava would be a fantastic switch out at this point. You know, you've got Lobin on an Ash. Nothing wrong with that. But, you know, I think at this point...
They've hit Baby Shark as well. All 3 cameras in back pocket. We saw Kanzen tucking himself in, so now they'll disappear, and you'll see all 3 of those Valkyrie cameras start getting scattered around in a sec. But really good stuff, and we saw teams doing this yesterday on Cafe with the Maestro on a couple of different sites. They were hiding away the Maestro so that we know Brava brought it. You know, it's become... Either it's a very, very, like, pure coincidence, we've seen it an awful lot, or teams are quite enjoying hiding things away more often.
You know, even if it just comes down to dealing with the Pulse, IQ great at doing that job, because the range of her scanner is far superior to the range of Pulse's scanner, so she will see him long before he sees any heartbeat from her. But I think time will tell whether that becomes a problem or not. If W7M struggle to deal with the level of intel that Wildcard have got, start getting hit by nitros, for example, start getting pre-fired around corners, that's going to tell you everything you need to know that they haven't brought enough along to deal with those electronics. So the time being, they're trying to get themselves inside of the building. There's only Dots so far that has pushed in with the Monty. He's taken a bunch of damage along the way, so W7M need to be cautious here. They don't want to be losing that opening kill.
Got to be careful here as well, because Baby Shark's still feeling cheeky. Might get away. I thought he might get a bit of a freebie. That's the back. Ooh! runs into the shelf, and I bet he bricks himself for a second there, Tim. Gets away at about 15 HP, so he is dangerously low. But it looks like they don't really want to fight him, to be honest with you. More just cover things out. Kansan gets rid of Dodes. The pull's coming into its own and taking at least the striker offline. Still 4 more to go, and you'd love to have found Dots, that shield, the main threat. But look, both Bay and Baby Shark doubling up in Kitchen, supported by the intel from Kansan. It's absolutely horrific for W7M. It must feel like they're fighting ghosts, Tim.
Yep, no IQ, by the way.
They didn't know. They just didn't see the pulse or the Valk. It's a bit of an, oh, damn it. Now they've found out, but the plant is going down. Managed to deal it and say, you know what, forget about the Romans. Let's go direct towards site. And it is going to work. This is horrible now, Tim, because it's on main breach. You've got a Monty inside to feed info, and Lobin, absolute demon in his best moments, who could yet hold on for his team.
Yeah, Wildcard have played 90% of this round fantastically, and then they've let the diffuser go down in a 2v5 in a position that it can possibly be held. That is a big kill, though. Kansan manages to swing around the corner and get Dots. It's up to Lobin. This is going to be real hard for him to hold on to. The toxic babe canister there is genius. Get it out there and just obscure his vision, prevent him pushing forward. It does so much for them to allow them to get straight away onto that diffuser. Wildcard, I honestly thought there was a world there where they might have let that one slip through their fingers, but no, they had enough weight of numbers that it didn't matter, and the gambit around Pulse and Valkyrie and keeping them off those intel responses coming in from W7M, not allowing them to switch into the IQ, not allowing them to know what was coming, worked beautifully. Kansan using that intel, got the Nitro kill. That was the entry. The information from the Black Eye cameras just allowed Wildcard to be running around so freely. Great stuff from them.
And Kansan especially, I'll give him a nod because he hasn't been having the best tournament so far. I think going on? They're finally in IT, Tim. They've done it. It's okay. We're in IT.
There's 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, never mind. It's all over. I mean, okay, fair play. There was attempts made, but Wildcard very handily dispatched W7M on Labs. Skyscraper awaits, Tim. Again, I'm sniffing a 2-0, but I do really hope we can see W7M battle it back in that next map.
Wildcard played it well. You can only play what's in front of you, but I will say W7M made it a little bit easy for them in that last round.
Just a little bit, Tim, just a little bit. Well, they need a break. I definitely need a breather. So let's go to a break. And when we come back, well, map 2 will await. See you in a few.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got these. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
I can see what's in front of me. I can no longer feel a
What a start for Wildcard in this series. A good performance on the map 1. And it all comes down to the two different ways that these two teams were taking this matchup. Now, talking about Wildcard in particular and the things they did right, some of their executes were looking so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to look at round 4. They were really pushing that envelope and understanding the win condition and how they can bring that round into their favor when it was looking slow, it was looking grim. It was a great heads-up play from Dash, playing from Connector with using the Candelas to be able to make this play to try to go for this 2v1. But the fact of the matter is all of them collapse together. As you can see, Dash goes for that execute. You have a player coming in from Connector, grabbing this kill, another player coming from Electrical, a player hitting from the back in Aqua, and then they just collapse onto the site going for this 2v1, and they execute it flawlessly. And again, it really shows that Wildcard has a very, very good understanding of how they wanted to approach this W7M on their attacking half.
There was such a stark difference between the attacks from Wildcard that are controlled, that are together, that are always coordinated, whether it is the utility usage on execute, whether it is that 2v1 that instantly flows, that team play is there, that chemistry is there. When we switched to attack for W7M, that was non-existent. No game plan, everyone isolated, no trades. I think we saw the biggest difference here. And I think for me, it's also on Wildcard, Bay playing well, and Kanzen. Kanzen stepping up as well, the old guard. And we could see that as well. If we look at his performance so far during this, it started with him 5-0 in the first 2 rounds, a triple kill and a double kill in the first 2 rounds. It's him getting the entries, it's him being here as a lurk and looking for the flank. It's him punishing the movement of W7M. Very impressive start for him alongside Bay. I think looking at this EPS of 151, most importantly for me, it's the survival. Only 4 deaths across the entirety of that map.
And I think it's important to acknowledge we haven't been able to highlight Kanzen like we were back in stage 1 of the NAL. He's definitely tapered off, but the fact we're seeing him come alive here in the Munich Major, in a match like this with the upper bracket finals on the line here, this is what we need from Wildcard, and this is definitely what we need out of Kanzen.
Yes, of course. When we're looking at this from Wildcard, it's all great stuff, smiles on their faces. But in the contrary, though, on the sides of W7M, there was a very heated argument, it seemed like, going on just beside us when they were taking that break in the map here. And also talking about the timeout that was being taken from W7M in this game. Of course, Maria being able to translate everything for us, but that was looking a pretty spicy as well, I guess.
Yeah, Maria fortunately started translating for us what was going on and what was being said. It's exactly the weakness that we spotted together. It was Norris saying there is no communication right now. There is no communication. There is no game plan. It seems that you guys are not listening to each other. There's no problem solving. And looking at this, it feels like the rest of W7M is surrounding Volps, the IGL, because he's the one responsible for those calls, and that's not coming right now. They're all trying to figure out situations in the game where they're facing problems and no one is taking the lead to problem solve. And that's the biggest issue. If you look at this here, you can see that Norris is trying to bring the team together around this, and Volps is trying to find a solution, and they're all singling him out where it's his responsibility. He needs to come up with a solution right now. And that is not coming. Yeah, his players need him to step up.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
That's the big story here.
I mean, we've been in these situations as players. If your IGL is not coming alive, not doing their part, not setting everyone up, getting all the ducks in a row to be able to go for an execute, to be able to look like the better team. And again, what we saw on their attacking half, they were getting picked off left and right. They couldn't even get their foot in the door. They couldn't even go for a single trade. I would argue that Wildcard wasn't even doing anything impressive. They were just playing a standard default hold that W7M just couldn't manage to crack.
And if I'm not wrong, if we look at the maps, these guys are going to have to start attack on Skyscraper. I mean, if there is one map where you need your IGL to step up and somehow crack some of the best attacks there is in the game, that is on that map. They're on the back to the wall right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one.
And it matches with the photos and the video that we're seeing from them, right? They look defeated. Something needs to happen on the side of W7M. Luckily, it is a qualification game, right? There is a second chance. Should you lose the series 0-2, but you do not want to lose it 0-2 to Wildcard here. Wildcard the brink of making it to playoffs. We'll see if they can do it, though. Skyscraper is our next map.
It's looking pretty tough so far, Ran, is the only way that I can summarize this one. Skyscraper, as you say, W7M start on the attacking side. They're one of our weaker attacking teams at the tournament. Wildcard, our second best defender in the tournament, Tim. On a map that is our most defender leaning, I can only start to give you an idea on how this first half is probably going to go down.
You know the first thing that W7M should do?
What's that then, Tim?
Ban mute.
Yeah? You think it's that simple?
I reckon so.
Ban mute and it's all good?
Ban mute.
GG.
On mute, and then they don't have to look for those jammers.
Wildcard played this map yesterday, which is a little bit of consolation I think the W7M have. They've been able to go away and look. If they knew they were going to play this map, and obviously they did, they chose to take us here, then they'll have had a bit of tape recency, then go and look at what are they doing, how are they playing it, what kind of bans came away against them. And look to follow suit if they really wanted to, but it was a 7-5 game for Wildcard yesterday, so they've already got a little bit of experience on Sky here. I just really hope the W7M haven't spent that break as instead of having a little bit of a scrap and instead of focused on what needs to change coming into this map, because it wasn't, you know, things like a bit of quiet communication that cost them. There were bare basics on labs that they were struggling to get done. It didn't feel like we were watching a top team around the world trying to attack labs.
No, it didn't, and that's going to happen. That's the thing, you know, much as they've said on the desk, this isn't about maps, this isn't about Night Haven Labs versus Skyscraper, this is just about fundamentals, this is about gameplay, this is about teamwork, this is about RGL.
It was about W7M versus labs is the thing, Tim.
Yeah, you know, it's about just it's about getting the basics right. Then worry about the maps and the strategy after that. You know, right now, they've got to make sure that they're there for each other, that they're working as a team, that they're getting those trades, picking up some entry kills. These are the things. If you sat at home thinking, you know, what should I be looking for here? What is going to tell me that W7M are fixing things a little bit? What's going to, you know, help me see that? That's what we're looking for, those communication elements. So, not being surprised by things, because the intel is good, because the droning's there and the communication is there, more importantly. So they don't want to be getting shot in the side, getting shot in the back, running into problems that they don't know are there. They want to be getting trades, so they are going to lose players along the way, but we want to see them getting kills and impacting on those deaths. Again, really, really important, and getting those entry kills to set themselves up for success. If we can see those three things, then we can start worrying about the strategy.
And we'll touch on these bans really quickly here as well, in case you are curious. I mean, you might look at... Okay. But carrying on exactly the same way as we did in Labs, I guess, Tim. But again, to talk about that for a second, Ace and Abana, same bans that we saw coming out of Wildcard yesterday. Plant going now, we'll talk more about them in a minute, Tim. Oh, but Dots has already been finished off. That's unfortunate. They've tried to go real fast here, and I don't blame them, Tim. It's a good way to mix things up rather than getting stuck open in walls, but it's already fallen apart.
Interestingly, though, 2 deaths, no trades.
Yes.
And again, this is the problem. Isolated, doing things on their own. So Dot's going in for a plant. There's a little bit of cover there from window, but nowhere near sufficient. Nowhere near sufficient that if he dies, you can do something about it. So now they're in a 3v5. Diffuser's down inside a site. They've got all kinds of problems already of W7M. Honestly, like, they commented on it, and they just look so dejected. Like, you one map down, it wasn't even your map choice. Like, I know you played badly, but come on, guys, shake it off and get back in.
What makes me feel a little bit sad for Wildcard is, as we spoke about earlier on, both of these teams have played against weaker teams in the competition, with all respect meant in that as well. Teams like NIP and Enterprise amongst them, right? SSG, who've already been eliminated. They've not had a chance to prove themselves, and I actually think Wildcard, it's the first time I've seen them at this tournament, they're really impressing me with their play style. It's got aggression in it, their attacks look brilliant back on Labs. They just look like they're really up for it this tournament. I want to see them make a deep run, but naturally the focus is going to be on a very, very heavily underperforming W7M, which is a shame for the North American outfit, and I think we're going to see them carry on playing this way into their next games. They'll obviously be promoted after this game. I can't wait to see them play in the next round already.
W7M start digging their heels in and trying to make something of what so far has been a very difficult round one for them. They do manage to get some top floor control, so they can now start working above the site. They have the sledge, that's a point in their credit, but they are 2 versus 3. They need the next kill. The next kill is essential for W7M.
I love this lining up, both of them on the hatch, ready to go for a challenge, and there's the man, but no!
That's good.
That's classic Siege timing. Half a second prior, he looks away. Half a second later, he's dead. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Will this be another one of those rounds? Because Wildcard had a few of them where they were 5 versus 3 on the previous map and still saw themselves losing out the map. We're down to the last 30. Surely sees him lay down, but no, Parlo just not quite quick enough. Kansan slipping through the net and escaping back out towards main stairs here. Parlo is recoverable, but we're down to the last 15 seconds. W7M do not have time to experiment any further. They've got to go and hit things.
Yeah, they don't have the diffuser in hand either. I think this is one of those where you make the kill, you know, you make the call that you got to go for kills, but this is a smart move. Spiker's rotated himself upstairs, so now he's going to have the vertical superiority. If they go for this plan, this is a real easy clean-up. There we go. Anyway. Didn't even need Spiker above. Beautiful stuff from Wildcard there. I like the jump out at the beginning from Kansan, just taking the fight straight to W7M immediately. Don't let them get settled. Don't let them sort the mental state out, Des. Keep on top of them. That's what great teams do. You go for the jugular. When you know that your enemy is on the ropes, you keep on pounding away.
again, I'll say what I said during the middle of the round there. I've loved the way that Wildcard have played throughout this series. It's very easy to focus on the things that W7M are doing wrong because they are glaring errors in a game that shouldn't be happening at this level. But from the first jump out, the aggression onto the Nomad, yeah, it's very rare that you see players being willing to make big, crazy jump outs like that on Skyscraper these days. But the fact Kansan gets away with it, gets back inside the building and is still there and involved right at the very end of things and is getting kills vertically. Wonderful stuff. He continues playing well. The team keep on delivering. W7M, got to buck your ideas up a little bit here. At least it looked better for part of that round. They managed to recover things down to a 2 versus 2. It's not as bad as what we saw back on the previous map, but as we heard the Death saying, they're on the attack here. They're the ones who've got to get a couple of rounds on the board before we hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, they were obviously kind of stunned by the, you know, the punch that landed right at the beginning of the round, that jump out, and then losing the planter as well. Personally, I think you call off that plant. You know, if you lose somebody to a jump out that quickly, Wildcard, you know, obviously kind of shaking, ready for those engagements, ready to get going. I think you probably call that and say, look, we're not going to go in here and try and put this down, you know, back to the drawing board. And maybe, again, that's something at the minute for W7M that isn't coming very well. It's, you know, being able to make that kind of adaptation. And we're going to see the Rotero drone go in and just clear out the proximity alarm on those main stairs. So that's going to give a little kind of silent approach option for them later in the round. But right now, they are stacking up a W7M on the other side as well. There's going to be some attention coming in through T and Karaoke. Is this going to be another run out coming from Wildcard, though? They're just giving W7M no peace at the minute, and I love it.
It's the way that it should be. We've heard, you know, again, I spoke about it a few times. We've had tactical timeouts from coaches who have said just that. You're not playing up against them. You're not challenging, especially on maps like Border where you have to. You're not willing to fight them early in the round. You've got to stop them getting inside the map. You've got to take the fight to them rather than waiting for them to come and punch you in the face. He who strikes first wins, you know, while the iron's hot, all that kind of good stuff. And they are going to try and do it, I imagine, in a minute. Look, at the minute as it stands, walls are getting opened up, but here we go. Bay's out. He's got himself a kill. Isolated onto Dodes with no one around to give cover. It's another freebie to start the round off.
It's a huge run out. He's gone all the way from main breach right out to the end of the balcony to look down towards Sword's window. That's where Dodes has just died. That's where he's got that kill. Great stuff from Bay. And again, like I said, Wildcard just letting W7M know there is no peace for you here on Skyscraper. As it is now, the entirety of the push from W7M is coming from the Drum and Dragons side. They are all stacked up over there. There is nobody on the main breach. Wildcard know now. They are comfortable that they can just ignore that and they can face up to the pressure ahead of them.
Can just breathe for a minute as well, because for W7M, again, it's a pace problem, right? They've done the work on getting control of the west side of the map, but this line straight down the middle is still going. But Logan on a bit of a bat stab. It's Dot's getting that first kill, though, down to a 4v4. What do you want to say, Tim?
Just Lobin's working his way around to the opposite side of the map. He's one to watch later in the round if they survive that long. Kansan manages to get one. Baby Shark picks up Lobin. That is a huge kill from Baby Shark because he was looking to move up main stairs and get that backstab, and he's completely shut it down. Volkstar's running into sight. It's all up to Dots. He's going to be closed out by Bay as well. Huge round for Bay. For Wildcard, they are looking great right now.
I think Bay heard we were heaping a lot of praise on towards Kansan and
yeah,
thought,
like,
I want a bit of that.
I'm going to, you know, Kansan can jump out. I can run out too.
The thing is, I believe he's now like 5-0 on entry. It's unbelievable. But tack timeout coming on through. Let's tune in.
Vai ser agora. Eu quero que você jogue de Thatcher, fora Geishas. Caso por algum acaso venha o Ward em Geishas, eu quero uma Ing fora da janela do karaokê, eu quero um cara preparando a laje, e aí eu quero dois pra caçada, de preferência para outro da caçada é você com o shield e o follow-up. Se for dois cara caçada, vocês pegam e sobem a escada L e onda, rápido, tá? Se for quivada full, a gente pega e faz a comida por lá. Não quero banir mira, tá? Quer dizer, não quero banir bait, quero banir mira. Quero que eles continuem jogando recuada. Na bomba e karaokê de novo, vocês pegam e faz aquela play que eu falei de sense no verde e come a mira, e come o tambor.
Qual?
Aquela que
Violo. Tô ligado.
Violo? Tá bom.
All right, let's see how much of it can right and get this time. I heard stuff about C4s and I heard Thatcher being mentioned.
Geisha.
What's really interesting is they're speaking about Thatcher for out towards Geisha side. They got stuck there. I said, you know, we're getting down to about a minute left and they were still only really clearing out the Geisha side, the Karaoke T side. They'd started their walk across. It took them so much time to even get to the halfway point of the map that they were then constrained by time. It's why Volts was full sprinting through sight, and everyone was like, okay, well, he just died for free. But yeah, because they'd ran out of time. They really left themselves restricted. And pacing has certainly not been their friend today. It wasn't on the previous map. It's not here as well. Something has got to change. Over we go to Karaoke and T, and one thing that will raise him, don't forget, we had a tack timeout after 1 round on the previous map. We've had one here after 2. I always say if you have a tack timeout before 3 rounds, something is going horribly wrong. It doesn't quite look like they fixed those issues that we had, that we spoke about, but they needed to fix between maps.
We always knew it.
Let's go.
But if Shopify Rebellion win this, it's almost like a little statement to say that main site, you can't win it. You're going to have to win it elsewhere.
Let's go.
And then it's 5-4, and it really opens up the map. This night's round, guys, it feels like the most pivotal. Canadian forced back by the gas spade thrown out by Fantasy. Goes for a double for more damage, and it does do a little bit of damage, but it does mean now the smoke is only down to 1 babe.
Maybe brings the Nitro now a little bit more into play as well onto the Monty. Still tight margins. A well placed one, good by Canadian, and that really turns the tide of the round. Paneling goes for Surf. Brute's now on the ground.
Oh, great.
Still has a shock train as well that he'll be looking to get value from.
Aggressive from Hates, is considering there's a lot of players posturing here from the attack. Logic Bomb as well. Canadian got to be careful here with his positioning. Fantasy, though, just overwhelms him. He got the guard break. Pino gets rid of Spoit. It's falling apart for the Rebellion. It's out of ammo for Fantasy. And Ampy will then oblige. He'll take the free kill. 2 in the round for the young gunner. And still lots of time remaining.
It's double DMR into 2 defenders who have already taken it.
That's very winnable.
It's still an okay position here for Shopify Rebellion, provided they have a decent amount of information. And if NOP don't set up these correct crosses...
Well, NOP should, at this point, just be playing sight.
Oh, okay.
Huge angle found from Ambi, who still has a Logic Bomb available. And there's actually still a Shock Drone available for Surf. So in terms of information gathering availability for Shopify Rebellion, they've got it in spades with 40 seconds left. And a 2v2 here at the Major to try and stay alive. They've found where both Cons and Wizard is located. There is that Logic Bomb and the push that now follows.
Big moments like this on a Major where you need to step up, but Cons finds Surf and Ambi is in a 1v2, also falls. NIP farming the North Americans.
Ooh, the pressure just gets to SR in that moment. They did so much right.
They go home after this, they lose, right?
They set themselves up, but it falls short. The push through Fountain squashed immediately, along maybe with the hope for this roster. 6-3. 3 match points for NIP. Shopify Rebellion now facing elimination from the Major.
NIP sending home 2 teams from NA was not on my bingo card.
What a run for NIP. They sent home SSG, now looking to send home another North American team. Vent Workshop. And this is where it's real for Rebellion. Rexen and Spoit, it is your final stand. With a minute remaining, Rexen finally arrives to Borna, but it may just be too little too late if he and Spoit cannot convert. 45 seconds. And from 2v5 to 2v3, one last glimmer of hope remains for this North American roster.
And they peel back towards site, leaving Spoit and Rexen with 30 seconds on the clock.
This is it, Spoit. This has to be your moment. It's been a quiet one, but if you make this your moment, you keep this team alive a little longer.
Yellow ping.
It could change dramatically. Yellow ping intel. Rexen bides his time, coming vigorously for Spoit to open the hatch. It's Cons that goes down. It's a straight 2v2 now. And the drop will come through from Shopify Rebellion. Double push together from main. Pino catches one, then the second. And they are catching a fever of Sens.
Not bad.
Yeah, they really have some magic about them. The last few months and their development into Stage 2, EWC, now into Munich.
They're now playing up to standard, and you start to,
No,
maybe
it's
just
say,
lose
bro.
a little bit of confidence in those gunfights. But no, go at them, play strong, hold your ground, back each other up, take the fights and win them.
So I have a question for you guys.
Round 5.
I'm wanting to post Arc-Rated content on YouTube, and I've been posting on my variety channel, right?
And it's going to come down to gunfights.
How much would it hurt my YouTube channel? Post it on my main channel. I'm going to test that out today. I posted same video on my variety channel as I posted on my main channel. If it does considerably okay, I'll probably just continue posting Arc on my main channel. Because, I mean, R6 YouTube isn't doing great anyways. I will still post R6 videos on it, but maybe it'll revitalize it a little bit. We'll see. I'm going to try it. So how I've learned how to do everything. If it works, awesome. If it doesn't, stop it.
Operator, the IQ being brought along to respect, and there we go. This time around, Volp's not getting chewed up early on. Finds Baby Shark, a great person to pick off, running around on that Ella. Removes one more Thorn from their side.
That's the entry, and there is no trade in response. This is something I've been talking about for W7M for the last however many rounds, and now
well, I haven't posted Arc on my variety channel. Just
on the receiving end of it, and it feels like W7M
posted on my variety channel is like starting from day one. So I'm like,
they are very relaxed in their attack. They're actually spread out all around the map here. Dodas is working his way through office. We've got Paolo out near Geisha Breach. We've got a presence out towards Shrine. There's things happening all over the place. So I'm just a little bit concerned for W7M. The team play hasn't been the best over the last 6 or 7 rounds. They've been a little bit isolated at times, and they've been punished for it. Are they going to be able to bring all these threads back together?
I mean, you look at like what we were speaking about earlier on, the number of times that a kill would come through from Wildcard and there was 0 response, no trade, nothing. It suggests that, well, it's the risk of playing this very spread out style where you've got guys coming from the north, from the east, from the south. You can get a lot of map control quickly, as long as you aren't challenged, which Wildcard have done an awful lot, is always a concern. But now we're in top black team, everyone has shifted up towards Shrine. You've got Dodes in underneath as well. They've got a lot going on here as they're starting to work across this top floor. Not forgetting that, of course, the site is downstairs. For now, it's about getting top floor control, getting the verticals, and then starting to look at your execute.
Yeah, everybody from Wildcard has been forced away, so W7M can get in there now and start to have a look at those vertical angles. Don't have a lot of soft destruct options, probably just the...
No, you're good at him.
I
saw her got slammed.
So easy done. There we go. He's going to reclaim his nitro.
If you got a shot, then I would.
Yeah, Ty, it's like starting from day one or at like 130 subs on YouTube or starting on a channel that has 28,000.
But they can't really open up too many holes.
You know.
It's going to be taken down with the Nitro. More importantly, Des, that puts the diffuser on the ground with 15 seconds left to go.
Beautiful. These crossfires are wonderful. 2 players on one door. Crossfire from Cans, and there's so much cover coming in from these wildcard guys. They've almost invited W7M into a bit of a trap in the 2 versus 3. They get rid of one. Looks for a second, but no. Bay a little bit better in the moment. Unfortunately, a 1 versus 2 for Dodez. He won't have time to get it over the line. Wildcard. They take round 5 and move up to 3 and 2.
It feels like we've got ourselves into a real matchup here. W7M have stepped up, they have improved, and they are now playing more towards the standard we would expect from them. And Wildcard have an answer. They've managed to find another gear in round 5 to get that done. They played really patiently there. W7M played a very relaxed style. They were spread out, as I said. They moved across that entire top floor. Didn't really give Wildcard a lot of opportunities in the early round, and Wildcard didn't worry about that. They were happy to play their game. They gave up ground as they had to, didn't lose their lives, and then waited for that final push from W7M. Good defense from them, and we're going to see now their final attempt in round 6. It's going to be Exhibition and Office.
It is. I'm looking towards the Sens, currently being hovered by Palu. Saw Bolts bring it earlier on, but not get a chance to make use of it. And what I like about the Sens here is that we've seen them again, time and time again, playing super spread out, trying to cover large parts of the map and often being chewed up. If they can isolate out players or cover off the slightly riskier parts where they know Wildcard are holding down, it helps them get towards the site a little bit closer. Of course, also excellent for the actual execute itself. Here on Exhibition Office, in through drone holes, in from terrace, loads of spaces that you can make use of those Sens light screens to make that site a little bit easier to hit. But if we get stuck on trying to clear the Geisha side of the map again, as we saw them last time, they may not even get a chance to make good use of it, and he's also moved away towards the Nook, so who cares, Tim? And that's why the classic caster lesson is we don't talk about hoppers.
Explain the ops until they're locked in.
Yes. Though I do like talking about the use case of that. The Sens still one of the, like, obviously when they got buffed and had the ability for Ward not to be able to see through those light screens, we actually saw the pick rate go up quite a lot.
Yeah.
So I do enjoy seeing Sens.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to compare the two. The variety channel
have the
and the main channel. I'm gonna have them post the exact same video and go off of that.
Let's be careful now.
Oh, scary stuff.
Okay, we're looking good. There's two players hold. There's 3 of them working on one angle here as well. This is what I like though, because as we saw on IT War, they got a little bit stuck at times. The player would get picked off, and it will just fall apart from there. I like to take air quotes a bit more seriously to make sure they can move forward. Expect Dots to come over now and plant one of those hard breaching charges down to make sure it is opened up and therefore accessible. If nothing else for now, it is at least a bit of a threat onto the other side, knowing that that's a sight line that's opened up.
That's just the Maverick line that they've opened is just going to prevent anybody from playing in that power position inside VIP. So enough of a job has been done there, and we have been I4 just looking to try and get aggressive on that door. We've seen him have success on the run out before. He's just going to back off for the time being after being hit by that concussive mine from Dodez, who retreats back around the corner for the time being. It's going to be a challenge here from Kansan. We saw him playing
We'll see what happens.
in Dragon last time.
Right now,
he
it's
did have
like
some success, got 1 kill out of the 2 players that
I don't think it'll
pushed
affect my main channel very much.
For now, he's just holding
Because R6 YouTube has not been doing great lately. That's why you see so many of those streamers leaving, because R6 YouTube has not been doing great. So, try my main channel, see what happens.
Admittedly, it is elsewhere around the map, but it's a great spot now for W7M to be in to get that 3-3 half that we were speaking about, Tim. The aggression from Bay here, he's dancing around, but not down by the Monty. We know how this goes, Tim. Gets finished off by Dots. He played with fire for a little bit too long. Spiker, dash, 1 back apiece. We're down to a 2v2.
Spiker's underneath at the minute on the castle, so that is something that Wildcard need to think about. Does he make a dash back for the top floor or not? Dash has actually gone underneath as well here. They're both offside. Opportunity for W7M. They're trying to play for the Nitro of the Bandit, but with 35 seconds, it's going to be difficult to be sure that you know where this is going down. This is an important moment. Dash is not in position to do anything about this. He was underneath for the Nitro, but he gave up on it, and he was caught out. He's had to move back, but the diffuser is down with a Monty, and Palu outside of the breach.
Oh, he's got to make
this is difficult for Wildcard.
He's got to make this run out work, but of course they'll be watching, and the players on the upside down repel too. Oh, there's no way you recover this one now. Not against a shield on the upside down player. It's a little bit too tough. Monty with full HP as well, even that C4 in a perfect spot wouldn't do enough. Palu is ready. Another great round from W7M, Tim. They should take us to 3-3 here. Gonna knock him down once, 1 more kill when he's down and out on his back. Good round by Dots, especially playing that Monty really aggressively throughout, and it gets him that 3-3. Much better attacking than what we saw back on Labs.
Honestly, like I said, for W7M, it is all about having won round 3. We've just seen them come out a different side after that. They've been far more competitive, and right now, I feel like that gives them the advantage here. They go 3-3 in the half and move on to the defense. We would expect a 4-2 minimum on Skyscraper for the defense. So W7M, it's your map choice. It's yours now to bring home.
It is. Here we go for the bans then. Ace to be taken away. Kaid also to go with. Standard stuff to what we saw yesterday. I kept referencing that game that we saw from Wildcard against Space Station. It's good reference to what we've seen prior. They took away Clash and Kaid as their 2 bans. We've already seen one of them. Will the Clash follow through as well? Or are we not worried about W7M's Clash? Turns out we are. It's going to follow. An Ace and a banner going to go. Nomad was the other ban that came in against Wildcard. Yesterday we saw Bay playing it an awful lot back on the previous map. So I do think we're going to see him running it quite a bit here as well. Or maybe another player on the team. Either way, that operator is going to be selected. Of that, I've got no doubt, until maybe it's banned away after round 9.
We can push forward! Seeing the smash. Not only do you get battered to the ground, but he got battered through the wall. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, we can see the energy now that is just, you know, creeping its way back into that W7M side, and they've certainly played, I
just hope it's not too late.
This is,
Gong, how you doing?
I think they've got themselves the advantage that they need now. Skyscraper should be theirs, and then we go to a third on bank and just, you know, you see what happens then. But, yeah, look, I'm not writing Wildcard off, but the attack of Skyscraper is difficult. W7M have certainly come online. It's the map they wanted to play. I give this to W7M.
5 seconds.
All right. Wildcard did win 3 attacks on it against SSG yesterday. I've already spoken about W7M's defensive record not quite being the strongest at this competition so far, but hopefully they can prove me wrong going into the defensive side of this map. I was also again looking at some of the stats overall for this series and how things are currently standing. Bay 20-11. 5-0 on the entry. They are destroying W7M when it comes around to the entry kills, and you guys have been seeing it. You've seen the jump outs, the early cheeky kills coming in onto odd members on the side of W7M. It has looked fantastic. In fact, across the whole series so far, there have only been 5 entries for the side of W7M, and 2 of them came in round 5 and 6 from Volts.
Just looking at the positioning of W7M at the minute. Here comes Order Utility though. Dash sending in the Candelas from the karaoke window. Spiker manages to get a kill on the back of it. Baby Shark with a double. This is fantastic from Wildcard. We weren't sure how they would look on the attack. We thought W7M might stand up, and they do begin to. Wolves with a double, managing to make that shotgun sing. And we go back now to a 2 versus 3.
Where's the diffuser gone down? I didn't see who had it when they died as well, and this is now part of the concern because I think, yes, and the problem is Volts has done it. So Volts has played really well there. He's gone from top black, snaked his way in towards Geisha, and got a second kill on the player, pushing his way in towards Geisha. That now means he is sat on the diffuser alone, and that means all the attackers now need to coordinate around this. Bay trying to move his way through terrace, but gets deleted by Dots on a swing from Drum. Wonderful stuff, and this looks very, very winnable for W7M, despite their initial struggle. A shotgun in towards Dash at the back, finally getting it put down. It's a 1v1 team, Kansan against Dots.
Kansan's just, he knows exactly where Dots is located, knows that he's playing out in Drum, I think. He's just going to back off for the time being. Wants to get on the drones. He knows he's got one in pocket. Smart play. Time. Smart play. 1 minute 15 on the clock. He knows that it's all there for him. Now he knows if the cross is made, so he can start working his way across. His team are going to be watching that, and they'll scream if he gets pushed. There's an opportunity for him to go and get the diffuser here, or to make a challenge, whichever one he wants to do.
I think we go diffuser.
I think we hear the Nitro rip there. He's going to be concerned about that presence inside of Drum and whether the Mirror can challenge onto the diffuser or not, which he will be able to, but no, he's recovered it. This has been really well played by Kansan.
So patient, so composed, but equally Dots is waiting to see what the move is. Doesn't want to expose himself too soon, but may not have a choice down. Sure enough, Kansan. Wow. Oh my God. Perfect. Played 1v1.
That's how you win a round with a drone. That is how you win a round with a drone. Taking that time, he just didn't panic. Foot off the gas. I'm just going to step back. I need to clear out the mute jammer, and then I've got a drone that I can use. you know, having that presence of mind to recognize that, oh, my drone's been caught in the jammer earlier, I can just clear that out now, I can take it back into my control, I can move it through, and the positioning was perfect. It's something that W7M weren't aware of, but it gives him all the intel he needs to move around completely freely in Karaoke, in Geisha. The only risk for him was when he had to dip out and try and grab a hold of that diffuser. But the information is there, nice and clear for him. He's pushing across you now, and he takes a shot. Beautiful stuff from Kansan.
All right, well, that certainly gets the half started off to an interesting beat, Tim, because if W7M pick up the defense there, they go ahead for the first time. Wouldn't have been a bad outcome for them on a map that, again, is our most defender-sided in the pool. Should have been the way it should have gone, but it all comes down to a 1 versus 1. Wildcard to 4 and 3 on the attacking side.
10 seconds left.
W7M need to bounce back now. Exhibition Office going to be the second site that we step into.
What we can't see from W7M here is those heads go down again. You know, you can't only have the energy and be excited and, you know, be playing well in the server. You can't only have that when you're winning rounds. You've got to have it, you know, no matter what the score, no matter what's happening, if you want that chance of being able to come back particularly and get victories. And so W7M, we need to see that same vibe, that same energy from them that they've had over the last couple of rounds, even after Wildcard have dealt a little bit of a blow there by taking Tea and Karaoke away from them. We move into round 8. It's going to be an attack onto Office and Exhibition this time. W7M fairly well spread at the minute. There's 2 over on the Tea and Karaoke side, and then the rest are around site. But in terms of Wildcard's push, they are largely drawn in at the minute. It's not too much attention towards that breach side, but they are kind of building in that area.
They're sniffing. They managed to get pinned in slightly there. Now managed to get back up towards site as well. Could have been a bit of a freebie because, as you say, a lot of W7M have been gathered around the site itself, like outside of one player that's off on the roam at the minute, I believe. Otherwise, everyone's dug in. They're looking to play behind gadgetry. They're looking towards potentially those 3 C4s in back pocket to play denial from below. But Baby Shark has got in and scared a bunch of them away. He's now in underneath. They've got the control they need, so it probably will be a mid to late round retake, air quotes, from W7M onto the downstairs. Clear out Baby Shark, look to play off the C4s, but he needs to be unseated, and it's not quite so easy given how well Baby Shark and the rest of the team have been playing so far.
Definitely not. We see them stacking up on the balcony now. This was something that Wildcard dealt with aggression generally, by going for the runouts, by looking for the kills, but it's not an energy that W7M are particularly wanting to match. They've got Baby Shark underneath, working on the book as well, just looking for that position in behind small bar, and balcony's somewhat being abandoned here. They're going to leave the Blackbeard on there, but there is rotations elsewhere.
They really want to plan it, and it's about the lockdown they have here, right? Once those smokes have expired, there's still 1 left. They're going to have about 40 seconds with which to work. Loads of time for what it's worth. Spiker was also downstairs for a long amount of time, and I thought we'd see the frag grenade go skyward at the point of execute, but no. Holding onto it now is joining his team outside, so they're still kind of getting a feel for what they want to do. Dash, in fact, this can't be a late rotate over towards Geisha side when there only 40 seconds to go, right? That's crazy.
That's exactly what they've done at the minute. Dash has taken the diffuser with him. He's moving at pace, coming back through, but the problem is that he's going to have vaults on the rear side of him. I'm not sure they're aware. He's going to get 2 here. The book is there as well. He's going to come round the corner. That's 1 for free, and then he's got the Blackbeard from behind. They have no choice but to keep pushing forward. That's an important kill. Spike manages to take down vaults on a trade. That could be key. 15 seconds left.
Wildcard don't do bad.
W7M are holding on.
Almost managed to get through it as well. As much as he tries, Parlo is there for the trade. Wildcard getting a little bit lost in the sauce there, I fear, Tim. They had the right sort of idea, I thought, before. Control from below, being able to play inside the site itself, can't play in safe C4 or smoke positions, but then bailed with 40 seconds to go, knowing they hadn't drawn that part of the map. They took a massive risk in trying to make it happen. And ultimately paid the price. W7M keeping pace here, 4 apiece.
It was a round of risk because, you know, Volps had played a little bit of a risky one as well. Sitting out there on black stairs until 40 seconds left in the round, with no real challenge, with no real presence there. You know, you're leaving your site short-handed. There comes a point where you think, do I get a little bit closer back? Do I reduce this roam? But no, he stuck with it. And he got himself an important kill. Yes, he got traded out, but it didn't matter because it was the disruption that it caused. It wasted another 10 seconds. Left them with only 15 to get the job done. Wildcard, I think, I'm not really sure what the plan for an execute was there. They stacked up some numbers on the breach. They tried to work with the book underneath a little bit to create the space, but it wasn't really possible to create it all from beneath. They needed pressure from elsewhere. They maybe needed somebody in VIP, for example, playing up house stairs, or you know, working across and clearing out Dragon and moving in from there. They needed something from the other side, because all it was, they had the Mirror, they had Lobin in small bar as well. They had these players that were in a position to fight the breach continuously, and they never moved them out, and the book isn't going to be able to clear those positions.
Here comes Bay, though. Seen him on the nook a few times, Tim. Could be pretty lethal, and there he is. Getting the entry, and there's no swing from the second player. In fact, going back onto the same spot where the first man died. Bay has already stepped away there. The pressure starting to build on towards Dotsu as the shield starts bearing on down. Pressure coming in from the side at the same time, but they've got rid of at least the one. Kansan has fallen, but Bay, on a bit of a tear, finds the second. Now pressure a bit too much on the other side to handle here, Tim. Has the right idea, because there's one more on main stairs. Waiting for the swing. No! Just as he changed his weapon. Siege timing in a nutshell, I'm afraid.
We do get the
bonus,
the benefit of the outlines. We can see how close that was, trying to fight the blitz here. Smart player just going to use that Keeper barricade to back him up and give a little bit of space. Baby Shark's taken so much damage. Spiker taken out 2v2, but with a low health blitz on the side of Wildcard. This is going to be difficult. It's just turning into a maelstrom in the bar here. There's fists and guns flying everywhere, Des.
Dash really needs to get that kill, but couldn't quite get it. They're backing away, letting the blitz charge. Yes, they are. Baby Shark so low, but they managed to find him, Tim. That was a real slobber knocker around, back and forth between the two, swinging haymakers at each other. But it's Wildcard that come out on top when the dust has settled. 5-4.
It was a huge brawl in the bar. There is no two ways about that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Wildcard who come out on top of it. 5-4. They are fighting hard. I am so impressed with the North American side throughout this map. This is not their map. W7M have come back at them several times in the last few rounds, but Wildcard keep finding a way. They are digging deep. We can see what it means to them. The passion, the energy, the celebration. Every round builds. They know how close they are to qualification here in Munich.
Okay. Wildcard can breathe a little bit easier, and they've at least got that third map if required. Spoke about it earlier. These two maps that we played so far, Labs and Sky, both teams really enjoy them, both in their top four when it comes round to preference. And if you're curious, preference comes as a result of your banning tendencies around the map. Do you pick it? Does your opponent pick it against you? Is it often a decider that you'll go to? All kinds of factors come into a little formula that I believe Mr. Fresh himself came up with. And it lets us know how much a team like playing a map, their preference on it. It doesn't always speak to their results on there. But Banksar is the one that sort of hangs towards the lower end for both teams. It's not a preferred map. That will make it really unpredictable when we get there, if we get there. W7M need to pick themselves up. I would not be surprised to see this one go to overtime, personally.
No, I'd agree with you. I think, you know, despite... will, you know, still continue to celebrate Wildcard and their performance here, because it is, you know, worthy of such celebration, but they are on the attacker skyscraper. It ain't going to be easy to keep winning these rounds against W7M either. They're going back to attacking T and Karaoke this time around. They've got no hard breach other than the Maverick now. They don't really need too much of it, but, you know, you're looking at Geisha Wall, you're looking at maybe breaching the Gold Bars Wall if you get yourself established inside a drum. So there are a couple of areas that it would be beneficial. They do have 2 hard breach gadgets, but we know it's fairly limited. A lot of it's going to revolve around Spiker and Amaru. This is a gamble.
They've got another bit of a set-piece play. They kind of had it half with Bay on the Nook last time around.
W7M aren't in Karaoke or Geisha at all. There is space here.
Yeah, they are. I've just looked at our top-down. Literally no one is on this side of the map.
There is space here.
There's only Palu who's anywhere nearby. They don't even need the Amaru. Just hit it. They're going in for it. They might have got a kill elsewhere. But
Sun, maybe one day.
4 players are in exhibition office.
I'm looking into
Where
it.
are they? They're searching for Narnia while the planet's going down. They're going to be like, what just happened? They've now got to fight their way back across the entire map to be able to stop this.
That is phenomenal. Opportunity spotting from Wildcard. It was obviously the play. They'd brought the Amaru along, but they've got the drones in, and then the other half of the team have created the opportunity. They've gone and made so much noise on the other side that it's dragged W7M across to deal with the threat in exhibition office in numbers. That's maybe something that they've recognized that W7M do previously. Wow. And they're just going to pick them off one at a time. What an attacking round from Wildcard. That was beautiful. Siege. They knew, they read into what W7 W7M were going to do. There is, you know, prep work that has gone into that. They play nice and loud on exhibition office side. Make a lot of noise. They'll come over. We know they will. We've seen them do it before. And then bang, we go in with the Glaz and the Amaru. Beautiful stuff. Love to see it.
Didn't even need the Amaru. Could have literally taken your time back, taken your choice of panels that you wanted to smash out on that window, repelled, didn't have a little look around, check the lights are all still working.
Sung a song on the karaoke.
Do a health and safety check. File a report, wait 2 weeks for it to come back and still get the diffuser down. They were just nowhere nearby. Only Parley, like I mentioned, could have possibly heard it going down, but he was 2 or 3 rooms away. And I touched on Bay being down below as well. He was inside a bar for the vast majority of that. There was no way they were ever going to be able to stick a diffuser without getting below control and being able to fight their way back upstairs. Wonderful attack from Wildcard. W7M are now 1 round away from being eliminated here in not eliminated, sorry, from losing this promotion game in Munich.
It's brilliant stuff from Wildcard. You know, I know we've waxed lyrical about that round, but
really impressed today.
It was just brilliant to watch that play out. It was so well orchestrated from Wildcard, and like I say, I think that's a recognised weakness in W7M. They've watched the footage, and I dare say if you go and watch W7M defend this site, they probably commonly move across to the other side in numbers to try and deal with that roam clearance and try and support each other. But it was used against them.
Boys, can we please move west? Observers, we go back to top down again for a second. I was like, please, let's just all move west, guys. Come on now, move over, please, back towards the site. Come on, let's not stay too far away. There's 2 of them here. The other 3 are all scattered out towards the east still. Don't mind that, but the guys on site have got to scream as soon as they hear this Amaru anywhere nearby, because Baby Shark is on it again. We've got a Blackbeard on side. You've got the Nomad to lock things down. They could go for the repeat here, Tim, honestly.
They can't get away with it.
Can't they, Tim? Can't they?
That's what I'm going to say. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice,
oh my God,
shame on me. They're certainly going to try, but they've got Parley to deal. Yeah, this is underneath. This is underneath. We're going to see exactly what the plan is from Baby Shark.
What are they cooking?
I think he's going to try.
Into one, then up the hatch?
No, I think he's... no.
Into Geisha?
I think he's going to try to deal with bottom black stairs and vaults.
We'll see about that one, Tim. Here he goes, straight in. There we go. Trying to get up back if you can, looking for the one, and sure enough, they've got no idea. Downs 1, downs 2. Tim, they've managed to do it again. They've just rolled over them. It's a 4 versus 2. Calamity in the W7M camp. As once again, they crumble before another beautiful set-piece play coming out of Wildcard, and there's still half a round to work with here. Surely they don't let this one slip, and they guarantee their spot in our playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like W7M really haven't responded well to pressure today. When Wildcard have been able to put the hammer down and just really apply that pressure, W7M have not stood tall. Dots manages to take down Baby Shark. That's something for the Brazilian team to try and build on. The challenge comes into Shrine window, but Kansan is able to get in safely and can now try and start challenging around the corner onto Dots, but he manages to find his man, takes damage along the way. 2v2.
They might hold on here, Tim. They've completely neutralised the advantage that Wildcard had. This game has been mental. The whole series back and forth. Yes, Labs was quite a dominant affair, but there were some rounds that were crazy.
Exit time!
The back end of Skyscraper is building up to be exactly the same. Still with 2 of those impacts in pocket if so required. Knee 1 deep, but no Loben at range. They've held on, Tim. They're going to win the 2 versus 4 at this rate unless Spiker can work some real magic in these final 30 seconds. Knew that one was on main stairs. Doesn't know about the other, but at least the suspicions are right, Tim. The Spider sense or the Spiker sense is going off. The Fuser was going down, and that now springs the last 2 W7M players into very cautious action.
Loben's pretty close around this corner. Spiker knows now he can pre-fire. Does he know that there's no rotate there? He's going to bounce round, gets his man. Opportunity to put the diffuser down, possibly, and just try and
he's going for the kill.
Bring him in. The decision has been made. He's going to go for it. He's not going to find him in time, I don't think. 3 seconds left to go.
Now he knows. Oh, so nail-bitingly close. Half a second in it. That was a real back and forth round, Tim. It was like the tide. Excellent start. Coming out from Wildcard into a 4v2, well fought back by W7M, and they keep themselves in the series. To round 12 we go. They have a chance, Tim, to send us to overtime, but would have to win that as well to send us into map 3. You think they can do it?
I would never write off this W7M roster, but honestly, with the way that Wildcard have played today, No, I don't. I think that Wildcard, whether it's on map 3 or whether it's here, I think Wildcard will win it. Because I think Wildcard have... I think Wildcard deserve to win it. They've been the better team. They've consistently been. W7M, you know, may have won as many rounds nearly on Skyscraper, but Wildcard have still been the better team. The rounds they've won have been far more convincing. And so I think Wildcard deserve the win, and I'd struggle to argue against them deserving it in 2 maps, winning it here and now.
I agree. I do agree. But Bank may well have to be that decider. See how things keep on stepping forwards. Exhibition office where W7M are going to establish their last line of defense, their last chance of getting it done. Thank you, observers, pointing out they are indeed all out towards the west, Tim, so they are on the other side, expecting a Geisha push to come through from Wildcard. And I think now we've seen Amaru attempt twice. Of course, succeeding one time, failing the other. Going back to a more standard, clear-cut composition for this one. Not trying to cheese or rush in towards sight. And try and win it the old-fashioned way, Tim, and that's by playing some proper siege. A good bit of proper siege.
I play card games on my variety channel. Basically, the idea is I want to go into more variety on YouTube. Right now, the question is, do I want to do the variety? Do I want to have a separate variety channel, or do I want to have everything on my main YouTube? That's kind of my conundrum right now. So right now I'm experimenting with Arc, and that goes well, then I'll keep branching around and just doing whatever the hell I want, you know.
They need to make sure that they keep an eye on the clock
We'll see.
and don't let things get away from them. Baby Shark is in underneath just to try and deal with any of those difficult positions. The mute jammer is not effective, and they managed to get that wall open into Geisha quite quickly. So good progress from Wildcard so far, I think.
First call coming out from the Dockerby as well. Second one available in about 15-20 seconds or so. That should be their invitation to move forward and try and get kills though, Tim, and sure enough, they've got rid of Palu. Also have Baby Shark underneath on the book, also looking for targets. So it could have been 2 quick kills on the side of Wildcard, and that could spell the end of the series, but instead, W7M, although it's looking slimmer, have a chance to fight back.
As I said, W7M are playing quite widespread. They are isolated. They will lose bodies without trades, as has happened 5 versus 4. And the reason that's important now is Wildcard can then double up on somebody. So then the next challenge, you're going into it 1v2. It becomes a lose-lose. So I want to see W7M maybe just, you know, move. They are starting to do it. Drop back a little bit, play a little bit deeper, but particularly play together. Give yourself an opportunity to trade those deaths out to keep yourself in the fight, because otherwise this one's going to be over before you know it.
They have all largely pulled back, as you can see there, right? Sort of acknowledging they can't get much more on the roam out here. They can't keep
They were too isolated. They've done the right thing.
They can't keep Wildcard back forever, so you do have to concede ground at some point. Terrace now in control of Wildcard are looking to be, as they've got a couple of players gathering around. Baby Shark going wide around the map here to try and get himself up onto, I'd imagine, either underneath or looking to be off on the balcony. Balcony looks to be the play. Still have someone providing that backstab through display window or directly in towards the site itself. But for now, main breach is electrified, Tim. It's not that easy to step through. Kansan gets one. Lobin trades it back with a C4 elsewhere. 4 versus 3, sorry, I didn't see Dasher still going.
Lobin's playing this really well, except a lot of utility comes his way. He just blasts with the shotgun and manages to find one, but Wildcard's still on top. 9 seconds, but it doesn't matter.
Damn.
Kansan picks up the final kill, and the North American side will qualify from the Swiss phase of Munich, and they did it in style.
Would you dare to bet against them, Tim? They've looked good throughout the tournament. They came in as that underdog, the unexpected team when others thought it would be Dark Zero or OXG. And now here, before we've even hit the final day of our first stage, they're one of our teams in playoffs. Very well deserved. And as said, I can't wait to see them play because their style of Siege has been so fun to watch today.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for W7M, unfortunately. It's been a rough day for them. They do get another shot. They are now 2-2, so they will have that final match, best of 3, that will decide their fate. That will be played tomorrow. But if they can't improve on what they did today, Des, they could really struggle.
Labs definitely stung them. It could have been a different story if not for Labs. However, this is the one that we've got. It is a 2-0, and of course, former teammates here as well. Of course, can't forget that is the first time that Dash has come up and played against his old team, so it must mean a lot. And I'm loving that Lawrence, of course, giving him more smiles as well, which is a beautiful thing. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our desk, I'll break this down for you.
together at once. Interesting enough, this enables the mute more and the roam for those external walls, and just generally force you to the ranged heart destruction, which can be impacted a little bit easier. So, not against this at all. No start downstairs in the basement.
Yeah, good place to start. As good as any. Down in the basement for FaZe. Now, we haven't seen these guys play a lot of Clubhouse. I think that's why BDS have picked it. And I think I'm starting to read into what Eden and French, what the boys were saying when I walked past them before. They seem confident in these maps, but a little bit suspicious.
Yeah,
because
like, it's too easy, isn't it?
It is. Well, like, why are we going to Clubhouse where BDS have already beaten SSG 7-1? You look at FaZe's record on it. They haven't played it for a little bit. In Stage 1, 2 months ago, they beat 9Z, which is obviously one of the lower teams in the SAL. 3 months ago, they beat Furia on this map. They lost to Furia on this map, and 5 months ago they lost to Black Dragons on this map. Both very convincing losses that FaZe fell on Clubhouse. So yeah, it's strange. If you're BDS, you're like, why are they letting us take them to a map that we like and they don't like?
Let's see about the pace setting. There's one thing for sure. BDS, by my mind at least, they like to be the ones to control the pace and how fast or slow these rounds will play out. FaZe Clan, a lot more happy to go, we have these things on paper, we'll see what happens.
Soul's in a good spot balance-wise? I think so.
We will control
I
it
think
by
she's
simply
fairly
winning
usable,
because we're
fairly
better,
decent.
We're more precise, more exact. It's going to be Blitz in blue with help from Garage, forcing Candy back towards top of CCTV.
I'm not sure KDS has been spotted though.
No.
In stock.
Bit of a bait and switch though. I mean, they seem to know that Hanky is somewhere in this area. It's a matter of when they find him. Cyber could stand in bar actually instead.
A nice shot from Lasmo from all the way outside of stock. And yeah, it looks like KDS has now retreated back to site, leaving Handy as the primary roamer. He's still upstairs. It's interesting the way BDS, they don't really want to take a head-on fight. They want to force him into a cut player who's holding his exit.
Now that hammer and anvil, but there's a gap main stairs. Nobody from BDS is there to cut off that rotation, which means Vidiking, Handy can escort each other back down towards the bomb site. You know, perhaps play the C4 beneath. But with losing Cyber early, when BDS get to that bomb site, you look at that 4v5 with a single C4, no smoke, no Tashanga. I'm not liking this first round for FaZe Clan because I'm not sure what the win con's gonna be.
Yeah, especially because the operator you've lost, the utility is all nullified. You know, Solus can't use her gadget after she's dead, whereas if it was a Goyo roaming, for example, or a Valkyrie, you get value from that utility, but not to be this round for FaZe, for Cyber.
C4 misses.
It was just blind. I mean, it was a vague audio call. Yeah, I'm liking this round for BDS, though Robbie's taking quite a bit of damage to his feet.
Stop it now, though. I mean, I feel like Robbie should just feel so confident in this particular round. There's almost no counterplay available whatsoever. BDS, they have options. They can have Blitz go aggressive, go for a push into motor door, be that chaos factor. They can also escort Diffuser into side. Right now, just taking unnecessary amounts of damage with deployable shield all the way back towards the bomb site. Just be careful here, Robbie. You don't want to die too early.
Yeah, that's the problem at range. Like, why is he contesting this? Any other operator would be much better suited to this position from Robbie. He needs to back out. 30 seconds. Time's been burned very nicely by FaZe. Wow. What? And that is the benefit of the early damage onto the feet. It's now confirmed that Robbie's been down by that impact. Now, there's going to need to be an explosive entry and explosive finish for BDS.
Yeah, no, Solus is definitely a lot more usable than
lend
she was
itself
before.
to Freck. The
100%.
Dutchman flying in through blue, supported by P4 as well. Deep into the site with the Sens light wall, cutting off dirt tunnel. But the plant has not been confirmed. No, Vidiking snuck behind enemy lines, prevents the bomb from going down, confirms the round for FaZe.
I mean, a good, I guess, wait for FaZe to get back, but I'm thinking like, what did they actually do? It felt more like the things that BDS did wrong more than FaZe did well to win that round. And I'll just note two small things that I think have a big impact. First one, Robbie just getting so much damage on the Blitz early on for no seemingly good reason, then gets impact injured and just stalls for time because now he needs to get revived. Secondly, when they tossed down the grenade to clear the shield that did damage Robbie, that position, no one's on the kitchen hatch to catch that player. So you grenade the shield, which means the player behind it has to run away. But then nobody's playing in a position to catch the guy as he runs away, you lose a free kill. And like with the blitz, you can drop the kitchen, that's pretty safe with the shield, the sense wall, go for a default plan because guess what? No smoke, no Tashanga, no C4. And they knew that. They saw the entire defender lineup either in gadgetry or by visual confirmation. And they still win for like a last second against the Goyo Fire execute. I feel like simpler would have been better there. But that's the first round. Perhaps BDS had this kind of thing in their mind, like we gotta take control and own them in this first round by taking control, and it backfired.
Yeah. As we see the Six Invitational qualification graphic here, it really puts into perspective the stakes of this game, right? And the stakes of going deeper into the tournament for both these teams. Obviously, only having one major this year, a lot of Six Invitational points
every single day.
From
In fact, I'll be right back.
And phases look pretty good. Stage 1, they were, if I'm off the top of my head, first place. Let me double check that.
Sure.
Stage 2, they were third place. Stage 1, second place. And Stage 2, third place. So, I mean, clearly not enough points to guarantee them. I mean, BDS, in contrast, Stage 1 was really pitiful from them. They struggled a lot, hit up 8th place. So they lacked a lot of Six Invitational points. You need to go deep at the major to guarantee that, or have a good performance at regional finals.
And BDS at this point in time, I mean, the rosters had more time to gel, so we're kind of out of excuse, right? Like, this is going to be the point where they should stop being at near peak form or getting to that level.
I think it was your take when this roster forms. Like, they're going to be great eventually, but not at the start. It's going to take them some time.
6-8 months or so. So right about now/SI would be like the big point. And I mean, so far this event, I'm not going to say they've been doing bad because they haven't, but they do need to prove themselves up against one of the better teams in the base.
You beat SSG and G2, that doesn't tell you a lot about this team. Beating FaZe would be a very different story.
Second round was starts off with Frag on low HP, shot by the pool table window, from the pool table window. FaZe clan are surprisingly enough kind of everywhere on the map right now, supplying pressure, shooting, fighting, etc. BDS, they got that primary wall opened up.
Focusing on KDS.
Towards Catwalk, yeah. What do they have to deal with it? They have 2 frag grenades, 6 flashbangs. No, none of those like Capital, Grim, Blackbeard, Monty, no.
Yeah, and Capital was open as well.
It is.
That nade didn't actually get that Kiva barrier. It didn't confirm the kill.
No
this is not the way to clear Catwalk.
Again, first round, it felt like BDS and the basic fundamentals a little bit lackluster. Here in the second round, the same struggle for them. 45 seconds. Even if KDS dies shortly here, he's burned so much time on util. It'll be a worthy death.
And I have a feeling he's going to claim a kill before he goes down here. Flashbang, it's good. A second one to follow. Frek cannot quite find the angle on the prone player. Eventually, Virtue decides to take matters into his own hands, marches straight up. But like you said,
no heart breach.
Damage is done. 25 seconds left. The round should be phases.
Yep. Mavericks with the heart breacher on the main breach instead. Can't go to the walls. They gotta jump in the windows to go for kills.
And P4's gonna die doing just that. Soul's getting very aggressive. This is not the way to play it. When you're down on numbers, Handy's got to clutch up. Diffuser has not been claimed. Frek on the ground. Virtue picks that kit back up and looks for a chance to plant it. Lasmo has to cover him, and he does! That's what we needed to see from BDS.
It's scrappy, it's messy, but at the end of the day, they get the round up, and they did it with confidence. They recognize, guys, we have no Selmas on the ace. Maverick is on the outside breach. He can't breach the garage walls. On Catwalk rafters, we have to jump in the garage window, the CC window, and walk in the breach and take the fight to FaZe. No default plant stuff at all. But it's so close. So close.
I think it's really interesting the way that the Clubhouse Rafters metas has just evolved over the years. Because now every team, I feel like up until this event, I'd seen the double reinforcement on Rafters a bit, but it wasn't a mainstay. Now everybody is doing it.
It's been a lot.
It makes it so hard to kill that Rafters player because you don't have as many angles from outside the breach. The breach guy is basically just trying to get a tiny little angle through the window into Rafters. You can't see much from that.
Nope.
Right? It means you need more explosivity, you need more fire, you need the Grim.
That's where we're surprised, like, Capital was open, and it would have been like the one answer, like they had no Mine, no Jaeger, it was just the Asami.
Yeah, if you're BDS next round attacking that bomb site.
They got the Capital now.
Yeah, wrong bomb site,
Too
but
late,
sure. I mean, the Capital is the kind of operator
always
you could probably pick it every single round of Siege and you wouldn't be faulted.
It's up there for sure. It does mean you gotta build around it, and of course, you know, need to
It's not going to get you raw value like a grenade or self-destruction would every single time, but if you have a spot in mind to use the fire for, you will get value out of it.
And you've got backups. I mean, fire and smoke, and that's just your primary gadget. Then you've got tin can openers or EMPs in this case. A lot of people are kind of scared to play Capital because it can be a bit unwieldy switching to the crossbow, choosing which gadget you want to activate, and also not the best gun in the world these days.
Back in the day, Capital was first launched, he had frag grenades. The gun did like 58 damage a bullet. He was just a monster of utility. But the fire was a lot weaker. It didn't spread out bigger, and it didn't really do a whole lot, to be honest. So he got a stronger gadget, weaker weapon, and some different secondary utility. Much more support-oriented these days.
And his smoke was blue back in the day.
It was blue. Yeah,
they nerfed it.
It was special. Now it's just a regular smoke cloud. Oh, on the good C4 lineup. They're doing it blind. No real intel, just a bit of spidey senses and sound cues to work with. There goes the secondary MPs from the Capital's pocket. Again, great value to be had. Selma follows through. C4 tossed out, I think.
Was it shot?
Shot or exploded by the Selma charge, but Cyber takes down Robbie downstairs.
Oh, Handy swings out through the open breach and takes down Frack. So a very pitiful attempt from BDS at clearing cache. And as the smoke goes out from Virtue on the Capital, KDS is watching through with his glasses from the Warden. Yeah, not a good start for the Europeans.
I like that hold though from FaZe Clan. They got deployable shield on top red with ADSs. There's like bunkering down on one particular location. No easy counterplay here for BDS either with only one flashbang and a fire. They can burn all the ADS and they spin the fees.
That was a bit of an awkward off angle from Handy. P4, good reaction times though. As the fire starts to go out and Cyber goes for an aggressive run out, takes down the Aussie. 4v2 now. And KDS can just fall on back. He hasn't even found a kill in that position, but it doesn't matter. Time has been wasted. P4, though, does not waste any. Moving in through Con. Try and pick things back up for BDS.
This is why FaZe is so consistent as a team across all the years. They know when to cut the losses, when to fall back, and there's very little ego in their gameplay. They're great players, they're world champions. They're not gonna ego swing like Furia. No. It's a different strength for a team, and it works greatly, very consistently.
In we go, P4, as the two Frenchmen try and pick up the pieces of a tattered round. They find nothing. FaZe are fired up. There is no ego. There is only the win round by round.
Oh. Okay, so apparently BDS tag timeout coming
No,
up.
I think the cache clear is fine. You just need to have everything at the right place. Just okay. Just if Rob, you have some holes, ask someone all that for you bar or stuff like that.
Well, there's a third set of operator bans coming out, and now into the timeout, Laloon can begin to speak.
I cannot hear it. Damn. Well, I heard what P4 was talking about.
Yeah, what was he saying?
So essentially, he was talking about last round and how simple the problem actually is. He just said we need to have all the utility in the right location. They had flashbangs, but the flashbangs were beneath on the vert where the first player died. Had Robbie been up above, you can ADS burn the ADSs and then clear the shield, for example. So we just need to have the right things in the right position to do the cache take. And it started because, I didn't see who it was Freck maybe, he said we can't go for cache clear if they hold it. He goes, oh no, we can if we have the right tools in the right location, which we did have, but not in the right location.
Who was it that died on Rafters? I think it might have been Freck, just peeking the ace breach.
I think it might have been Freck, yeah.
Because that's the thing, like, if you're going to breach open cache wall, you can't afford to be dying to holes through it. Like, it's a very strange... You should only be swinging if you're either cutting off an angle or if you know where someone is because someone's been droned or grim bead or whatever, and then you swing.
It felt like a lot of small things went wrong, right? Because if you go back to even before that, I think Robbie died first belief, right? On the buck, if I recall correctly.
And you ideally do want the buck for that attack.
Exactly, but it's like, if you're buck below early, before you breach the wall, and buck dies, he's fighting 1v1. And then because buck dies, and you swing from catwalk into the breach, now you're also fighting 1v1. Ideally, breach the wall, either the guy's gonna run away, you watch the run back, maybe you get the kill, or you watch the run back, he stays, now you know he's stuck. then Buck gets to work while you're peeking through the breach. Surely one of those two people get a kill. But it was one by one. They went, oh, our flashbangs died. We can't clear the shield anymore.
Yeah.
And they only cleared it because FaZe gave it to them. They ran back.
FaZe were like, well, we've gone 1 for 2. That's fine by us.
Yeah.
We'll retreat.
Timer's getting low. They have 3 drones left. We're very happy here.
Oh, okay. Handy. I didn't realize that there was actually a Vulcan on that window, but he probably should have fallen back a little bit earlier. Saved that damage.
You know what we've not seen a single time? A Doc North on the bridge. No healing on defense from what we've cast.
Yeah.
No Rook.
I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head, and I can't bother getting out the stats, but yeah, definitely like some of the least played operators in the comp level of the game for quite some time, particularly since
ACOG gone.
Yeah, Doc lost the ACOG.
That's really hurt him in the pick rate department.
Yeah.
And I get it. I do get it. Dela goes in for frag on the blue window, but there's no one home from FaZe until KDS might go for a peek, but the read is good for him. Now, though, he's kind of boxed in. One by the door, one by blue. He might not have a way out of this one. But they're going to hit the side? Hold up.
He's tempted. There's actually nobody in blue, and Cyber is barely watching it.
Kinda
Candela
free.
goes out. Surely FaZe are aware of this, as the Solace of Handy is making his way back, but actually shot from inside a dirt tunnel. This is a nice little pinch by BDS, and dirt tunnel from P4 was pivotal. It's KDS now to try and make his way back to side, but nothing to be done. Flawless for BDS on the back of their timeout.
It was very interesting because P4 pushed him dirt tunnel, and he killed the guy flanking Frag from garage through the soft hole on the side. And then Frag killed the guy watching P4 by the deployable shield. They covered each other perfectly.
Hilarious.
FaZe caught off guard. A little bit too much roaming, a little bit too much gap there by blue and dirt, and they paid the price.
Even just individual reinforcements changed that situation. The lack of a reinforcement between blue and Arsenal near the green box at dummies,
Opens things up.
that's what enabled P4 to get the long angle onto the player coming back to sight from oil. Little things like that. I mean, there's no correct way to set up a bomb site. I think a lot of people, especially in the TikTok era, they're like, you know, here's the correct pro setup for this bomb site. You reinforce this wall, you put your rotate here, and that's not how Siege works. But what you do need is to have an understanding of how to play around the specific setups. And unfortunately, FaZe kind of failed to do that. If you're going to have that wall open, you need to play aggressively and always be aware of blue. They didn't. You also need to control dirt. You can't let that fall into the enemy hands.
Of course, you're going to have, you know, your default setup, but defaults we started back in 2016, and what we see today is an iteration of an iteration, and it's just
100%.
evolved to the current standard.
Yeah. I mean, double reinforcing rafters is a perfect example of that. Like, that's now become default.
Yeah.
But for the longest, we've kind of come full circle, because when the game came out, people were reinforcing things like that, and then people were like, oh, we can't.
Oh, wait, we can extend.
We can extend, we can allow our teammate to get back to sight and have crossfires, and now we're like, no, you just want to leave him to die, because then we still have a higher chance of winning the round.
Yeah, that's why I think CC Catwalk here is one of the most interesting places in all of Siege history, because we have seen so many ways to deal with it, right? We had the Jaeger Mai iteration, then the Asami came out, then we had a mirror window pre-placed on the wall to kind of give you an angle, but not fully. Then we had people playing Clash on rafters, then we had Scopos teleporting away.
We had the double rafters with the dock.
And docking the cabs of fire. Like, we've seen so many iterations. And still, 7 years or 8 years or whatever after the rework, when this became a thing, people are still trying to figure it out.
I never thought we would see another innovation on this bomb site, which has just been like played to death.
It was the primary bomb site for a good while.
It was.
The first rework.
It was, but no.
And it used to be all about Bennett tricking. That's long gone now.
Yeah, and then it became a bomb site that no one wanted to play because it was so bad. And only recently have people realized if you play this extension with a double Rio, it's actually a little bit better.
That and people are refusing to try bar for a long...
and you take that personally.
I do. I feel like that. Sometimes CC still sucks, my friends. And bar, it's bad, but it's not terrible, you know?
Well, once people figure out the best way to play against the double Rio, I'm sure that this bomb site will fall out of favor. Until then, the onus is on the attackers to play this right. And the Clash is going to make this very difficult for Virtue to get around the action. Aggressive bottom garage hold as well from Souls here in Swamp.
Lack of pressure from BDS though. I mean, those also soft spot. They're
What?
just in the windows.
What?
For trade.
What? Oh, this is one way to play it if you're BDS. Just rush into the site. Lasmo, though, thankfully is found too. Souls, the problem is here, because of the double reinforcement, he can't help the site. It only works if they push him. And now will Virtue, with his pistol, find Cyber. He managed to get his shield on his back so he could still take Feist despite the clash. But in the 2v2, the clash is the perfect ingredient to make this retake work. Hopping down off the shield, the flashbang will blind him for a brief moment. P4 has the gun up, has to clutch it with the diffuser down. First one found, King spotted, but he clutches the rounds. Another one for FaZe. And the clash dominates CCTV.
King crouched the pre-fire right when it came out, juking the bullets and getting the kill instead. Great push from BDS. And that double reinforcement catwalk made it an incredibly awkward 2v2 because they're cut off from each other and they can't really make the connection happen. But still, King, we said, support player doesn't have to go big when he's needed. He's that strong backbone.
Big clutch. One more round of attack for BDS before we swap at the half. Laloon making plenty of notes.
Many bombs as they can.
It's funny how half the coaches have no note-taking at all, and the other half is like deep in there.
There are two types of coaches in Siege. There's like the Laloons and the call-outs, the ones who are like really particular, and then there's just your hype people.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I mean, back in the day, Bob.
Yeah,
now
Bob
we've got
is a-
Dan for NIP,
yeah.
but in the day, Bob, like, I don't know if
Bob
he
was
was
the
a
vibe
gamer
guy.
He
He
was like,
was.
yeah, you're the best, you're the best. I don't think he's adding any like strategic insight, but
But he's adding value.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of Mingo today was a bit low energy, but I think that's what the boys needed.
Yeah.
Then, of course, you have Norris for W7M.
100% vibes guy.
Yeah, I will say, with the transition from Maria earlier, he did actually have strategical input as well, but he's 100% a vibes guy still.
Similar, I would say, for Igor. I think that's something that all the Brazilian coaches can say, except maybe Romalio, who's a little bit more of a strategic guy, less of a vibes guy. But like all the Brazilian coaches, even when they're really smart, they typically also bring that energy. Like, we've casted so much Furia over the last couple of days, and I just, in my head, every single round that they win, I see the fist pumps coming out from Igor.
Every tag timeout, the guy constantly gets told to stop talking.
Yeah.
There's no breathing patterns at all. He just goes one line.
Yeah.
Now, unless you've been a coach and been timed to be 60 seconds, say the most important thing
It's
right
not a
now.
lot. You tested me the other day.
Yeah, it's hard. It really is difficult.
Oh, what is this?
This is an off angle for Cyber, off
P4 knows.
position. Oh, the drone check. Oh, that's
Hello? Cyber wins this. He's the kind of guy that wins that.
He is. Bit of a rat sometimes in the server.
What do you mean? I say he's got aura. You say rat, I say aura.
Cyber was at one point, I forget what year, seen as one of the best, maybe the best player in the world, despite not winning. He was just owning so much every single day.
It was that guy with the R4C sprinting at you, killing you every single round.
I say, like, newer generation, they don't know Nesk Prime. And when people say Nesk is the GOAT, he's so good, people go, Shaiko, whatever. It's like, Nesk Prime would own Shaiko at least for a
100%.
couple of years.
Yeah.
And then Shaiko would overtake him. Like, Prime Nesk was... the whole Team Liquid built around him as well.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Poor Shaiko has been complete madman the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, I think the amazing about Shaiko is he's managed to be consistent for so long.
Exactly.
Very few players, as they get a little bit older, you know, into their, especially into their late 20s, they, I mean, the meme is age, but like, you know, players are nuts until they're like 21 or whatever, but Shaiko's done it for a long time.
They're back
Cyber
at
is
it.
still doing it. Oh.
This is an awkward round for BDS. It's falling apart.
I mean, again, it's just a frag fest, isn't it? Lasmo obliterated by KDS.
Solo swing, no trade.
Virtue spotted by the clash.
Oh boy.
Andy's now just going to stare him on down. Doesn't even need to swing him.
Let's go out of bullets eventually.
Oh! There's a nasty shot. Looking for a little bit more. Cyber's still all the way down below. He's actually coming up the red stairs. Is he still as sharp as he once was? Virtue saw him for a brief moment and decides to take the 1v2 on side instead. He does have diffuser, but KDS will shut him on down. Big shots from FaZe. 4-2 is the split in the first half. BDS have a long way to go on their defense.
FaZe are just so calm when they play Siege.
Like, even in victory, it's like just like casual fist bumps. Like, that was not a round where you need to celebrate because, like, man, we didn't do much. When they then, you know, come into a clutch position, like when Vidiking won the round, that's when they really celebrate the big moments. It's just another day in the office so far. BDS not fully testing phase just yet, but we got a different side swap here to come. Monty Capital.
BDS, why are you banning Capital? You didn't even play it. Like, if you're banning it, you clearly think he's a good operator. Why didn't you play
the operator? They just don't agree with it.
Why didn't you play it when you were attacking Rafters? My dude.
Yeah. I will say for BDS, like, I have very limited knowledge on how they operate, but just like the very little info that we hear between the rounds, it's P4 being like the sole chef. Like he's,
oh, really?
It sounds like it. Like he was saying, okay, guys, for this round, I'm gonna pick the floor so I can clear this, this, and that, and then you can pick this, this is this. And I feel like when you have one guy doing the majority, of course there's gonna be some things that get missed because he's thinking about what he has in his mind, and you're not gonna cover everything with one person.
Yeah.
I do know Freck is very vocal, but I haven't heard his voice yet.
True. Well, Freck is vocal, but he's also the greenest player on this roster, right?
Well,
and he's
Robbie is greener, no?
No. Well, I mean, newer to join this team, but like Green. I mean, Robbie has played on a few rosters in the past. I think I would say Freck is. Well, I can go and check when their career started.
I was thinking like Robbie's not so amount of time, but like the games they've had, because Robbie played in like MENA, for example. And there's like 2 teams in that region back then. And he played for one of them, so there's only one of the 2.
Okay, well that's fair. Well, I mean like.
So Robbie's not a vocal guy as far as I know.
True,
he's
and
a killer.
I was gonna say the same about Virtue. Perhaps you can confirm that having played with him in G2 back in the day.
G2 back in my day, he was very silent, not in a bad way, but it's like he didn't need to speak a lot.
No,
so he would.
A lot of voices in the team.
Yeah, exactly. And I still think when Virtue could just do his own thing and only speak about his own mind about the game, like when he needs help, for example, it's great. When Virtue needs to start helping you IGL, I feel like something's going wrong.
Yeah, maybe that's one of the problems with this lineup. We don't have enough leadership in-game about the tactics of the rounds.
Possible. It also could be that we're completely off the mark here. I frankly do not know, but I do rate the roster. At first I was like, what is this mix of players, right? Like, this doesn't make sense. But I do like it. Just need to get a little more consistent, but that takes time. That takes experience as a team.
Well, time is running out here in Munich. Today is the second last day of groups. Tomorrow, whoever loses this will face an elimination match, and there are some very tough teams facing elimination right now that you could be going up against. For example, Furia.
NIP.
NIP G2, if I'm not wrong.
G2. Yep. There are good teams left in this tourney.
Nitro.
Popped for nothing.
A little bit early. No info there.
Plan there is just to like get scored, last move back on a clash. You don't want to risk losing a body, and when they start spamming Cadenas, you fall back, you pop C4, and you kind of just make that trade happen. For BDS, having all 5 players alive is a victory in itself. That's the biggest thing, biggest takeaway. And for FaZe Clan, I mean, they have tools here. They got Heart Destruction, they got the Ying for Chaos Effect, Grim for Information, but there's no easy way to get in the bomb zone. There's no shield, there's no O's, there's no Sens, for example. So planting might become a difficult.
Cyber's in a great position. Vidiking dropping down from Moto, and Handy has found his opening. Souls backstabbing from inside a dirt tunnel. Enables the drop from FaZe. Straight into Arsenal, obliterating them one by one. The Clash will not stand up to the task. Cyber for a double kill to close the round for FaZe. They are running away with Clubhouse.
I'm not liking that, I gotta say. So, Church Wall was triple reinforced, which means the only way in is going to be the moto door and the long hallway. They had nobody in dirt. They got picked off by a flank in dirt. That should never happen, first of all. They don't have any blue. It felt like, I'm not sure what BDs are watching, actually. It felt like there are 2 people watching moto door walk in with a clash shield. And I'm like, that's not the take we're looking for right now. They haven't breached the church wall. They're not going to go for moto take.
BDS got duked out.
Maybe.
It didn't know that, well, because it looked like it was going to be a moto take. But realistically, it was...
did it, though? I mean, okay, the Ying tossed in the Candelas. But it's like, that was it. No?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't even use the Grim.
I feel like so many people get tunnel vision. Do you see a Ying or a Glaz or any of these, like, triple big hit operators? You see that Candela coming through, and you're like, oh, it's a moto hit.
Yeah.
Let's watch Moto.
That might be. It may not just be like, oh, they think that's what's going to happen. Let's
Then they
commit to
died
it.
to dirt. They died to the kitchen hash. It was a kitchen
Yeah.
hash drop. Like usually, you go kitchen or church.
Yeah.
They thought it was church. Suddenly, they're getting rug pulled on kitchen.
Also, just like, I don't think they knew they breached third tunnel because like no one was worrying about it.
Dude, it wasn't even barricaded.
True. Good point. It wasn't
Like,
barricaded.
if you're forfeiting dirt, you have to barricade that shit.
Just as a warning, yeah. Or you gotta. I mean, that's the thing. When you have the clash, in my mind, you can be like, guys, have they gone dirt yet? I'm gonna find out. Take the clash in there. No, it's not breach, for example.
No.
Then you know. Just felt like the clash could get a little bit more value for their money in that round. But again, that's the early days here on defense for BDS. You still gotta figure out what FaZe Clan's approach gonna be. Is it gonna be fast? Is it gonna be slow? And FaZe Clan, they are what I would call a Brazilian team with an EU structure. They will play fundamentally sound Siege. Step 1, 2, and 3.
They're no Furia.
Yeah, yeah. And then when they have to, they can explode. They can just be aggressive. That's the Brazilian power right there. And they mix it together so well. And I mean, what the last roster change was Souls the he's the newest member, no?
Well, that is a great question. It has been a very long time. Let me have a look.
Souls or I actually don't know. It's been a while. I actually do not know.
Getting my notes up.
That's okay.
Latest to join was Handy and KDS joined just after SI 2023.
Okay.
Just after Montreal.
Souls goes way back in. Okay, it's been longer than I thought.
Souls is actually the longest running member of the team, along with Cyber. Joined at the same time. Frex found him, by the way. I don't know exactly where that went down. That is an aggressive run out from you, Robbie. Watch out.
Behind that. So speaking of man Souls, now down the grave, handing the main stairs, looking for an aggressive play. Freck gets injured in bathroom.
Oh, this is a big lurk from Handy. Vidiking supporting as well from outside the breach. How has P4 just died to his own fire? BDS, we're in a 5 versus 4, and now they're grasping at straws. And they're coming up with nothing. Lasmo in a 1v4, swiftly dealt with. It's 4 map points for FaZe.
Out of nowhere. That was a great round for BDS for a good minute there.
Is he laughing at P4 dying to the fire? I would love to know.
Maybe explain what happened to him, yeah. But that's what I mean, like, they do step 1, 2, like hard breaching, clearing, and then out of nowhere, boom, hit the bomb site, go for the kills.
6-2 for FaZe. Oh, I think that BDS had good reason to be suspicious of this map, Vito.
Yeah.
BDS love Clubhouse. Oh, it's a recent addition to their map pool, but obviously they destroyed SSG on it. FaZe, historically, no, not their map. They've only had one win. Well, yeah, so I was telling you earlier, one of their least favorite maps in terms of how often they ban it, how often it gets banned against them. In the last 6 months, right, they played it 3 times. Once was a win against 9Z in Stage 2. Once was a loss against Furia 3-7, not even close. And once was a 2-7 loss to Black Dragons back in June at the end of Stage 1. None of those are very good results for FaZe.
Interesting.
So why have they let it go through? Clearly they've been working on it behind the scenes. And I think BDS, as soon as they saw that FaZe was happy for it, then maybe they got a little bit suspicious. They've been psyched out, perhaps.
Sometimes you gotta take the bait, though.
Is there another,
They took the bait.
is there another game on the main channel?
I will say this, like, on paper, like, no stats into this. I feel like Clubhouse would be a great face map. Just, like, play style.
No, I think you're right.
Obviously,
It's
it
a
doesn't
solid
mean I'm
game.
like playing it or anything like that, but okay.
But we have to watch Stompin's game. We have to.
Yeah, P4 just got obliterated.
Okay.
Wow. I guess the map is done. Everyone from BDS says, guys, let's go for a little...
Yeah. Just come from his left-hand side and you'll be completely fine. It's not a problem. Back down to the basement, then SimD plus Kia not wanting to go to an offsite and do the typical rotation you might see teams employ, which is where you'll play 3 different sites, regardless of outcome, win or loss. Going to go back down to what is one of the best defensive sites in the game. The stall potential down here is excellent, but G2, they're coming in with a different game plan. Tim Lawyer's working his way in through Garage here on the Nook. Be a nice little backstab for them. Of course, got to be mindful that when that gadget is active, he can be seen by Nears, not by Bullet, admittedly, but can be seen otherwise.
This is why I really wouldn't have picked Bank to play against G2. I know, as you've said, Des, that they've, it's dropped down in their preference. They don't play it as much these days, and look,
he's here.
He's still so good. Lyra is managing to get up there. There's going to be no idea. The challenge is coming in from the Deimos on the opposite side as well. They now know, but it's too late. Foles gets taken out. Lyra can just continue lurking around. He's waiting for anybody trying to push back down Marble to give some support. Doesn't find the second as Nias takes him out, but does have a little bit of damage traded onto the Solis. 4v4. 4v3 as Nias manages to get another. You feel like G2 just needs to take a step back here, to put off the gas and slow down.
The slight problem they had was Blaz wasn't inside dirt, ready to come pushing with the diffuser. They had different plans elsewhere. I believe he was up on window repel for a while, has then got off, gone towards entrance, tried to push up through dirt. But while he's doing that, D plus Kia have done the right thing. They've mobilized. They haven't let G2 hold on to these two key positions they had. Inside goal, which is where Stomping was, and of course seeing Lyra working his way down main stairs, or up main stairs from Garage at that point. It was good to respond, and that has then forced G2 to say, okay, forget about it. We don't have the advantage in dirt anymore. Let's rotate away back towards lobby as we originally planned and make a more standard hit work.
Track is going to be active on bullets, so they know that he's just been chased down by Marble Stairs. Alamau actually picks up Mitty at the same time as tracking Bullet. He's not even going to be chasing the Valkyrie. 3 versus 3 as G2 managed to level things up. Nias is still in sight on the Solis, so can at least be feeding a bit of intel back in towards his team. The possibility is there. He'll certainly know if a plant is going down, but he needs to be careful with Doki on the IQ. They've read into that Solis pick, and they will see exactly where Nias is located. Alamau is on low health as well, so a little bit of caution needed from him. But with the droning going on, I would suggest that G2 are going to be looking towards that server plant. Blaz is currently on the server hatch.
Absolutely. I was really curious about who these teams have to play tomorrow based on the outcome, and there's still a few more variables on the go, and we need to see the outcome, of course, of the other game that is currently taking place. Got FaZe, I believe it is, coming up against, remind me who it is, Tim, on the other side. FaZe versus BDS taking place over there, but time's starting to whittle down here, Tim. 10 seconds to go. Got to make the drop happen at some point, but Doki's gone down. That is not ideal. Alamau with a 1 HP to his name. They see him on the bulletproof, gets away with at least one, but sprayed down by Nias, who's had a wonderful round, Tim. 4 for himself, make it 4. In fact, 3 for himself, then 4 overall. Wonderful round from Nias to get them on the board.
Yeah, great round from the Solis there. He's played it brilliantly. The most important thing he did was that first kill onto Lyra. He goes in, Lyra on the knock, manages to get the kill across site, and then could have been a real nuisance going into the rest of that round, but Nias clearing him out just really gave a lot of space for D plus Kia, especially with Stomping being cleared out of gold at the same time. It meant that G2 were then kind of fishing round, looking for opportunities, hoping something would present itself, but it never really did, and that's down to the discipline of D plus Kia in that situation.
the carnivore diet?
So
no.
2-1, but I think G2 will come away the happier of those two teams to kick things off.
And in case you're tracking what's going on over on our other stream, by the way, first map has just ended. It was 7-2 to FaZe on Clubhouse over BDS. So maybe Team FaZe have finally woken up, because our comments over the last couple of days have been they do not look like the FaZe that we...
They've not looked like themselves, no?
Absolutely. I mean, if G2 also win this game, then tomorrow you'd have G2 against Weibo, you'd have BDS coming up against NIP, and W7M against Fury. That already feels like a crazy game, W7M Fury. And God, 2 of the titans of the region.
Also remember that one of them's going to go home.
That's it, yeah. One gets promoted, one loses and goes home tomorrow. It really is Elimination Tuesday. I had to check what day of the week it was then.
Honestly, I have no idea what day of the week. Are we still in November?
If we are, believe it or not, we are still there. We are still there.
Not a clue.
10 seconds to insertion.
All right.
Can't see a calendar. I've lost my glasses.
Can't see much, to be honest with you, mate. Bit stuck on that front. Up to the top floor we go again. So again, sticking to these 2 primary sites you've seen, basement, top floor, basement, and then back to the top floor. To win this
Terrible
one,
idea.
they won't be able to play.
Wouldn't be a good one, no.
Downstairs or upstairs again, we'll have to go towards that offsite. But that assumes, of course, they can get the win. I imagine we'll see more.
Your gut would not like you.
3, maybe 4 players up on the window repels, putting pressure inside the site itself. Got the Capital here, which normally is what you'll see to help deal with the player inside a Janitor. Top of that reinforced wall can be shot open, pop a firebot over the top, and they have to move away normally into the waiting arms or an angle being watched by a player on G2. So we'll see how effectively they can do that. I'm sure we're going to see D plus Kia with some ideas of their own to make sure that can't quite go as smoothly as it sounds.
Yeah, there's nobody playing inside of Janitor at the minute. That's the play from D plus Cleo. Levy's on like the other side of the rotate, so he's in meeting and he can move back in quickly. 2 janitor, but he's not playing in there at the minute. I think that's really smart. You kind of lure in, bait a little bit of that utility. But how about this? Grim just getting aggressive. Stomping goes right on into sight. Sees an opportunity to take a bit of space. And yeah, I'll have that. Thank you very much. And I don't know if D plus Kia are aware of this. If they're not, they could be in for a big surprise.
Don't think they are, and that's also sprung Element into action inside a lobby. He's now coming up, but he's got to win the challenge at the top on elevators. Doesn't get away with it. Stomping at least gets rid of Mighty. So it's a 1-for-1. A little bit of ground gained, a little bit lost at the same time. But they haven't got lobby pressure here, except from Blaz on that Hibana. Looking to do a little bit of work at range. Of course, put the threat down, but they've still got elevator control they've got to fight for. They've got long deaths they need to work on as well. Stomping in dangerous territory here.
His movement's just been so slippery, though, to get around there, fighting so many different angles, keeping himself out of the toxic base smoke. It's been great. He continues the fight on elevator. He needs to be careful. His life is being chipped away, but he's just like a wasp in the room at the minute, or a bee, more precisely. How do you play against it? They're all focusing on him, and it's giving space elsewhere. Lyra manages to get the kill. Doki picks up one, Stomping in the middle, and G2 are in command.
Doki going big from square as well. 2 kills for himself on that side of the map, and like you say, it's the pressure that starts building up. We also had a second player, Blaz, I believe, working his way up on Spiral. Pressure being applied by him. D plus Kia just buckle in front of that. And Doki has revealed in all chat by now. Everyone loved to hear this one. Zach repelled him by accident. He didn't mean to do it, Tim, but it worked.
It looked good.
Yeah. Looked like he was larger than in charge. Turns out it was a mistake.
It looked good. Look, the way that, purposeful or not, the actions that he took once he was there were absolutely spot on. As I said, like playing with a wasp in the room, you could see that D plus Kia were just continuously having to react to him from different angles, and it just created a ton of space. And G2 were then able to push in and support him from elsewhere. It worked. Great stuff.
Really good stuff. They look great on that top floor, of course, look great on the first attack downstairs. We are not going to repeat top floor though, Tim. We're stepping to the offsite. So next round, we'll probably go back down to the basement to close out the half. It's going to be staff and open to see how things go here in round 5. I imagine a bit more of the same from G2. You typically need that vertical control. Lots of soft flooring that you can rip up. I can't imagine D plus Kia want to give away that ground for free. There are 3 players currently up on that second floor looking to lock it down and defend it. Similar to what you've just seen in the previous round, but not quite as heavy as we saw prior.
Okay then, the problem that D plus Kia particularly face here is that G2 are on the attack. And if they get too far ahead, I would imagine they're going to close it out quite easily once they get onto the defense. So D plus Kia, I think, need these next 2 rounds. They need to level it up at 3-3 to give themselves a chance. We're going to see the electrical wall opened up. That's also going to detonate one of those Vulcan canisters. So Lyra now has the freedom to just hold that angle through side.
Probably the best pick of this year, probably.
Done well. We've seen it so far from them where
I don't think you'd have to convince anybody
and they'll just
of that,
hold a long angle for ages, and they straight away they've got an angle through sight, and D plus Kia just can't rotate anywhere, and then you see them start dying. There you go, Doki manages to pick up bullet, and Lyra will pick somebody up in a second, and they just carving sight up fantastically.
I want to say this is years off towards it. I think it's falls, it's close. Yeah, he's getting shot from elsewhere at this point. He's like, God, where the hell are they coming from? Where are the bullets arriving from? From downstairs, to my left, everywhere. Manages to get stomping, but is caught out a second later. There's a bit of a trade back and forth. Fall still on his backside. A 3 versus 2 breaking out for G2 here in rapid time. Not quite finishing the man off. Got to win that one, Doki, and sure enough he does.
Oh!
Makes it 4 in the round. Another huge multi-kill for G2. Puts them quite far in the lead, Tim. 4-1.
That last kill from Doki was disgusting. Straight through into archives. Just picked up the head of the man next to one of the shelves of filing and paperwork. And he filed his paperwork and put him in the ground. And that's going to be G2 going 4-1 up. And honestly, this is the best I've seen G2 look so far. I think there's an element of D plus Kia maybe
not offering too much.
Yeah, not offering too much in there. We've got to say that. But I think G2, as I always say, you know what I'm going to say? You can only beat what's in front of you. And G2 are doing that right now. And they're doing it with ease.
16 and 3.
They've got something to spare.
Yeah, 16 and 3 between Doki and Stomping right now. They are running the show. 3-0 on entry. Just... it's all down to those boys at the moment, large and in charge. Has this been the way he gets in the second player in a second? This first one was a bit messy.
It's this second one, it's beautiful.
Yeah, the last one's a beautiful one. There you go, just bam. Hello, goodbye. Bang. Nothing more to read.
Come on, fucking go! Holy shit!
I love his Scottish accent when he swears.
5 seconds to insertion.
Because it's not even saying shit, he's saying shit. Holy shit. brilliant. Not surprised at all, because that was a pretty great play. Another great round for G2. 4-on-1. Even if we see D+K win this next round, it's still G2 going onto their defense with a good amount of margin over their opponents. And truthfully, Tim, I'd be shocked if they can't find a way through this round. Last time it came round to a Nia's clutch, that's where he found the 5 kills that he's currently sat on. I believe 4 was what he got in the round. Can you rely on Lightning striking twice? Admittedly, it has for G2. Stompin's at a 4K, Doki's at a 4K. Who's going to be next in round 6?
Nia's at present is defending is actually the silhouette that you could see in the background.
It's supposed to be Korean. Yeah, they picked up an entirely Brazilian roster.
One up on the top floor. There is actually a second there as well. Levy's going to manage to find Blaz. Bullet doubles down and picks up Doki. Great start from D+Kia. They have got themselves out into the map. They've said, you know what? We need to take the fight to G2. We need to get aggressive. We can't let them breathe. We can't let them get these angles.
Oh, come on! Not again! Come on now, Stompin. Pack it in.
He's just got a sense on another level. His game sense is on a level that might never have been seen before.
Granted, a preemptive spray more than anything but Nia's finally shuts down the king. 4 versus 2. D+K are actually looking pretty good here, Tim. As long as they can get themselves back on site, because no one's here right now. Site is empty.
Get that diffuser down now.
Yeah, is it time? Has he got a bit of cover? I don't think he... Not quite enough cover. There's players on hats, there's players coming down main stairs. It would have been tough. Laura with it all to do, and unfortunately, this one looks to be going the way of D+K, but Tim at least gives them a bit of breathing room when they switch onto the attack.
Yeah, it does. I think, you know, this has been a much better round. Oh, hang on a minute.
Okay, calm down.
Whoa.
I asked who's going to be the hero, Tim.
Lyra's going to get a one. Oh, I was going to say, I'm sure there was a second one at top blue. Lyra brings a 1v4 very nearly to a 1v1, but does get picked up at the end. And that's going to be a 4-2 half, which I think, given that they were on the attack, G2 are going to be the happiest with. D+K will certainly have wanted more defensive rounds there. G2 now, they need to lock one site down, and it guarantees them overtime. It's, you know, it shouldn't be a huge job for them, but we say that, and you never know when it turns around.
Okay, over we switch, and our bans are coming on through. Castle first taken away by D+K. Monty by the other side, not too surprised. He's seen quite a lot of shield play overall. Alamar, of course, the one that you turn to and look at and say, yep, definitely the shield player on this side. He's done a lot of work with Monty and Blitz over the days. Will the Blitz also follow through? No, Maverick going and Smoke. Interesting. Okay. So I actually quite like that as a play here, because you imagine G2, especially downstairs, have got their setup that relies on running Smoke, C4s, all the rest of it. You're at least taking away one layer of that frustrating defense that a team that's a little bit slow on the attack would typically get frustrated by. Bring along the Twitch, that'll help you deal with things like the Goyo canisters, but Smoke being taken away does take quite a bit of strength off G2.
Just means that we're going to see Tachanka instead. Blaz is going to be the one to bring him along. We've seen a number of players on G2 try to use the Tachanka in this situation and struggle with the lineup. Sometimes you've got to be able to hit that lineup, but I've spoken at length about this Tachanka defense before. The big problem with the Tachanka defense is it's better than Smoke. You can deny for longer, you can do more damage quicker than Smoke, but the big problem is this whole defense needs to focus.
Well, D+ shouldn't be in this at all.
Safe.
Because it's already going to cheese.
You know, he doesn't have
full Brazilian roster.
Shield. They haven't brought one along, so already that's going to be Blaz being exposed. If he wants to put those Shumiko launcher canisters into the default plant spot, it's going to be difficult for him to do that with a great degree of safety.
It's weird.
So there's a lot of work to be done by G2 here to make sure that Blaz stays safe in the core of this defense.
Tim absolutely loves talking about this, so we'll see how it goes. More looking towards Mighty as well, playing on the Rauro. He's been a little bit over the last few days to mixed use and also mixed success, I think is pretty fair to say. We've seen teams use it on border to ensure they can open up customs and supply wall. Put it on the doorway, put an extra thermic on the left-hand side, it opens up the wall on the other side of things. We've seen a couple of attempts on executes using the Raura. I would say it's a very, very limited success. So I hope they've got a good game plan in mind, and I can only expect that it's going to pair up with that Ying for them to try and overwhelm G2 on the other side. Laura, careful.
Moira's going to get himself back down marble stairs. Is he going to go all the way? Not for the time being. He's being chased though. Needs to be careful because Mitty's looking to get down there behind him and get aggressive. Lyra is only half health, so at this point it would be easy pickings potentially. But the challenge is not going to come. Mitty has backed off. Niers is with him. I think D plus Kia at this point are happy that they've got that top floor control and they can start working their way down towards square. I think the pressure is going to look towards server, which G2 have given them. So, you know, I think that'd be a smart play, really. Get yourself blue stairs, get yourself server. It's been given to you. You don't need to expend anything for it.
This is what I was thinking about the border, but also going to probably make use of it here as well. Exothermic on the single door will hit the hatch on the other side. So when you're looking at this and seeing, okay, Maverick is banned away, we've left Kaid open. Of course, they're going to play it. How can we deal with that? Well, this is a great way of doing it. Making use of the Raura to use that assisted opening. However, one of those exothermics has been fried off, Tim. Where did they shoot it from?
It was Kaid tricked, I think.
Would it have gone through? This is really testing my knowledge at this point as to how they managed to deal with that so easily.
Okay, yeah, no, it was the Tuberou.
Was the door opened up somewhere?
Yes,
or?
the Tuberou charge, I think, interacted
Oh,
with the
yeah,
door.
of course, forces it, yeah, okay.
Yeah, forced it open.
That's very interesting. So
accidental, mate.
Counters on counters here. Look, and we'll probably see it happen again now as well, right? We've still got
I'm not sure
Tuberou,
how aware of it they will have been. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe Doki can hear that from below.
Doki's in CC.
We're about to see, because if he does it again, then...
No, he's not. That's a shame. That is a real shame. But I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. They still get a C4 kill off the back of it, and that's what you're looking for, really.
Yeah, manages to get the kill, and that's going to be advantage G2 once again. 35 seconds left to go, and the problem for D plus Kia here is they're not really in a position to think about putting this diffuser down yet. Niers takes a ton of damage going in. We see the Shumika launchers starting to go into that default spot as well. Doki's getting involved, sending this auto canister just to help further. Now it's a case for G2 of throw utility at it, but Falls, he's going to drop the hatch and he's going to plant in the smoke. He might get away with this because G2 have no idea. Doki's just jumped right over the top of him, Des! They didn't have a clue!
Oh, no,
Blast is going to take him out! It's turned into a nightmare for G2!
And Falls, he's done all he needs to, Tim. 2 kills inside of sight, and just like that, the round has fallen apart. It looks so good for G2, but for D plus Kia, it looked even better. Fascinating round overall. Brilliant
He's
stuff.
going to be fuming when he sees that back. He literally vaults over the top of the planter.
Oh.
He just vaults clean over
and then
the
gets
top
burnt
of
to a
and
crisp
then
by
gets
his
burnt.
teammate.
Oh, dearie me. It all went wrong. G2, they had it. They'd wasted 2 minutes 35, and, you know, D plus Kia had to drop the hatch and just go for it inside of the smokes. But they made it work. A great response from them on the attack.
Yeah, I do love coming back to the use of the Raura as well to try and open up the electrified hatch. Just
oh no, it was just before that it had happened.
They must have known that he was inside
vaulted over the top of it.
But yeah, coming back to the tech again, it's layers upon layers, starting in the banning phase here as well. With the Maverick ban, letting Kaid be open. Like D plus Kia feel real smart. Yeah, okay, we've got Kaid open, but we can deal with that. We've got a Raura play. Then the Tuberou to come through as a response to that from Doki. Wonderful way of layering up, again, from bans through to the picks, through to the exact minutiae of the round itself was absolutely wonderful stuff. Almost the way that Doki got suckered away off towards server, expecting not to see another exothermic come on through. It was almost like a double away where we had the Thermite for a second run away from trying to open up that doorway out towards square, and then double backed on himself. Doki not expecting it, wasn't quite there in time, but still gets a kill with the C4. Wonderful little bit of tech we've seen there, and definitely the first time I've seen it in the game, Tim.
Okay then.
Raura again, but no Thermite.
Alamau is going to be put, so if you remember previously on the top floor defense when D plus Kia were up there, I spoke about the mirror playing inside of Janitor. It was something they chose not to do. Alamau has brought the mirror along, so let's see how that pans out, how much of a difference that makes. We've also got the Echo.
Hey, Alric boss! Have a good one, baby.
Drones to play behind
Appreciate you, man.
And there's an awful lot of...
Let's go!
D plus Kia are going to have to do a lot of work. I'm just looking across the lineup and I'm wondering who's going to deal with those mirror windows. It's going to fall to Ace primarily, I would imagine, given what we've got on there. There's no Ashe, there's no Carly, there's no Buck, there's no Deimos. You know, there's nothing like that to be able to deal with that mirror window setup. So it's going to be down to Falls. Needs to get those Selmas into the right place if that's the plan.
They could just smoke it off making use of Bullet here, because with the Raura gadgetry too, you have the ability to restrict off the number of angles that it can potentially control. More on this side up here, to be fair, with this main side that you're looking at now,
have a good stream over there.
On the Yokai to do the work for you once you've been dealt with from below. And that's exactly why Mighty's now underneath, clearing those away.
All
the
right.
ability to get some vertical pressure down too. Look at this. Sees 2 players outside and is almost saying, yeah, go on then. You're feeling it, Loira. Let's make it happen.
There goes
You guys think G2 has this or what?
Onto the mirror window, at least on the first, and then send the smoke in so that you can't shoot the Selma off, or you would need to be very lucky. But the first one is detonated, so that should be mirror window gone. Second one will be detonating now. That is really well done by D+Kia.
Done enough to be able to break some holes into Janitor, but not enough that they can't still play in there. Alamau holding tight. Falls getting rid of Loira at least. He was sat downstairs on blue stairs and started to work his way up, but Falls has just had that watch on him from the window. Well delivered so far. D+Kia, a man advantage.
Now they need to make that pay. There's 3 of them on the window.
What happened yesterday, that last pack?
Still a little bit
Stay tuned. It's going to happen again today.
Take some damage and then be picked up by Falls. He was forced to move and he was spotted out from the window. Beautiful stuff. Doki manages to pick him up in a trade though. 3
Drops in when the stream ends. So
he goes big again, takes down Nears.
Maybe they'll change that because of how much backlash there was, but we'll see.
That Janitor position. So back to the drawing board for D+Kia. Those gains have been lost.
It's a real race to the top between
I'm skeptical.
and Doki. Doki's now jumped over him again, up to 11 kills here, and Stomping hits the deck. Sprayed at range and a nade right behind him. He's dead to right, surely, but no, just out of range. Doki, ace or bust at this point. Timmy's got to do it all by himself.
It always
Just
get
waiting for that repel that he knows is coming. He finds the first. That becomes now
Doki and
a
Stomping.
1v2,
Oh.
but no!
Doki's not having a game though.
And D+Kia level it up 4-4. It's game on.
There've been a couple of chances here, like Loira and now Doki, that have been left or got themselves into these 1v2s, and you think, oh, are they doing it? But to give full credit to D+Kia, they've always ensured the last 2 players get to sit in a bit of a trade-off between them. Let's have a listen in, though, to G2's tack timeout.
And we hold server, okay, guys? Like Doki play the tubing server, we put 1 server in the 1 cage in the server, and 1 cage can be like tricking and like CC and head, okay, guys? Other thing else, I think you play mute, play to hold most time you can hold server, so like with the like the most time you can, and then after this, like remember, like if they don't open the hedge hatch, let's use the rotate. Like let's play below hedge hatch. Let's like use the rotate to the LG. Remember, like do the rotate.
the retake.
Okay, and also if like maybe it's time to bring the Warden, bro. I talk about the Warden,
exactly.
but like maybe they can do like backside now. Okay, I think Band Ace. Okay, Band Ace for other attacks.
Okay. I can put the Warden, but there's not gonna be traps.
There we go. So the very like tactical injection there from Romalia, but obviously the players responding to it. We spoke about it a bit the other day, and we were a bit nervous. Like it's only really talking about fixing 1 round there, and you need more than 1 round to get it over the line. It's the more systemic things that you want to try and fix during tack timeouts, but if it works, then you can't knock them, Tim. Sometimes that 1 extra round might just prove to be enough. But as it stands, it's 4 apiece. D+Kia staying toe-to-toe with G2.
There's layers and levels, isn't there? You know, sometimes we saw it earlier. It is about getting that 1 round because it shifts the momentum.
Drops work?
You
watch a stream that has drops enabled and you get drops.
And win more.
Type exclamation drops to connect your account to it.
You really, sometimes, you know, absolutely, I think there's room for a coach to focus on, you know, I know if we get this 1 round, it's just going to, you know, release the pressure, and off we'll go and win the rest of the map. So let's see if that is the case here. G2 will go to defend down in the basement, and I have the Tachanka, bro. I think they were very close to this last time. You know, it's a very unusual plant spot to go and plant on the rotation like that. Doki leaps over the top of him. There was a lot of weird and wonderful things happened in that round that may not be repeated this time by D+Kia.
Completely agree. Well, hopefully for G2 it's not quite as chaotic as it was, but for D+Kia you're also hoping it's a little more clear-cut. They don't want to leave it down to G2 making mistakes to see them over the line. They've got the Glaz on side here along with the Capitão, so a lot of smokes to go around. Lots of pressure being put on Levy then to deliver in a way. The number of times that we'll see a Glaz brought along as part of a key execute and then things just crumble in the early round, they lose the Glaz. You're then left picking up the pieces and trying to assemble an attack from it. Stomping's got a key role in the round too because he's playing on the Warden. He is the individual on this team that can really anchor down and deal with this pressure coming in from the other side, given there are 6 smokes collectively. Well, more than 6 actually if you wrap in the Capitão, but now looking at 8 across the whole team. Kind of feels like that game plan of theirs is very well orchestrated, Tim. Oh, it's too easy.
Levy going to pick up Alamau. That's the Kaid got.
Those two have been at each other all game long.
They really have. Again, you know, it's worth remembering, of course, Alamau, one of our Brazilian players, grew up in the game playing for Team 1 out there and amongst others, and will have played against all of these guys plenty of times along the way. Oh, they know each other very, very well. 4 versus 5 then. G2 have got a job to do here. They need to dig deep. as Nias works his way through. He's going to open that hatch on the elevator and then maybe pressure marble stairs, but this is one of the big problems they've got at the minute. Levy just sitting here out in garage, it really reduces the options for rotations, as you see.
Sniffing around there. They know that he's here because now Alaman's died, so they know exactly what's up. They know what the game plan is. It's Levy getting in a power position and playing around smokes. Probably still means you're going to see an execute focused inside of server itself, but down to that last 60, and there's been no push down here just yet. They're slowly starting to work on it, EMPing onto those beepers as well, so he can at least try and creep his way forward without being detected. I think Lawyer is still lurking around underneath, which might make that a little bit tentative. You want to try and push your way down there. Lawyer is ready. Pushing down slowly, by the looks of it, off towards our right-hand side, but as of yet, no kill being found.
Yeah, time could start to become a little bit of a problem for D plus Kia here. They did show an ability last time they attacked onto this site to do it in short order. Nitro goes out, but it's not going to be successful. However, it's going to be shield versus shotgun. Who will come away the winner? Loira manages to take falls, but Mitty is there for the trade. 4 versus 3 now, but 30 seconds left on the clock as Stompin manages to get 1. Stompin manages to get 2, and just like he has so often throughout stage 2, he manages to drag G2 back into this round. 3v2, they have a big advantage now. They know the last 2 are out in server, and there's no choice but to push through the single door. Doki says, Stompin, you got 2 kills. I can't have you going ahead of me. Here's 2 of my own.
I was going to say the smoke might actually prove to be a terrible idea for D plus Kia there. Sure, you cover yourself on the plant for a second, but you can't then cover the planter. You give the ability for the Warden to step inside a site. You can't shoot C4s out of the air. You're just inviting chaos, but they drop it down. Ultimately, they pay the price. G2 ahead once again, up to 5 and 4. And I wonder if we're going to see an ace ban, Tim. Indeed we are.
I think we might.
And the kite on the other side, I think, is very, very fair, because although maybe they felt they had a way around it, as we saw from G2, the Tubarao was their response to this tricky little play they tried to make happen with the Raura.
Going to be heading to that third choice site this time. Staff an open area. Just looking across the lineup, nothing too weird or wonderful from G2. Pretty much as we would expect. Look, D plus Kia, I think, you know, maybe going to look at that round and think they didn't do enough with it. They got a great entry kill. They created a little bit of space, but then they just got hurt by 2 players that are absolutely on fire at the minute. 26 kills at this point between Doki and Stomp, and Doki's leading 14-12. But it's one of them situations where, and I remember, like, way back in the day, I spoke to, it was actually Sexy Cake that I spoke to. You remember back in Croatia at OGAP, after they'd won that tournament, I spoke to him, and Neskin Parlu had an insane game where they got, I can't remember how many kills it was between the 2 of them, but it was extreme, put it that way. It was a classic Neskin Parlu combo performance. And I said to Sexy Cake, you know, like, what do you do with that as a team where you've got 2 of them like that? Do you just kind of play them off against each other and, like, you know, it becomes like a race to the top for numbers? He said, yeah, absolutely. If that's how it's going to be, then you just go for it. You know, just leave them to it and, you know, let them battle it out. And that seems to be really what's happening now, these 2, and they're pushing each other to greater heights. It's fantastic stuff.
The one thing I'll come back to, and I say this about G2 a lot, and I think it's what ultimately ends up kind of being their downfall, is the reliance on these hero plays.
The stream does have drops, yes.
You know, walks away with a 3K or a 4K in the round, pulls off a big hero moment. We saw Loira almost have one, Doki almost have one, they were handled, but there's been 3 across this game so far, you know, a 3K and a 4K from Doki and a 4K from Stompin. They have dragged rounds themselves over the line. That previous one, neither player really stepping up and getting a 3 or a 4, but it's undeniable the impact they've had as a pairing. And I just wonder, when they aren't on the day, if they aren't playing on the next map particularly well, for example, who do you then turn to?
Bullets.
Sees his foot, sees his foot.
He sees him. He knows he's there. He's going to pre-fire him as he comes out, knowing the FNAT would signal it, and somehow Blaz gets away with it without too much damage, to be honest. I thought that was going to be far worse for him. Escapes with a little fadeaway drop down the elevator. Loira picks up 1, Alamo another. Mitty and Nias are off the board in a matter of heartbeats. That's your Ash. But more importantly, your Doka be gone. Have they got another plan for the execute?
This is where G2's composure now gets tested too. You're in a 5 versus 3. You've got no excuse to go crazy around the map here and be looking for solo kills, trying to be that hero that I spoke about. Just sit back and play behind your utility. You've got a couple of C4s to still make use of. You've got these mirror windows, FNAT's covering you, all the tools in the world to deal with whatever the other side might throw at you. And sure enough, Blaz has tucked in tight and dealt with Bullet, who's pushing forward very, very blind, not making use of those trackers and paying the price. Great shot from Levy, but it's still 4 more G2 players to go.
Yeah, it might just be too little too late there as he moves in. Does take the ground around elevators. G2 just need to be patient here. Don't overexpose yourself. Don't go looking for the kill. Don't peek around that bomb chassis and give him an opportunity. Just wait for him to come to you. You've got the metal detectors there. They're going to go off. You're going to know that he's pushing that double door. His support is in the shape of Falls, who is working his way in towards Tellers and Archives at the minute to try and get into a position to do something, but he's going to be challenged. As you can see, one of the G2 players is going to be stomping outside in Archives, and we know he's not going to make it easy. If anybody can make that SMG work, it's going to be him.
They're stuck in there, like I say. You haven't got to go crazy here and go chasing after kills. Just let them come to you. They've got the right idea there. They know where one or two of these players are, and that's where it starts to get a bit risky. Going for the toe shots, but Stomping stepping away just in time here as we get towards the last 20.
Alamau's just played that absolutely beautifully. We're going to see the final kill come in, maybe. No, Stomping gets taken down. It is Alamau who gets the second of his round and also the final kill as well. But the way Alamau played that, so Levy just kept peeking that double door. And as I said, you've got the metal detectors. You know when he's coming, you don't need to do much. And that's exactly what Alamau did. He just went prone under the noise, under the cover of fire and bullets raining around. He goes prone and relies on the shotgun. Easy kill, round one.
Well, let's take a listen to D+Kier's tactical timeout.
Mute on the side, okay? We'll just watch out the Captain Trip and the Liquid please push the side, okay? And keep thinking about the Oryx on the Secretary. Second floor, we can play Big Bang. And keep thinking about the Clash and Value. If you guys want to play Big Bang, like check out the Spiral as main series Value, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, let's go. Guys, we got this, guys.
Pra mim
Falei.
Ele falou pra fazer Big Bang, né? Pra mim fazer um 3-1, mano.
Fazer um 3-1 com você embaixo? Tá ligado?
Não. Comigo na LAN, sim. Só que aí que tá, tipo... Eu vou abrir a LAN e você desce o... Não ajuda o Gal, mano. Desce o... Bota o Star Jab lá e...
That answers a very interesting question that I had yesterday, actually, because PGH, obviously Korean, communicates in English with the guys. They all speak English as well, but in-game themselves, they talk in Portuguese. And one worry I have about that is obviously PGH can't hear much about what they're talking about when things aren't going so well in the communications department. All he can really offer tips on is something a bit more tactical, like he'd done just then. And really, it was more about warnings of what they could see coming out of G2, whether it's a Clash, an Oryx, whatever. That's what they're being mindful of, and yeah, just an interesting one to observe about D+Kier.
Feels like, and I mean, I think to a degree it is, you know, the way D+Kier play a lot of the time. We don't kind of see them jumping up and down and shouting, but the energy just seems a little bit down for a team that's 6-4 on their own map. They're in this. They've had some good rounds. They're playing a very good G2 who are, you know, playing pretty well today. They might not be playing the best Siege we've seen out of them in Stage 2, but that's difficult because they've set such a high bar. But they are playing very, very well. And, you know, D+Kier, heads held high, should be going into this, and it just feels like maybe the energy's a little bit down. I hope
Offner drops, you can see it in your drops inventory.
Yeah. It's only a couple of rounds they're behind. Yeah, you've got to fight through overtime, but you're within striking distance. It's perfectly doable. You won your first 2 attacks. Not for Alamau popping off in the previous with the 3. And of course, the prior one downstairs in Lockers being a bit of a shutout by G2. Could have been a much closer affair, but they're going to try and make Tim his glass work again. This time, they're also rolling the Sens along for this top floor to make it just a little bit easier to get in on the rappel.
Yep, a lot of droning going on, just trying to feel out that defense, see exactly what's what. We have an early attempt from Levy.
Stomping.
Just trying to
Risky.
put pressure onto Stomping. He's going to move himself back out of stock as a flashbang comes in. Again, you know, I often talk about that utility, and I think in that, I like to see them followed in. I like, you know, if you're going to full white somebody's streak, get in there and challenge them. It was right, obviously, not to do that in that case. It was more about forcing Stomping out so that they could get that breach that they've just done, because if he's in there, they can't do that because he's just going to shoot it out.
Man.
So that is, you know, good. It prevents him playing up onto that shield. He's got to be extra careful now, so I like that passage of play from D+Kier. They're also going to get the wall open into sight, but the age-old top floor question, Des, what are they going to do about Janitor?
More than just Janitor at this point, Tim. It's a bit of everything, to be honest with you. Stomping playing really aggressively when he was first inside of Logi. Has now, of course, stepped back and he's playing around the shield instead. But he just keeps on putting his keepers on. And there's been a lot of bullets having to be burnt by Nears, not Nears, by Levy, just to get things through. But the plant is going down, Tim. All 5 players, all 10 players are still alive, in fact. Bit of chip damage onto Falls, but nowhere near enough. It's a 5v4, and the plant's down.
Fantastic from D+Kier. They had the plan in place. They sent in the Sense gadgets, they used the smoke, and they nullified the impact that Alamau could have from Janitor. He opened one of the mirror windows, tried to do something about the plant, but couldn't. Manages to find a kill onto Mitty, but the problem they've got is that D plus Kia are out on the windows. Jumping out is not too much of a choice anymore because you're likely to lose the fight. But if you've got so many left alive inside, you can get away with it. They needed Doki to get that final kill though. Stompin tries to stick in. He's baked him in. He's got the kill. He's done it again, Des. Will nothing stop this man on his rise to the top of Siege?
Piss off, Zach. I've seen enough of this the last 2 days now. This is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A slight misplay, admittedly, a panic on the other side. But those are the kind of plays that G2 keep on making, and so far, it's keeping them pretty well in this competition, Tim.
Another rush of blood, I think, for D plus Kia there, challenging on the window when they didn't need to. It's always difficult. You don't just want to watch that diffuser be disabled, but Stompin baited it perfectly.
Him and Doki, 14 kills apiece. We'll call that one a draw for now, Tim, and see how map 2 goes after the short break.
Oh, next map.
Great start for the series for G2 as they take their opponent's map pick. Bank goes their way. And what a game we have seen. So entertaining, so many crazy moments from these individual players. And I guess mostly we have to highlight two players on the side of G2. It's gotta be Doki, it's gotta be Stompin.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about Stompin a lot, but particularly if I just pick up the first point on Doki, I thought he was sensational today. You know, he's been a little bit up and down. I think he's allowed the inconsistency of his personal play to creep in. We've seen it have inconsistency in G2's play, but both Stompin and Doki today were phenomenal for their teams.
These guys are standing on business. We were mentioning before the match, G2 had two win conditions. The first one, the individual prize. The second one, the calls of Alemao. I'm still not sure of the second one yet, but the first one definitely is there, and we can see that with Doki and Stompin both carrying the team with some incredible shots. And honestly,
look at that.
Another wall bang. I mean, that's so...
goes again
check him PC, please.
Yeah.
I think what I liked about it most is a lot of these engagements is they were the right engagements to take. They're not caught waddling, they're not caught loitering, they're not caught just being absent. It's absolutely the right play at the right time. Both of these guys stepping up for G2. They live together, but you know how important they are for this team, both of them in their individual roles.
Yes, a brotherhood really coming to show here now. And look at the cost as well on the side of Doki. 91% for this game. Just absolutely incredible from these two players. What we're witnessing here. I don't know if you guys... Do you hear that?
Oh, I can hear it now.
Do you hear it?
Oh.
Do you hear it?
Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen.
This was put on socials by Fed. Thank you so much. A beautiful
This has
piece
become
of
a thing.
art,
I've seen multiple pictures of Max Verstappen.
Yeah, I respect it. It makes my Dutch heart very happy.
Yeah, and you know how I knew he was the guy? I knew it was him, the king of the aura. After that last round,
it was
that
crazy.
Last round. Please, let's see that last round. That moment where they're retaking. That is one of the only times that I see a CEO on bank plant that is successfully won by the defenders.
Genius,
what a
by the way.
retake!
Keep a barrier,
and then bam, bam, and you're gone.
Yeah.
That's Max Verstappen for you.
Yeah, there's all of us going crazy in the green room as we're watching it, jumping up and down, screaming. It's insane.
The G2 support staff didn't think they were winning this round. They won. We saw them running to go see the players because they didn't think they were going to win that round. Honestly, you know, it was a good game from G2. Again, backing it up on Bank as well yesterday. They lost the game yesterday up against BDS, but it is a map that they love to play. Yes, it wasn't a directly comfortable victory. It wasn't like a 7-2, 7-1, which it looked like it could have been. But for G2, solid performance. Get the job done on your opponent's map pick, and then get into your own.
And for D+, I think you're impressive in a certain way. I think they were fighting really well. I thought that they were in control.
I'm muted, yapping. My God. No, I'm here, bro.
If it wasn't for some incredible individual gunfights won on the side of G2,
I was literally talking to you guys. Jesus Christ.
I don't know who would have made it. Night Heaven Labs.
No, I'm here. I just
this is their home turf.
Once the games are over, I have to be here on stream the entire time, and it's a lot of streaming, so I'm giving myself a little bit of a break.
Close against the prime team secret.
True. And I feel like I'm going to channel a lot of G2 fans' energy here right now because we're seeing this first map. It's going great, and I want to believe it. But I'm not sure if we can. Of course, Night Haven, you know,
yeah, Doki and Stompin had fucking crazy Dookie games. Like they Dookied on them, like 28 kills.
Yeah, I think so. I think the one thing for D+ is...
No, I was talking when I was muted. My girlfriend came in the room and I was talking to her.
We know G2 can be inconsistent, but I think for D+, there are certain aspects...
But I've been here for the last several hours.
Particularly, coming into today, they have the lowest defense win rate in the tournament. In fact, it's probably...
Is your face cam? Yeah, no, I have it off right now.
They've struggled. That's the first thing. They'll be starting defense on Night Haven.
I mean, I'm here. I'm just...
I need to see more of crowd control.
I'm going to be streaming for like 10, 12 hours after the games are over, so I'm just like...
Yeah, well, the question is, can D+ keep their head above the water, or is the wave
I
that
was
G2
watching like
creates
this,
too
okay.
strong to keep them up? We'll have a look
You
at
got banned? I saw that you got banned. I'm thinking maybe it was a misclick. I don't know what happened.
We go. It's a tough time for D+ Gear, Tim. As you've heard,
I have no idea. I wasn't part of that.
Map for G2. Is this where the road ends, or can they yet
Against who?
Well, you look at
Wildcard beat W7M.
You think if D+ K can get something on Bank, then maybe they can take this to
No, I saw that. I just don't know why.
I don't like the chances here on that, if I'm
maybe it was a
honest.
misclick. I've seen people do that before, unfortunately.
I think some of the best siege that we've seen from G2 through the tournament so far. I think
like especially if you're watching your phone, you're a mod, you fumble with your phone in your pocket or something, and then you like click something you didn't need to click, and then you get banned. If you guys ever get banned, don't be afraid to request an unban, because I will personally look into it.
And apparently you can rely on it.
I was thinking this. We've got Max Verstappen.
I mean, if you know you did nothing wrong, then you'll get unbanned. So don't even worry about it.
For a while, and you come back
sometimes shit happens. Just how it goes sometimes, you know.
These bans, the Nomad being taken away by D+ Kid, probably an interesting one that might tickle your fancies. Like, oh, that's an interesting one. Why that? Probably because you're going to see a little bit of roaming play coming out of D+ Kid, trying to hit G2 on the flanks, disrupting
People aren't
their attempts
perfect.
at getting set up for an execute. We'll see. On the other side, it's a
how are my predictions going?
Today, we've already seen a team struggle to open
I'll be happy to
even
get
when these
50%
two
of my
are banned
points.
Away. I really hope we don't see
Shopify getting slammed.
Opened up.
Was not on my predictions. I thought they'd barely squeeze in.
I haven't. I've been racing through sports stars in my head, and I can't get to a name that works with Doki.
Well, remember his name's also Jack.
Well, yeah, but that gets a little bit easy then, doesn't it? You know,
keep it hard for yourself.
Anybody called Jack?
That before can't lie. Yeah, like
it's. I'll beat you there. They'll come up with something creative.
It's something that just happens sometimes.
Round one, we're going up to the top floor. It's going to be D+ K on the defense. Having a look at the setup, I am immediately drawn to that clash. Where are we going to see Bullet playing, and how
see,
going to deal with it straight away? I'm looking at
literally everybody's fucking saying like, yeah, I've done that.
And remove the ground from beneath the feet.
We can usually fix it. I mean, when it was clearly out of nowhere for no damn reason, then yeah, like, you'll be unbanned, don't worry.
Save those asphyxiation bolts, put the
This
fire
Swiss,
around that
yeah.
clash, gonna force them away from that shield.
We've got Doki 1 Kenobi.
Very good.
We've got Doki Ricardo, which I didn't quite really get on board with. We've got Little Baz James, that's a classic.
Yeah, I'm going back to leaning my chair.
Doki 1 Kenobi,
I'm still here though.
Right.
I think
that is a winner for me.
That's the best.
We haven't got to stick just to F1. We can branch out from here.
YouTube modding? Yeah, but YouTube streams are just...
Very good, Tim. Very good.
You're welcome.
I stream on YouTube every day now, but
focus out towards this well, north side of the map. I was going to say West End for a second, but they will push their way through.
they never really get any real traction, low key.
We've seen teams on this map struggle a few times where they'll get control really
That's
of
fine.
IT and inside a garage, but not really focus on connection until a bit later in the round, because defenders can come and push aggressively unless you're sticking 2 or 3 players there. As Stompin is now learning. Going to get the run around a little bit by Bullet on this clash, being a little bit of a headache for him, so he'll have to take it easy while the rest of his team get their setup done and their preparation for the hits.
Yeah, Bullet's done a great job there of just preventing that early pressure coming on in through connector, so G2 are kind of going to have to look elsewhere. Stompin's hit the pause button for the time being, and he's just waiting, I think, for this defense to be moved around. Loira underneath is going to be part of doing that, spraying up through that floor. Not too much damage has been taken on the side of D+. Kia, Levy, and Nears does have a little bit, but nothing like Alamau, who nearly gets his head removed from his shoulders.
Yeah, again, we've got to be careful because G2 are putting pressure in from different parts of the map, as you've seen. Stompin, Alamau doing the same, but it's a little bit one-man army. However, Doki is just that, Tim. He is a one-man army.
Yeah, well, I mean, AK, that's probably why the mod banned you.
Falls.
I mean,
he stands up strong. The heroes of last map, Doki and Stompin.
You shouldn't be doing that anyways.
D+ Kia desperately needing somebody to respond there, and they found it. Lyra, however, picking up
real.
Levy, Baz managing to find
I've always told any mods to ban anything that looks weird. Like, someone posting a phone number. I don't care if it's real or not. I don't want to have to verify if it's real or not. If there's a phone number in stream, it gone. So, it wasn't an accident, clearly. You fucked up.
Faces just say it all.
Yeah, don't do that.
Looking a bit defeated right now, Des.
It's hard when you've been battered like that in the first round.
I mean, I know you can see how that could be dangerous with like doxing and stuff. Like, let's be real.
We'll wait for that suggestion, but some good names coming out.
Just want to keep it all out.
But yeah, great first round from G2. I was a little bit
I'll
concerned,
do though.
like I said
Be
earlier
good.
on, when they had it's the classic thing that we saw during our Skyscraper game earlier today, when we had players spread across the entire map trying to take a lot of solo control as they pushed on through. It was very easy to get pushed and swamped by the other side and just completely disrupt and break up the attack. What have you seen? Lionel Messi.
Where's face cam? Bro.
Yes! That Haley
Fuck a face cam.
That is the one. Nice. I love that one.
Once this game's over, I'll put my face cam on. How about that? Fuck you.
Oh, excellent. But yeah, good stuff from G2. Running the line a little bit there, I thought, in the first round.
Yeah.
But not enough so that it was
On
obviously a chance
Jizzy.
for D+ Kia to fight back in. Good stuff. Onwards we go to the second round. Levy off on that Skopos looking to cause trouble. Reinforced hatch on the upstairs, suggesting you're going to see a couple of players hanging around up there and looking to waste G2's time, get them to push their way through the majority of top floor before they can even think about hitting the ground floor.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
G2 having a strong half on the attack here, I think is all but going to end this game. So D+ Kia, you really don't have too much time to get yourself back into this one.
But you are? Well, let's just say I have my AC on right now.
And to make a fight of it, they're going to go to.
It's not
Kitchen
warm,
this time.
but next to my fucking computers, it's warm.
Won a great round on here by using that defensive position in behind the kitchen counter. You cannot deal with it from above. There is no vertical onto it. So G2 need to make sure that they're playing somebody on that kitchen window. We saw Wildcard failed to do that, and they were punished for it. So it's something that they need to be aware of here, G2.
Sure, it's again nothing to worry about as of yet. No one's obviously been picked off, but they're all stacked up on this window and ready and looking to explode in. I like this. Yeah, I mean, earlier on you didn't like it when no one's on the window. Tim, how's 3 people? Because now we're in. Who cares about the FNATs? Alamau. This train don't stop. He's going nice and deep. They've got them all forced out of sight at this point, Tim. All he's got to do is give distraction. In from the back comes Doki. Gets 1, gets 2, gets a third.
What the
stab
fuck?
in the back. A flawless round from G2 and D+
What
Kia.
the fuck are we watching right now?
Stunned.
Sometimes Doki is genuinely unplayable, and today is one of those days. It is the best word I can think to describe him. I remember saying years ago when we were watching him in, you know, the UK Premiership when he was first coming around, I said, you know, one of the qualities that I love about him, and it's a quality on defense, but I feel like that round is
you listen to?
mentality. Doki is the sort of player that
Alternative
when he
rock.
hears a barricade break, he will sprint towards it. He is
Hell's
desperate
Clash
for the fight.
doing?
You can see the confidence in
at
his
the
play
end,
when his confidence is up.
he knew he was
and
fucked.
right now, he is absolutely lethal. And
He
when
probably
gets
tried
like
to put a
that,
shield
he
on his
just
back, but
becomes
Doki
unplayable
sniped him.
because he will just make plays like that one after another. He's 5-1 inside 2 rounds after being 14 kills on bank.
Rank match?
Absolutely
No,
unreal
they're just
so
not doing
far.
good.
And powering G2 towards that final showdown, best of 3 tomorrow.
19-6 across the series. He is absolutely flying. I spoke about this back on map 1 though for D plus Kia. It's hard with that previous side because
they're giving them a bit of a bother right now.
So much you can do to disrupt them, but no C4s came
A bit of
flying
a bother.
Everyone was stood outside of sight, and Alamal sucked up all this attention inside of sight. No one was there to be able to fight him, despite having FNATs to assist in fighting against anyone hopping in through that window. I said it back on the previous map for D plus Kia, they've got to fight G2 in the early round. If you don't disrupt them, if you let them get around site with all 5 players, they're going to do stuff like that. They are going to overwhelm you. It's what they're excellent at, but I feel where they can sometimes slip down is relying on individual brilliance to get them through the early parts of the round and the scraps that they get into. So if you want to be able to upset them a bit, we've got to see more work being done in the first minute 30.
Alamo just kind of ran through site shouting, "Come back, I want to shoot you!" But none of them wanted that interaction. We're going to see the Glass
Pre-fire it. Just pre-fire it.
We've seen that happen a couple of times today where the Glass has lost their life. Falls manages to take down Doki, but Stompen is there as always for the trade, backing up his buddy. Manages to keep it at 4 versus 4. Nobody's wanting to give Loira an opportunity, so you know what? He's just going to go walking on in and find it, Des. Manages to take down Mitty, and right now, D plus Kia, they are between a rock and a hard
I believe
place.
that this is an elimination
They're just
game, I
being
think.
crushed by the sheer
Could be
weight
wrong.
of this G2 team. They know one's down.
Come on!
Lyra will not be stopped. 1v3 effectively, and that's the round over. It's 3-0. G2 showing why Nighthaven Labs is one of their favourite maps.
And a 3K for Lionel Messi. Doki in the previous round. Again, it keeps on building on these moments of brilliance from individuals. And as I've said throughout the tournament so far, and I've said many times in history, Tim, these multi-kills, these 1vx's, they're always really impressive. And of course, we love seeing them. We love casting them. But it often comes as a result of mistakes being made by the other side. And I feel we've just said
two L's good on Nighthaven Labs? How about
the
3
deep side that he put down was brilliant, to be fair, as well, because it kept the Azami at bay. They'd be spraying very, very blindly and probably get shot through the smoke if they did try and peek it. But they just gave a bit too much room. We're in for a D plus Kia timeout nice and early. Let's have a listen.
We kill the demons on screens today, right? Like, bro, guys, don't let them play so easily. Like, we need more contest. Like, so we don't play Grudge. They play Grudge super fast and we die. Bro, we need more contest. Okay?
Beleza. Vou testar as áreas, guys.
Not only the IT Garage, like, whatever. More contest. Don't let them play easily.
Eles estão, os caras estão comendo rápido, velho. Bem cheio de tap lá, velho. Pega Meluz, bota 4 Meluz no TI.
Bem, vamos fazer essa porra. Isso é boa.
É, vai ter que jogar de trap mesmo.
Bem, ó, se liga, ô Gal. Quem que joga do bomb aqui, nossa? É o Bullet?
Sou eu de
That is quite legitimately what he typed.
pra cima depois.
Então, viado, ele costuma abrir atrasado lá pra poder passar, tá?
I'd never claim to have knowledge on a coach's level, Tim, but it's the exact same thing we've been saying. They're offering no fight against G2. They're giving them the map. It's hard to do on some sites, granted, but there's just no resistance. And therefore, you're letting G2 do whatever the hell they please.
Good times.
I sympathise. I am going
That
to
is you.
sympathise
You're
a
right.
little bit with D plus Kia here, and say
It's
that,
on me,
yes,
baby.
I think they are making some mistakes.
Yeah,
and
you
they're
got
all-
it.
I think they're leaving gaps. They're leaving gaps which G2 are more than happy to exploit, but I think the problem at the minute is there are so many fires for D plus Kia to try and fight. There are so many concerns for them here on Nighthaven Labs of where they're going to be attacked and pressured by G2, that they're just being pulled from pillar to post, and that's why the gaps are opening up, because they are worried about 4 or 5 different avenues of attack, because they know that G2 right now are just at cruising speed and are going to run over them. So it's, you know, as soon as they hear something, as soon as something happens, it's like, yeah, we've got to go there and do it. And then G2 are coming at them from a different angle.
That was last year?
So I really do think,
I think so, when Bull was still playing Pro League.
think that this is as much about D plus Kia in many ways as it is about G2. You know, just being super comfortable on the map and aggressive and being able to run over them. I just don't know. That there's certainly things that they could do to improve, but I don't think there's much they can do to control this G2 side.
Not when you're losing inside 25 seconds up on the roam out there, but it's exactly like PGH was saying. They're going super fast and you're just letting them. There's not really much you're doing to be able to fight up here. Alamal admittedly did go low, so there was an opportunity. They're almost trying to slow them down on sites itself, and with a couple of the Vulcan canisters on windows around the map, as we've seen, it's kind of ignored the fact, Tim, they can just run through the entirety of the top floor at breakneck speed and descend on you, which is what they're doing. Look, by the way, the triple mute gemmer setup they've got on the main breach wall, just to almost try and guarantee that it stays fully closed up.
Just going to have changes being made to the FNAT configuration laid out by Levy. He's going to have both of the cafeteria hole, and it makes absolutely no difference. The bait is beautiful. They trigger one, stomping peaks from the other side, and that is another D+Kia member dead.
And they've really not had to use too much gadgetry yet here either, G2. They've got the Zero on side. They've, of course, got Stomping with the tracks they can make use of. But there's just been no real need. They're now into a 5v3, half a round still to play. So D+Kia at least succeeded in slowing the round down slightly. But dying like this certainly is not going to help the round go any slower, I'm afraid. A 5v2, and for G2, it still looks very, very pedestrian. It's almost too easy, Tim. A 5v1, a flawless round on the way, maybe no. Bullet gets that shut down, but he's dead from there. Doki collecting the final kill, and G2 carry on with winning ways.
Yeah, you can see it on the faces of D+Kia here. They're defeated.
They're done.
It's going to take some mammoth effort to get them back into this. And like I say, I feel for them. They've just come up against G2 on the wrong day, I think. G2, absolutely. I love the way G2 are playing for each other as well. You know, we've spoken about the hero players, and I'm sure that we will, you know, focus on that long after today. Some of those big moments that we've seen. But G2 are actually playing for each other really well here as well. That initial kill, we won't see it on this one, but the initial kill
Cole.
from Stompin,
Idiot.
sorry, the second kill from Stompin where he gets onto
It goes
Levy
to
on
7,
the
Cole.
Fenrir. Just beautifully played. You know, you've got Fenrir in the corridor just spinning round on his heel because he doesn't
It's
know
all
where
right.
the pressure's
Like
gonna come
Lava's
from.
working with
And
a
then
half
Sens
deck
said,
right now.
Thank you very
It's all
much. That's
good.
a nice and easy free kill for me. And the rest of his team had created
That's
that by
definitely
pushing
not what
from the
Cole
opposite
meant.
side.
I
They
don't think I really need to
created
explain
that
this one, though.
Just they're working together brilliantly as well. And I think a lot of these great individual moments, you know, are taking advantage of the chaos that the team is creating.
Your Taco Bell?
Well,
2 soft potato
like there's a bit
fiesta
too much of a
tacos with
climb
the chipotle
for
sauce,
D+Kia to fight
please.
their way back in. I always say two halves to a game of Siege. They could be good on the attacking side. You don't know. But it feels like G2 are walking away with this from at least 5 rounds, if not all 6, unless something drastically changes here in round 5. It looks more the same. Still got the Deimos on
Yeah,
side.
dude, it goes 7. Yeah, Cole,
Very
jeez.
good at dealing with any kind of roaming, and maybe that's part of the read from G2 on the previous
Come on,
round is
bro.
They did run into more D+Kia players.
You
offside.
have
They know that the call was to be
damage.
PGH. Guys, get out. Challenge
No.
them to fight like we've seen an awful lot over the last couple of days. And so they found ways to try and deal with that with, again, the calls coming out, with the track coming on. They've got options to deal with any madness that D+Kia might bring to the table.
Control and storage will be the 5th site for D+Kia. Doki knows that there's somebody playing up on the catwalk, given the angle of the bullets that sprayed out of the window at his drone. So
Nah, this game's looking
we'll at least
over.
give him a little bit of information. Rotero
There's
drone's
a-
gonna
how fast
continue
they're
to
clearing
rain
shit
on
right
him
now?
from
Nah.
Stompin as he clears out that utility. Alamo manages to pick up Levy. 5 versus 4. There's an angle being held here by Lawyer as well. Might get his just reward, but doesn't. Mitty very, very close to losing his life as well as the track comes in from Doki. With the way he's playing.
I love that.
That's just
Love
so casual. It's so casual. It's not even funny. Doki just absolutely running over them. Stomping getting in on the party as well. G2 are going to be 5-0 up in a minute.
I've tried their very best here, Tim, but a plant's going down, as you're saying. This one looks to be an almost guaranteed flawless, and Bullet gets another exit frag as he did in the prior round. May well find the one, and sure enough, he
Sparky.
does. But he's tracked out. The Fuser is down. Doki yet again gets the closing kill in the round. Pedestrian was how he described it, Tim. Pedestrian, it remains.
Like I said, that kill on... That kill on
the Legion?
Yeah, on the Legion as the nade go, it's just so casual. It's just like you're not even in ranked. It's like you're just running around in a quick match and I'm just going to dump the nade off the frame, bang, 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 and I'm off onto the next one.
To not get caught by the nade, yeah.
Yeah, it's just unreal from Doki. We see it here. The confidence, just, I know he's got the track on him and everything. It's just phenomenal stuff. Just, you know, he's playing without a care. He's just unshackled at the minute and he's so dangerous.
It's like a showdown on who blinks first there, because the Legion has to run away from the nade and can't really afford to just slowly step back, else he's dead. He was already running before the nade came out, to be fair, was working his way backwards, which is why he had a chance to fight back. But Doki's just a bit different gravy today, Tim. He's 9-2 on this map, Stomping on 5-1. He has kind of fallen behind in that race. Doki's up to 23 kills, Stomping sat at 19. Between the two of them, it has been an unbelievable series, though, and a very, very dominant one that puts them in good stead going into tomorrow.
Yeah, that was...
I think those sound alerts are on right
It
now.
was one of the moments where you feel like they knew what was coming. They knew what was coming as soon as
Oh my
that nade
fucking
appeared.
God,
They
Cole.
knew what was coming, but they just couldn't react quickly enough because
everyone else is a
Doki was just an
noob.
unstoppable force at that point. G2 5-0 then. Final opportunity for D plus Kia to secure themselves a defensive round, but it looks like this race might be run.
I meant now I do got brain damage. The fuck? That's the scariest thing about brain damage, honestly. Is that you won't even realize that you have it, low key. You might need to get checked out, my guy.
Well, getting rid of the
Frick.
mirror, almost for a second they're being caught out. I did think you might
Oh,
get
shoot.
baited into it a little bit, but of course he gets to see the mirror window long before they can manage to see round the mirror window to catch out the Ash. So, step
Yeah,
one
good
done.
though.
Another one to focus on, IT. They had it open inside like 50 seconds last round, Tim. They're certainly not wasting time, making use of that Habana trick that we've seen many times over now to make one side soft, and then normally you roll through with, last round it was a Flores, but realistically can be anything. As long as it's softened up, then you can still push through. In this case, it's stomping with the secondary to open it up and give them a route into IT.
Yeah, Blaz manages to hit the Hibana trick, absolutely no problem. It is one that we've seen failed before, so much like the Mav, it's always an interesting one to watch. 2 out on Catwalk at the minute. I'm going to have the mirror of Mitty just working his way back inside of sight. Nitro's going to be maybe given away for free here. No, he's holding on to it. He's waiting for some noise on that window. None's going to come because there's nobody there. Intel is good for G2 as well.
The headphones might be pressing on your skull too tightly.
There's still one on Catwalk corner.
That might be it.
On the Capitão, who will
Think of your brain as a lime, and the headphones are like the juicer.
Can help work into that position should they choose to. At the minute, a lot of the pressure is coming from the connector side from G2 though.
Pressure coming in from below, stomping upstairs, gets the entry. Taking a lot of damage in the process, Tim, but still got a lot of Bs that he can deploy in towards site to enable his team to start their push on forward. Doki finally dealt with, but that is Laura's chance to spring on forward. Been sat on a drone for most of this round, waiting for that time, but has stepped in and made it happen. Did Mighty just spray down his own teammate a little bit there?
When you show Hog.
I think he might have done. I did wonder.
No, I think it was
You'll
someone
show
else.
Hog or
Okay, in that
oh
case.
no,
He
what?
just managed to pick up Lyra. I think maybe it was onto Lyra. He's going to be downed afterwards.
Stream
though.
laggy for
And that's
anybody
gonna leave
else?
us Now 3 versus 2. Alamau and Blaz both taking quite a lot of damage, but Alamau does manage to pick up Bullet. It's all
don't
up
think
to
so.
Mitty on the mirror. He goes for a little jump over
You also,
the top rope.
Monica, well,
Managed
you
to
said you were at
catch
fucking
with an
Taco
elbow
Bell,
on the
so
way
you
down.
know.
Beautiful use of the shot in.
I assume
Gonna get
you don't
himself
live
back
inside the
reloaded.
Taco
Can he
Bell, so it
continue
might
to
be your
fight and win
reception,
this battle?
possibly.
He falls foul to his own trick, does he? No! He manages to hit him with a knife on the way down!
Do you do the Batman thing again, Tim?
No. I don't.
Oh, it carries on. And
I honestly thought Alamau had got the kill over the top. I thought he'd used his own trick against him. But Levy gave him the... I don't know if it was a panic knife. I don't know if it was, you know, a clean reaction. But one way or another, he managed to get him. Beautiful stuff.
I had to go back and check, and yes, Mighty did spray at Levy on the doorway.
I thought he had.
They're probably just so scared because of how fast that half has been.
Are you geeked or locked in right now?
You just see
I'm
something that looks
bricked
like a
up,
human, you're like,
bitch.
shoot it! Friendly, blue on blue. It does at least give them a bit of breathing room, Tim. Just the one. It's not a whole lot to work with. G2 could well close this out in the next couple. And we could have a very quick night. We could be done by 9 o'clock, Tim.
Crazy
a lot of our days have run until about midnight, sometimes even later with how long some of the games have gone. But
No, but
we've had
it's
a couple of
dummy.
quick
I'm
series
all
when you
the
look at
way
it.
up.
Yeah, can get a reasonable old man bedtime tonight.
That's true. It's true.
It's been 2 a.m. the last couple of nights.
Yeah, same.
We're cranking that shit right now.
I mean, fair enough. Mighty started to make up for
Just
it
watch
as well.
this though. He comes over the top, misses the shots, and he manages it. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful stuff. Well played,
Like,
Deeples.
oh my God, Stomp and Doki. Yeah.
Because now they've got that hard ask of working their way through on
Love
the
that
attacking
shit.
side. G2 taking away the ace and the Monty. D plus Kia, Kaid and Bandit, a very, very common pairing. We spoke about it back in the first half because we had it there as well, but most teams seem to be taking away that pairing from the defenders just to make walls that little bit easier to chew on through. It's even been paired up with Maverick bands sometimes, but given it's available, that's exactly what Falls is going to jump onto, leaving the Thermite in the back pocket for now.
5 seconds left before insertion.
G2 start up on the top floor, bring along the clash. They are
I have tried
making
Arcadis.
things easy for D plus Kia, but more importantly, keep your eye on Doki on the pulse.
It is
Doki
fun,
on the
to
pulse.
say the
Where's he
least.
going to be at the minute? He's all the way down in the basement. Got a nitro in hand and a heartbeat scanner to boot.
I've been posting about it on
Something that D
YouTube.
plus Kia need to be aware of, but we have seen this a few times where attacking teams kind of just ignore it. And it's all down to the timing of the player. It's all down to the timing of the defensive player to hit that flank and to make sure that they have an impact. And honestly, quite often, we see them fail at doing that. So keep an eye on things from Doki. How much impact can he have in this round? Can he time it right? Or does he find himself with sight already lost and trying to battle his way back in?
We're very used to seeing this, aren't we, though, Tim? A Maverick on the wall and a C4 poised and ready to toss over. Can either go for as soon as the wall goes soft or try and catch underneath. Maybe I'll try and go over the top. In fact, I think probably realising now it's a little bit late to give that one a go. It's been opened up entirely, so we'll step back and likely keep hold of that C4 for later in the round.
Yep, smart play there. Don't use your utility if you don't have to. Don't throw it away for nothing. You know, try and get as much value out of it as you can. And, you know, sometimes you've just got to accept, well, they've done a better job of that than we could do anything about. And that's the case there for D+Kia. We do hear the fire arrow going in, so the push towards taking Catwalk is going to begin. I think they will be able to, if they get aggressive here, they can move in and take that territory. I'm not sure if they've got a drone that will be telling them that or not, but here comes Doki, and that could be the danger. Where's he going to go? If he tries to move his way into warehouse, if they allow him, it could be a real problem.
Yeah, it's kind of inviting them forward with his army. Loira bailing out of playing on Catwalk too soon as well. Very common to stay around there, but I think the fire of the Capital just kind of put the scare up in the spooks it in. And instead backs in towards site. Doki finding the one and then rejoining his team back up through Aqua. So although it's only the one kill and it's not towards the main point of push, it's still damage done. A second one follows as falls on the Maverick, disappears. The 5v3 for G2, still 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think that's fine from Doki on the pulse there. You know, sometimes, yeah, you want that massive impact from Aroma like that, but he played it well. Like I said, you don't want to be left out in the cold either. He took his opportunity, got a kill, got back to site. Perfect stuff. Didn't, you know, waste too much time or anything, but G2 run through that one, flawless round. Get them final kills, wrap it up on the top floor, and they are now 6-1 up. One round away from a showdown tomorrow to see if they can qualify through to that knockout phase.
Doki did pop into all chat and say 7-0 GG. Probably because in his mind they should have closed down.
The score of both these teams right now is 1-2, so this isn't. They still have to play again tomorrow.
As you saw at the very, very end, just well dealt with everything that was coming at them. From Doki hitting them on the flank to them reading that they were going to push Aqua, having 2 or 3 players all gathering together to deal with that. Dead easy and straightforward for G2. Maybe we're at a point in where teams start to consider not taking them to this map, because this will be EWC aside, and obviously any untracked tournaments to a side as well. 6 wins in a row over the last 6 months.
Yeah, they're very good. There's 2 things. They are good on that Even Labs and continue to be so. But like I say, I feel like we are seeing more of the G2 that we saw, you know, through the regular stage of stage 2 before the playoffs. You know, they had a little bit of a dip towards the end of playoffs, and then it's been shaky for the first couple of days of the major. That's why they're in this, you know, they could have been eliminated today. That's why they're in this position. They're 1 and 2. But I feel like this is, you know, the best. You said yourself that Doki said that they were feeling locked in. They were feeling a little bit different today, and I think it's shown. They've played with some wild confidence today. It's been absolutely unreal to watch. You know, I won't go as far as masterclass, just simply because I think D+ maybe haven't put up enough against them, you know, to make it that. But I think they could have beaten much better teams today as well.
We were saying the same about Wildcard earlier as well, right? Like I said, although it was very easy for us to focus on what was going wrong against for their opponents, Wildcard did play an excellent game of Siege, really entertaining to watch, very enjoyable from start to finish, and play with a lot of confidence of a team that deserves to be in playoffs. It feels the same for G2, as you've sort of said. They're against weaker opposition that couldn't really perform to the standard required, but they still look damn good doing it.
Interestingly, Blaz is up on top floor on his own on the Clash. I mean, Clash doesn't need too much support anymore. Loira's only just moved up there, like literally only just now. It's been on first floor up until that point. Clash is, you know, a lot more self-sufficient now that she can put the shield down and kind of use it as a mobile mirror window, but still, you know, a big ask given that they've only got the secondary machine pistol to fight with. So definitely good to be having some support up there. D+Kia halfway through the round, not really confidently. There's only one of them inside the map at the minute.
Yeah, it's not a lot really, is it? Stomping with the C4 coming out, not going to even tickle anyone on the other side.
Stop the boogie drone.
Does stop the boogie drone, absolutely. Which gives him a little more cover on above for now. And here we go. This is where you can see this whole top Aqua being a bit of a threat. I've got to deal with 1 and 2. Oh, down the ground, but Levy's got the read onto him. And here we go. That's going to be the end of the hold upstairs. Both Blaz and Loira being taken down, almost finding a third for a second too, as I believe it was Doki sniffing around there for a moment. It's enough to keep
D plus Kia at bay. However, we're down to that last 60. They've got the top floor control they need, and they've got a 5v3.
Yeah, that was way better from D plus Kia there. Just nice and explosive, getting on in, getting those kills, and they've got time. I was a little bit worried they were taking too long at the beginning of things. They didn't have anybody inside of the map, but they were just preparing themselves. They've sprung forward into action, and they've got what they needed. So 3 versus 5, it is all up to Doki, Stompin. Are they the only 2 you need? They're joined by Alamo as well, and they're looking to hold on. 30 seconds left to go, and Bullet manages to pick up Doki. D plus Kia could be looking for a first successful attack, but Alamo starts the fight back.
Is there anyone there to trade off the back of that? Turns out not really. Ready for next engage downstairs. Great shot from Mighty. Instant headshot onto Alamo. And Stompin's got it all to do, Tim. Probably a little bit too much, dare I say. He's got verticals, players to his right, players behind him. Was never going to last very long. It is one thing that D plus Kia have done well throughout the game is win out those
the Bravo channel's off. I guess wildcard beat FaZe. I would assume.
Taking a challenge at the same time. It is still only 2-6. There is still a long hill to climb, but at least it looked okay.
The other problem for D plus Kia, of course, is that was an off-site. That was control and storage. That's your third choice site. G2 have still got basement available. They're going to go down there now, I would imagine. Then they'll have top floor available again. You've still got much better sites that you've got to beat them on. But, you know, I often talk about site choice and site rotation.
Oh my God.
I'm not sure why G2 have chosen to go there second rather than going down to basement. But I look at that and think, well, have you now given your opponents an opportunity? You've allowed D plus Kia to get it. You haven't allowed it.
Bro, Stompin's so tough.
They've gone in
Oh
and
my
got
God.
and they start building a little bit of momentum. They've got a bit of confidence off it. Maybe they go and win basement, and all of a sudden they've got 3 rounds. It's 6-3, and they're reeling them back in.
You think they probably play it on OnlyFans? I know Butter's used to.
It's not to say that they're going to do it. Do I expect them to do it? No, not really. But you know, I look at that from G2 and I think, you know, if you'd pick basement, could you just wrapped it up, just got it done here and now?
Very possibly, but they've got plenty of chances still to work through. There's not really a full rehost going through now. Just having a few players connecting back into the lobby, and then we'll be able to resume. And Tim, we are going downstairs, so you will get your wish.
All right, camera's on now.
If D plus Kia win it now, though, you look
at it and you're like, all right.
So tough.
And then, when comebacks happen, there's usually a point
Ignore
that
that.
you can look at and think, that was where the
Where's
tide
that from?
turned.
Oh, I posted
And
that on Twitter.
I'm not saying it's going to be the case. I don't think it's going to be the case. G2 are probably going to win this on basement and it's job done. But you look at those moments and think, is there a reason you went to the third choice there? Are you opening the door to give somebody, you know, a chance to turn the tide?
It's a classic thing where we then have a whole chat about that, or the analyst might, and you ask
Let us shine us hole on main.
Yup. Well, no, that's the point. That's the point. You know, to me, don't just go to the
Target's
side
been
that
cranked.
you feel like it. Go to the one that you're going to lock down, that's your best site, that you can get done. You know, get the job done, get it over with, get out of the server. Don't allow them at any round more than you need to.
I always think back to, I think it was like a little joke that I saw before, which was around English teachers at school will kind of say, oh, you know, and the author described these curtains as blue to reflect their depression and their feelings of angst and all the rest of it. And then you go and ask the author and they just go, I just like the colour blue.
Just like blue.
Just like the colour blue. It really ain't that deep a lot of the time. Often the simplest answer is the one. Now we're down in the basement.
What the hell are you just saying?
How things move on forwards.
He's talking about
The players on the
orphans?
upstairs here, shock horror. Looking to score a little bit of trouble there. Slow down the side of D plus Kia. Nears, of course, to be at the helm on that blitz, trying to clear it out, but he has not had a great map, Tim. He is 0-8. It's not looking good. He's gone far past being James Bond. He's taken it to a whole new film series.
I wish I was James Bond, just for the day.
If they're going to be able to best
Kissing all the girls, blow the bad guys away.
On the top floor at the minute, that's going to be the
Who remembers that
challenge
song?
ahead of D plus Kia is going in. They cannot ignore them 2 players. There's no way they get away with going just straight down to site. There is a presence there as well. Doki, Blaz particularly are there and ready to defend if necessary. I do like the use of Zero. I think again, he's another one that I would put in the bracket of being a little bit underutilized sometimes. Has the secondary hard breach, has a ton of cameras that he can use, that also have the little shock, you know, the one-time shock zap as well that can clear out utility. I think there's a lot of value in Zero.
When he got the buff, we did see a few teams then start running him actually a bit more aggressively.
G2 have played him in this game.
Yeah, yeah. Sim on bank as well a couple of times. However, nice shot on towards Doki. Levy, the one to kick things off and get things moving on that, on the Deimos. Still all those tracks available to make use of to try and help Nears out. For now, though, D plus Kia have got the man advantage, which is what they were looking for with half a round still to play. That is a lot of time to chew things through here, and they're starting to gather themselves up. As long as you don't get yourself caught out by Laura, who's out trying to keep it busy off towards control hallway.
God damn!
Be all right, but there'll still be one or two other G2 players looking to give a bit of challenge.
Still got Stompin up on the top floor, yet to make
The way that
himself
Stompin
known.
plays on the top floor is so fucking tough. Oh my
Take
god.
a little bit of damage. Nia's there, just needs to be a little bit careful when he starts pushing forward now. There's no nitros left on the side of G2, so that's something at least. Lyra manages to pick up Bullet and G2.
He hits Nias.
He does hit Nias, but Mighty hits him harder. Takes him out of the round 4 versus 3. D plus Kia finding their feet and keeping that man advantage.
They are, but G2, they aren't letting up, Tim. They're applying that pressure that you had the coach of D plus Kia asking the team to show more of. It's being given back to them the other way too as the final call of the Dockerby rings out here. Stomping, quite rightly, it's fair to assume that they'll be looking for him here to clear out one of the other roamers around the map. But like Parley was prior, he's very much stuck up on that top floor, isolated out, and Levy has removed him. 2 versus 4, surely one they can do. Blaz getting Mighty just as the flash goes off here, but can he hold on for another? Nia's going down. Tim, they're going to do it out here. Levy's going absolutely massive, and sure enough, he closes on a 3K, falls to get the last. They carry on, Tim. It's 6-3.
Cool.
Yeah, another good round from D plus Kia.
I don't
Good
remember
intel
that
and
one.
comms, I think you see there. They recognized where everybody was. They went in and dealt with them. They picked off the weak links, the ones who were isolated, who they were able to go and take fights with, and they got the job done. They used that blitz shield pretty well, and it was a little bit too much for G2. So going from 6-1, it's now 6-3, and they continue to claw their way back.
So I'm planning on
Enough though, Tim.
doing a little bit of variety
To do it. There's still 3 more to go. Got
on
battle through every
on
side
the
quest you
YouTube,
can have, and I
right?
think we'll probably go back up to the top floor. Also taking the thermite away,
And I'm
which will probably
struggling
force the
with
Maverick
doing it
into the
all on my
majority of
main
these
channel,
now.
or doing the variety on a secondary channel that's a lot newer.
Frustration from you, but maybe
And
now Stompin finally does throw that C4 and get rid of the Maverick early.
What I will say,
I'm kind of liking the idea of doing it all on just one channel. Makes it easier. I don't know yet.
Do not want to lose an entire rotation and find themselves at 6-4, because that is when it starts creeping in to your head, and you start, you know, that's when you start thinking, not like this.
So just as a heads up, if you follow both those YouTube channels, you will occasionally see the same video drop at the same time, because I want to see which video does better and kind of go that direction.
And I think this, you know, could be that point. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that seesaw.
Nope, you most certainly do not. Well, G2 are locking themselves in once again with the Azami and the Mirror, those 2 Architect operators, a bunch of jammers, smokes to slow things down, and the Fenrir, which has been very, very popular throughout this map. I think because of how many single doorways and windows that you have, of course, covers an area great, and there's a lot of more like riskier areas that you have to step into on this map.
I'm playing around with that idea. So if you guys see some of the same content, if you follow both, that's why.
Placed on the defender side of the generator makes it hard to swing around comfortably. We've seen them being able to impede players when they walk up catwalk. There's just various areas where it's very, very good for catching out bottlenecks and denying the attackers the ability to move forward at any particular pace. Levy my eyes on in this round though, on that Glaz. Again, we always speak about that high fantasy of Glaz and murdering everyone through loads and loads of smoke. They've only got the 4 smoke on side this time around compared to the 8 that we saw back on Bank. Will he have the impact required?
Just going to be holding.
Oh, you're not supposed to do that.
Levy has the opening kill in the last 2 rounds, and I'm sure he'd love to make that 3 in a row. Here goes the Maverick. They're just very conscious.
You're not supposed to
of
do
the
that, is what I'm
possibility of a
saying.
C4 or any sort of challenge coming from
Because it
inside
fucks both of
IT,
them.
whilst he gets this wall softened up. And there it goes, nice and safe. D plus Gear have done a fantastic job of that. Got to hand it to them. They've never left themselves exposed. There's never been any danger to them whilst doing it. It's been a bit of a Maverick masterclass.
Cozy. He's working his way forward here. Could be 0 and 10 if this carries on. Tim, it would not be a map to remember for him. Not after how well things started back on Bank, let's not forget too. Pressure being applied. But as of yet, unable to move Lawyer. And you think with the ease at which G2 managed to push to this door last time around, they've let him get away there, Tim, with 3 or 4 of them all trying to bear down on him.
It's a missed opportunity from Levy. Is that I don't feel like he was, you know, quite prepared to take those shots, and I know it was such a fleeting view, but those are the fine margins that we are working with at this sort of level of tournament, and it may well be that D plus Kia come to rue that, but G2 have actually been forced back really well here. We can see D plus Kia really mounting this pressure. They've got control of catwalk, they've got themselves in IT, they can push forward. The problem they've got is there's nothing coming from from the backside. There is no blue stairs pressure, there is no connector pressure, and they might pay the price. Stompin does manage to use that nitro and use it effectively. Picks up Levy, that's the glass, but Bullet manages to find one of his own, takes down Loira 4v4.
Taking a few shots around the corner, hoping someone's in the smoke, but no. Blaz getting rid of Nears with his knife at the same time. 0 and 10 achieved him. All them breadsticks and donuts. He's got a bakery on the go, but Mighty's up at 3 versus 2. Can the last 2 players of G2 hold on? Because D+ Kia, they've got a chance to get it over the line.
Alamo and Doki. The last hopes for G2 to get this done here and now. They'll have a few more chances after it, but the Kiba barricade is going to be removed. Doki still has one to play behind, looks to make the challenge. Bullet is down. Alamai manages to get the kill, doesn't want to overcommit, but does. Matty manages to take him out. It's all up to Doki. He's had a huge game so far today. He's 11 and 5 here. He gets one. Can he hit the 1v2? Yes, he can! Full flash doesn't matter. Doki finds his man. He senses the position and takes him down. And G2 continue fighting here in Munich. D+ Kia, their journey comes to an end.
It might not have been the cleanest final few rounds from G2, but overall I'd say a very convincing performance. A few things to tighten up admittedly coming into tomorrow, because that's what's going to matter. 3 best-of-3s left to determine our final 3 teams that make it to playoffs.
Yeah, really good performance from G2. I think their fans are going to be very happy to see them now picking up the pace. I've often said this about tournaments. Individual days don't matter that much, so long as you keep yourself in the tournament and find form at the right time. And it looks like G2 might be doing exactly
I've decided.
that.
What always makes me nervous about them, Tim, and I've said
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it on Variety Channel.
Individually, they've looked brilliant today. And at moments as a team, they've also looked great. But if you come up against the big team tomorrow, they could be in for a world of hurt. Can't wait to see how it goes tomorrow. But for now, we'll throw it to a break. And when we come back, our desks are going to break it down and wrap up the show.
I'm gonna do it on the Variety Channel.
Thank you.
I have some backtracking to do. Yeah, I'm gonna keep. The last game. Yeah, it was. I'm gonna try to rush this. I want to keep doing ARC content, but I also don't want to like hurt my growth or potentially get my YouTube unmonetized. So I'll just keep at it. I like it. I enjoy doing it. So, you know, it's not, doesn't really feel like it's a waste of time to me. But numbers are like the numbers hurt. Sorry, I forgot where I was for a second. Okay. Yeah, so we're officially doing the 2 channels. The variety channel is going to be a thing. It's official. I've decided right now. That's what we're doing. Now I just gotta fix everything. Because I kind of blew everything up. Because I'm sporadic. I do want to try to post a video on the variety channel every other day, at the very least. I do think that would be fun to grow on. So. Yeah. Yes. What?
G2 is back on track, and something I noticed is that when you feel the game, that reflects.
Doki will definitely say Safe Siege watch.
That is amazing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've had.
There's no way he doesn't say it.
Just some strong opponents, I won't lie. So yeah, just happy to get a win again, and was pretty convincing when the team played good. So happy with everything.
Yeah, a bit of ups and downs for G2, but we can definitely see progress. How's the training going for you?
Oh, we had a great boot camp. We were in Berlin and the G2 HQ. You know, just learning new things, practicing our reps. So it was fantastic. Training's going really good. So finally we can win a game and actually show we can play really good. But even in the games we lost, I think we made a lot of mistakes, slip-ups, but I don't think we actually played bad Siege at the end of the day. Like, it was a good game. Like, a lot of clutches, a lot of back and forth rounds, but you know, that's the major. That's what happened. So yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, your next game is against Weibo, but Gohan tweeted, I think APAC is getting close to get a title, and I hope Weibo can do this with me. You just eliminated Kia, now the APAC last chances is in your hands.
We eliminated KAG, we eliminated DWG Kia, and now we'll eliminate Weibo. It's simple as that. Nothing really to say, but good luck to them. They're a good team, so yeah.
Simple like that. Thank you so much, Adoki.
In my head.
The Apex Slayers could be G2 here as they take down another team from that region. See the handshakes all across the board for the two teams though, but what a performance from G2 to keep themselves
all day and
alive
chocolate
in
made my day.
bracket in this tournament. A huge performance coming out.
Oh, absolutely. And
Power play skills making like 25 different Smurf accounts? I don't fucking know.
You just said that? I was just going to make a joke. Is that it now makes sense why Doki's fragging out of his mind if they keep playing the APAC teams. No.
I don't know what skills are doing.
He's
cheating.
How good he was today, actually. I might need to steal one from Laxing and maybe say, like, Rad, excellent.
Oh,
like, I don't know what's going on.
That move was insane.
That play, that round. G2 were excellent today. And I'm kind of surprised and not surprised in the same sense because G2 haven't yet really been on it in the major until today.
No, honestly, look at this frags. It feels like an absolute frag movie. Doki was on point. Stompin was on point. The individual prowess is still there. I am seeing a team. I will say this, I'm seeing a team, I think it was dominant, especially those attack rounds on Night Heaven Labs were a testament that, yes, G2 can come up with good strats, they can be cohesive, they can look like a unit. I'm waiting to see that against a stronger opponent later in the tournament because I still feel like there are some flaws there and they're not yet ready to take the title.
Ooh. Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the way they've been playing, they were on the verge of elimination jack before that BO3. There are some reasons for it.
Duh.
And they also didn't play, I know Doki said they played some strong opponent, they did. They didn't play the strongest opponent here in this tournament, and they still look a little bit weaker than them.
Dropping bars, I see. I mean, of course, we'll see what happens when G2 face other opponents here. But for this matchup in particular, though, it is good to see them survive in the tournament. I mean, we think back about how the G2 fans feel about the game and about G2's performance in general. Of course, like you want to support them, but it costs your mental health as well as your time sometimes for the likes of G2. But to see Diplos go home, I feel like they can look back at this tournament and still, regardless of what happened, be a little bit proud because they played really difficult opponents.
And you know what? Doki said he played hard opponents.
D plus
Yes.
D plus played
Yes.
pretty much the hardest opponents, the 3Fs, and then into G2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. That's a tricky run for any team in the world. And D plus, yes, they beat Furia. They didn't then beat anybody else afterwards, but they gave it a great go.
Yeah, you did see the clear gap though between FaZe, Furia, Falcons, G2, and then them. But I will say this, I think this is exactly the kind of learnings they were expecting. Now, this puts a lot of pressure on them. They cannot play regional finals.
No.
They're only at, what, a little bit more than 60% chances to qualify to SI.
Got all my shit done.
And they're just praying now.
Yeah, as we said,
I reverted all the changes I did.
G2 was too big, and in particular
2 separate
from
channels.
Doki, as we'll have him up in a
Main
head-to-head
YouTube.
against himself.
In Variety Channel. Good to keep them separate.
Tournament versus this series, and you can see, yeah, it was a big improvement. He really rose to the top today. He really showed his worth, and Doki's had this in him. It's it's worth saying. He's a great player. He's also surrounded by a team of great players as well. But when needed, when G2 were facing elimination, he was the one alongside Stomp and of course. They were the two today that really stepped up.
Yeah, that's probably the consistent story for me, is that maybe Doki is a little bit less, I guess, in the spotlight in this roster, a little bit more in the shadows, but that's also because he's just surrounded by such big players that sometimes it overshadows him.
Yeah.
I think that today he really showed why he still deserves a spot on that roster.
Yeah, he was very much unleashed in this game in particular. Now that ends our day both on the A and the B stream. Let's have a look back at everything that happened today by taking a look at the results of all of our games on the 2 streams. It was the last day that we're running with the A and the B stream, so tomorrow you'll only need one device to watch our games on. But I'm looking at these results here. Quite some dominant games, exception for the first one.
Also 2 massive upsets.
Yes.
Both match 2 on Stream A and Stream B. I think for me, W7M losing to Wildcard in the 2-0 fashion. Same thing for Shopify Rebellion. Regarded as many NA fans as the favorites for NA, along with MAT for the title, losing to NIP. Those 2 are big surprises for me.
Yeah, I think so. It was a huge surprise. Shopify were, in my mind, coming into this as one of the tournament favorites. In my mind, also probably NA's best, maybe second best hope alongside MAT to really find success. For them to then get grouped quite early doors, not make main stage at all is a huge disappointment.
And we said today was all about the threes as we sent 3 teams home. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we say goodbye to Shopify Rebellion, Enterprise, and D+. And if you look at your right side of your screen, we sent 3 teams to the playoffs as well. We'll see them back on Wednesday. Those teams being Secret, Wildcard, and FaZe. Great performances from them today. That only leaves up tomorrow, though, as you can see at the very bottom, at the middle of your screen, the 2-2 games. We see the schedule already as well. We're getting a little bit of a teaser. Pull them up. First game of the day, Furia versus W7M, an absolute SIL beggar to start the day out with. BDS versus NIP after that, and G2 versus Weibo to close the game. Now, let me remind you, these are both elimination and qualification games. It is all or nothing tomorrow.
Leo, W7M are a good team, right?
Yeah, they're a great team.
Apart from when they play who?
Furia.
Yeah.
They have never beaten Furia.
Oh.
Furia is the direct nemesis of W7M.
Yeah.
In fact, many would say that W7M has the same playstyle of Furia, just in worse.
Pads tweeted, we've already qualified for main stage.
That is just how confident Furia
and
is
he's
about
had
this
a
game.
terrible tournament.
And then BDS and IP, I'm super excited. BDS was not expected to make it to the major, and they're on the verge of maybe
actually,
making main stage.
Whoever wins that fixture, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of them, whoever wins the fixture from that gets to main stage from that fixture.
Who's W7M go home was crazy? Yeah, fuck my predictions. Whoever makes it, fucks my prediction.
At
Great.
the same time, though, because the pre-show will
Hopefully
be
there's more
live.
people in here. It's
Yeah,
cold now.
exactly. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, as we said, same place, not the same time. The pre-show will be live around 2 p.m. CET, with the first game starting at 2 p.m. or 2:15 p.m. CET. Sorry for that. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you for watching.
I guess I gotta be a streamer now, huh? Huh! Ah! Slovenia, mama. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Chocolate, a booty boo chocolate, a body boo chocolate, a booty boo chocolate. I crush it, I crush it, I crush it, I crush it. I crush it. Ooh. Wow, 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 wow.